narrated above. This amount included some 236 million rands due to the municipalities relating to property rates, and municipalities are at the coal face of service delivery. We urge departments to pay us on time so that we are able to pay service providers on time. This will ensure sustained service delivery of infrastructure for the benefits of the people of this province who voted this government into office led by the ANC. It must be noted that outstanding property rates accrue interest, and certain municipalities indicated that municipal services will be terminated unless outstanding payments are settled. Service providers have also indicated discontent with the department's failure to timelessly settle invoices and have indicated that some projects will be abandoned and legal actions taken against the department should be the situation not improve. And we need to improve the situation, and we are committed in improving the situation, Honorable Chairperson and members. That's a commitment we're making. This does not only have a major negative impact on the department service delivery plan, but on the lives of the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Honorable members, I am pleased to announce that we have forged a closer coordination between the Department of Public Works as an implementing agent of infrastructure projects, provincial treasury and client departments. The Chief Financial Officers Forum, coordinated by the provincial treasury, will be assisting in turning around the situation moving forward. On capacity development, during the past financial year, the department enhanced its human resource capacity by filling 63 posts. The staff complement is 1,565. It's an army of staff. The ratio of male to female is 52% by 47%, which we acknowledge. We are not doing well here. While significant progress has been made in improving female representation at the SMS level, senior management, over the past year, parity is still elusive, with women comprising 43.7%. We have agreed, Honorable Chairperson, and we are making a commitment that the status quo is unacceptable. In this regard, we commit to ensure that women are appointed in strategic senior position in the department, and will live up to that. I am pleased to report that the department has succeeded in exceeding the 2% threshold of employees with disability. We remain committed towards increasing the number of young people in the department, who currently are having 300 of them. In this regard, we are continuously engaging the Department of Public Works and Administration, of Public Service and Administration, and other office and the Office of the Premier to comply with the new dispensation. Youth in construction, we are very much determined to make sure that we does include youth in the work that we do as the department. As you drive across the province, you can see, you cannot help but notice the construction of social infrastructure, such as health facilities, schools, and other service delivery points. You can also notice commercial properties, such as malls and other estates. Government is revitalizing small towns across the province. So we are going to be taking serious the issue of young people being part of the department and grabbing opportunities that we are providing. Honorable Chairperson, as Public Works, we are consciously investing towards the acquisition of technical skills to ensure that young people are at the forefront of the infrastructure development. We want young people to enjoy equal human rights with access to opportunities that freedom had brought us and bound us together as a nation. To deal with the problem that we see in some of our regions where we are struggling to retain skills personnel, we have a program now to make that we have embarked on, where we are going to high schools and headhunt young people at a high school level so that we groom and breed our own capacity in the department. In this regard, we have awarded bursaries to young people in the following scarce skills. On electrical engineering, it's 9. On mechanical engineering, it's 15. Civil engineering, it's 5. Property development, it's 3. Real estate, it's 1. Construction project management, it's 3. Quantity surveying, it's 11. Architecture, it's 3. 33 of them. You can see we're a construction site. It's all about technical skills because we are determined to make sure that we build our own internal capacity. Honorable members, importantly, we all know that in some circumstances, the lack of job openings results in social ills such as juvenile delinquency, crime, drugs, and substance abuse. The social costs are expounded when the share of long-term unemployed increase over time. As public works, we are therefore responding directly to this challenging. We are determined to create employment in the province, while also focusing on the shortage of skills in the built environment. The interns in the professional disciplines register with the statutory bodies so that they can obtain professional registration status. We are having an internship program in the department, which we are going to be increasing an intake in this financial year in partnership with TVET colleges and universities of technology, because we are focusing on young people. We want to take care of young people because we want to make sure that the future of this country is bright, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, you will see the breakdown on your documents when it comes to the internship program, where already we've got 72 that are on board. About 10 students have been assisted with in-service training by the department so that they are able to attain and complete their qualifications in various technical institutions. A breakdown as well, you will see where we are showing you the numbers and the discipline that we've catered for. On program 2, property management, the budget here, Chairperson, is 832 million rands. It's 49% of the total budget. The purpose of this program is to provide and facilitate the provision of accommodation and integrated property management and service to clients. We do this through planned property life cycle, optimal utilization of immovable assets, land valuation, maintenance of the immovable assets, register, payment of property rates, and integrated service delivery. The budget in this program is disaggregated as follows. Compensation of employees is 68 million rands, goods and services is 67 million rands, transfers, subsidies, it's 696 million rands, massive. Transformation in the property sector. This one, Chairperson, I would want members to be clear on it and listen to it very well. Honorable Chairperson, as elected public representative, we have a responsibility to be the agents of change and transformation. This government has over the years invested billions of rands towards mega projects. The most critical issue for us as government is to ensure that such catalytic projects becomes catalyst for the integration of communities that were previously segregated. We are in an epoch where we have realized that although significant progress has been made since 1994, notably through introduction of a democratic system, unfortunately broad-based and complete economic transformation is yet to be realized. As the department, we commit to double our effort to alter skewed economic patterns, which have for centuries seen the majority of our people pushed to the periphery and denied the economic opportunities. As part of the provision of office accommodation for all government departments, the department currently has 178 leases. And listen to this. Unfortunately, as I have pointed out, the ownership of such properties is not reflective of the demographics of this country. And it can continue. The following table is instructive in this regard, and I'm going to be detailed on this one. On the it's categorized on race, the number of leases, and the percentage, and the total lease portfolio. When we come to Indians in this government, in this province, we have 79 leases. I'm not being racist, but I'm being factual because it's the picture that is there. On these 79 leases, they make 44% of the entire lease sector, which amounts to 344 million rands every year. Whites, 37 leases, which amounts to 20%, which amounts on rands 113 million rands. Come to those who are a majority in this country and in this province. Blacks, Black Africans. Only 15 leases, which amounts to only 9%. which amounts to only 55 million rands, not even 100 million. It's a picture that is bad. I'm frank about it, and we want to turn this around. We are determined, we are committed. We must bring those who have been isolated, who have not been benefiting in the economy of this country, to the center and start benefiting. As you can see, honorable members, this is the sector that is monopolized, in the sense that properties, which are mostly offices, are owned by the same race group. And our people must start being part of the property sector in the department. And it's now or never. If we are unable to do it, we won't be able to do it, and we'll do it, Honorable Chairperson. We know there are those who are determined to stop us, who are owners of some properties, but we are committed. We'll find ways and means of dealing with it. In the financial year ahead, Honorable Chairperson, Public Works will undertake the following turnaround strategies to achieve transformation objectives in the hiring of office accommodation. Establishment of property owner database, bid document amended with clauses preventing fronting through partnership, engagements with relevant external stakeholders. 51% of all facilities management services must be outsourced to categories listed above. The department reserves the right not to award to bidders who have current leases cumulative value of 80 million rands, where a party intends submitting a bid on its own behalf for its own benefit, utilizing the property owned by another party. That party is required to submit an original mandate from the owner of the property authorizing the use of the property by the bidder. Additionally, 30% subcontracting to be enforced on buildings above 900 square meters. Leases below 900 square meters will be ring-fenced for the previously disadvantaged communities. This is just the beginning. We are also alert to the fact that the department has no effective utilization strategy for the state immovable assets. Honorable members, I'll move with speed to try and address some of the issues. Honorable members, coming back to the issue of transformation of property sector, we intend to hold provincial property indaba in the next few months. We will be extending an invitation to all stakeholders interested in the property sector to be part of this engagement. Chairperson, in 2020-21 financial year, the department spent the entire budget of 828 million rands on the payment of property rates. The annual budget allocation for property rates remains insufficient. The trend over the past several years is that there is always shortfall. For instance, in this current financial year, the shortfall is 386 million rands. Regrettably, this is not an occurrence that can be solved by the best of financial planning, as property rates are dependent on individual municipalities effecting increases in line with their municipal rate policies. Finalization of properties in terms of Proclamation R293/1962. Madam Chairperson, the department will continue to attend to this transfer of properties from the names of municipalities to the name of the provincial government. On Esplanade Government Building, this is a state-of-the-art building which is state-owned, which used to be the state-of-the-art, by the way, in extent of 18,000 square meters. That was occupied by various government departments. It has been vacant for many years. This building is seen as a valuable government asset that has great potential to alleviate government reliance on hired buildings. The department intends to enter into a partnership arrangement to renovate the existing building. Dilapidated buildings. The department has various underutilized properties across the province. Some are vacant, some are dilapidating, others are illegally occupied across the province. The department is in the process of identifying all these underutilized properties as a strategy is being developed with inter alia donation to municipalities for human settlements purposes. On Program 3, provision of building structures and equipment, which is 429 million. The main purpose of this program is the erection and acquisition of buildings. The core services are improving integrated service delivery in the provision of building, create jobs through EPWP program, coordinating and aligning operational activities in line with municipal demarcation. This program budgeted is distributed as follows. Compensation of employees, 308 million, goods and services, 96 million, transfers and subsidies, 1.8 million, building and other fixed structures, 22 million, machinery and equipment, it's 262,000 rands. Infrastructure delivery, I'm pleased to report as the implementing agent of choice in the province, Public Works completed 151 capital projects in 9 district municipalities and 1 metro of a combined cost of 695 million. You can see them. These capital projects, you will see them listed across all districts amounting to 694 million rands. This is the capacity this department is capable of making sure that we are delivering. The Department of Public Works also have over 422 infrastructure projects which are currently under construction amounting to 3.6 billion rands across this province. It's massive work. That's why we want capacity in the department. The infrastructure budget allocation you will see from different departments, Honorable Chairperson. We've listed all departments and the infrastructure budget that has been allocated into the department. In total, it's about 1,717 number of projects. Honorable members and people of KwaZulu-Natal, we are pleased to inform you that the department was able to respond expeditiously with field hospitals and the refurbishment of existing hospitals with COVID-19 facilities. Within weeks of receiving instructions from the Department of Health, Public Works was able to deliver state-of-the-art field hospitals with a total budget of 96 million rands. You will see the budgets there. With a budget of 1 billion rands, we refurbished existing public hospitals across the province. You will see those hospitals and the amount that was invested. Honorable members and people of this province, we believe that the ability to deliver on time is a clear indication that with excellent coordination involving all spheres of government, we are able to deliver social infrastructure ahead of our schedule. Chairperson and members and the people of this province, our issue in the main is to improve speed of providing infrastructure of this province on behalf of the government. The speed, we want to increase this. Honorable Chairperson, expanded public works program and mass job creation. As you all know, the Premier made it clear regarding this program. The one-on-one session has been held in various district municipalities, were conducted through the EPWP Focus Week. These were aimed at improving awarenesses of the EPW program. Critically, we want all stakeholders to understand EPWP program within the context of economic recovery and job creation. For the 2020-2021 financial year, KwaZulu-Natal department targeted 81,154 work opportunities and achieved 102,911, which means we overachieved and we want to continue overachieving in creating opportunities. In the cumulative total, as KwaZulu-Natal, work opportunities were overachieved at 125,000. The full-time equivalent were 42,000, which is at 99%. Madam Speaker, the target for this term of office, the target term office starting 2019 to 2024 is 643,000 work opportunities. The department reprioritized funding of 38 million rands to pay stipends for 5,738 EPWP participants who were part of the Department of Education when they approached us on the social protection, community and development cluster to urgently assist with a number of key functions, such as utilization of EPWP beneficiaries as screening personnel at schools. A total of 14 EPWP maintenance program beneficiaries in Southern Region were, Chairperson, you can take some from the other side, please. You know we are progressive and members will allow us to do that as we beg them. By providing such assistance, the department seeks to empower beneficiaries that they are able to generate a sustainable income after exiting. Honorable Chairperson, we are saying EPWP program must never only be about paper picking and litter picking. It must be able to transfer skills, develop skills, but also it must be able to have an exit strategy that after being part of EPW program, then what happens to you? We are already embarking on that. That is what we want to do for the people of this province. It must never be seen as just a by-the-way program. It must have a meaning, and the Premier has mandated us to do that. There are offices that we are finishing and finalizing in the department. Vryheid Sub-District Office, the new Ilembe office will be coming up very soon. We are, Chairperson, additionally, there is an incubation program that includes inter-allier war on water leaks, artisan skills development, furniture manufacturing, welding schools desks, resuscitation, plumbing, and bricklaying. We want to be public works in the true meaning of public works, focusing on vocational work as well, not about brick and mortar only. We are accelerating the refurbishment of workshops in our offices in eThekwini, Vryheid, and other districts. These were closed over the years and will be reopened as training centers for the youth and reskilling of our staff. Building internal capacity is what we're about. We want to restore public works to what it was created to be. We want our workshops to be known for quality workmanship. We will work with different industries, businesses, TVETs, and other academic institutions to create a vehicle repair training, because government was able to repair its own vehicles before. Artisan training with our own artisans before. Refurbishment and manufacturing hub in our districts and regional offices. Government was capable of manufacturing its own furniture. We are going to focus on such things as well. In addition, the provincial government, Legislature, has directed that Public Works should partner with the Department of Education and the Office of the Premier in using the Public Works Training Academy to train the Public Service Training Academy to train and provide EPWP beneficiaries with skills training as part of the exit strategy. We have communicated that mass job creation and EPW targets to be part of annual performance plans for all provincial departments. The targets must be disaggregated, targeting women, youth, and people with disability. Public Works will continue to report on the Provincial Council and members of this House on coordination and alignment of EPWP. Honorable members, the provincial government, Legislature, assigned specific instructions to the departments. These include provincial strategy on job creation, training, and exit strategies through the expanded Public Works program. Izandla Ziyagezana program. This program has been in existence since 2018. The department has taken a decision to change the name to Siyazenzela program. There are formal processes underway to finalize this. The department aims to increase the number of beneficiaries with disabilities through engaging with institutions that care for people with disabilities, while exploring extension of this program to the cleaning of schools in all regions, whereas currently only 6 schools benefit from this program. Land utilization, green building, and green economy. Our work with ETIA will include taking advantages offered by the green economy. The alternatives, such as the use of solar panels for generation of energy connected to geysers, reduce the use of coal-powered electricity, will be encouraged. A strong campaign will be mounted to encourage communities to save electricity. Radical economic transformation in its true sense. I'll always say that. Madam Chairperson, the reason why we fought to dismantle apartheid system was because we wanted to live in a free democratic state with access to economic opportunities. It is clear to all now that unless something drastic is done, economic exclusion remains the biggest threat to our democratic and the democracy and freedom of this country. There is an increasing number of South Africans who feel marginalized and denied opportunities. We must say with one voice that we love our freedom so much that we are not prepared to allow poverty to stand between us and our spirit of freedom. We have also acknowledged that government alone has no chance of dealing a permanent blow on poverty. As Public Works, we are determined to make sure that the policy of radical economic transformation as a vital element of the province, poverty alleviation and deracialization of the economy does see the day of the light. As Public Works, we are going to accelerate our program on supporting the poor. who through our history of apartheid are locked in vicious cycle of poverty. Youth military veterans and Black Africans through SCM policy changes will be affected. Honorable Chairperson, when I go towards closing, as I close, Chairperson, we want to thank the people of this province. We want to commit ourselves, Chairperson, as the Premier has said it before, taking the leadership from the Premier. We wish to affirm our support to the monarchy as an institution. The monarchy remains an office of strategic value in the future of this province of KwaZulu-Natal. His Majesty Isilo Samabandla Wonke had a close relationship with the Department of Public Works, as the department was responsible for the day-to-day maintenance and the upkeep of His Majesty several palaces. At this stage, I want to pay tribute to my predecessor, Honorable Peggy Nkonyeni. I wish to thank her for a job well done as executive authority responsible for this department. I will conduct myself in a manner that will sustain the work that she started in service of this nation. I do not underestimate the growing level of confidence that the people of KZN have for the governing party, the African National Congress. I undertake to use the power and authority bestowed by our people solely for their upliftment and realization of a better life for all. These are huge responsibilities, but with the support of members of the legislature, portfolio committees, our partners in the labor movements, business community and civil society, our duty will be made easier. I thank the Honorable Premier, Honorable Sihle Zikalala, for the support and guidance ever since my deployment to this portfolio. As I draw towards conclusion, I know that I can count on the support of the members of the Executive Council as together we work on the government's agenda and priorities during this term of office. I want to thank the ANC for its guidance. We remain indebted and we remain determined to implement the policies of the ANC in this government. The Portfolio Committee, we want to thank the support from the Chairperson and the entire Portfolio Committee of Public Works. I thank the Acting HOD, Mr. Majola, senior management and all categories of staff at head office, districts and regions for the renewed commitments to serve with efficiency and speed. And indeed, I'm confident that we've got capable workforce in the department. I'm indebted to my wife, Umam Simango, my kids, my family, extended families, neighbors, and all the people of KwaZulu-Natal, in particular, the people of Ngutu. But also, I want to say to my late mother, thank you so much for bringing up a person of myself. I appreciate the love you gave us as the family. I present for budget vote 14, 1.695.329 billion rands for consideration and approval by the honorable members of this House. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Indeed, you have done well. This is your first speech as the MEC. You have done very well, MEC. Thank you so much. The next speaker to speak and to follow is the Chairperson of Public Works, Honorable MC Fraser, for 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, Honorable Premier, your executive, and honorable members, and our guests. Honorable Chairperson, Public Works Portfolio Committee has a great pleasure to participate in the debate of our MEC's policy statement. By and large, Chair, the areas covered in your report, Honorable Spear, are the ones the committee is interested in. The committee has considered Public Works Departmental Annual Performance Plan and budget for 2021 and 22 financial year. As the committee, we have engaged numerously with the department from the first draft to the final draft 2021-22 budget. Honorable members, it is my great pleasure to report to this House that Public Works Committee complies with the AOP Annual Oversight Plan, while the committee abides by the COVID-19 pandemic protocols. It is also determined to involve relevant stakeholders and provide the public with insight on committees' matters and legislative processes. On that note, Chairperson, I am pleased to report that on the 2nd of December 2020, the committee held a successful stakeholders engagement session at Cecil Emmet Hall in Zululand District. Stakeholders were encouraged to participate towards the drafting of the 2021-2022 draft annual performance plan and draft budget. They requested the Department of Public Works to consider youth and women development in construction projects around Zululand District. They were also concerned about the department's slow progress in appointing people with disability in the middle management position. The committee met with the department on the 26th of March 2021 to consider the final budget. On submission of information and usefulness thereof, as already indicated, Chairperson, the department presented the 2021-22 draft APP and budget at the stakeholders engagement meeting. Subsequently to that, the committee engaged the 2021-22 draft APP and budget during the committee meeting held on the 26th of March 2021 on MS Teams. The expertise of committee support staff played a crucial role in analyzing the departmental reports, particularly the researcher and budget and content advisor. Honorable Chairperson, indicated below in your documents is the summary of the budget of 1.7 billion. On budget considerations processes, the committee held, as I've said earlier on, its stakeholders session on the 2nd in Zululand, and it was a meaningful hybrid session which enabled the committee to engage with stakeholders. Then on the 16th of April 2021, we had the budget hearing for vote 14 again. Analysis of the draft APP and draft budget. When analyzing financials and non-financials of the draft APP and draft budget, the following was noted, Chair. The department's budget cut, yet it is expected to be implemented to be the implementing agent of choice. The department's 2021-22 budget shows a negative growth of 7% over the 2020 and 2021 budget, mainly due to budgetary cuts from the National Treasury. In the 2021-22 budget, it must also be noted that the department will have severe budgetary pressures in respect of the following. In Program 2, which is property rates payment, and Program 3, infrastructure. The inputs by the stakeholders. The stakeholders were concerned about the filling in of forms to register on the ASC's database, as it was not user-friendly and the forms had to be taken to Pietermaritzburg, which was costly for the constructors. The other concern was that they claimed that the big companies get tenders but do not develop or transfer skills to the emerging constructors. The other concern, Chair, was that they claimed that about the big companies. Okay, I've covered that one. On concerns, Chair, the committee notes the following concerns. The staggering of filling in of departmental posts to assist the service delivery processes. Budget allocation to public works, yet they are expected to be the implementing of choice, but it's not adequate, Chair. The department APP should be more aligned with the budget. There has been an increase on the APP service delivery targets and lower budget allocation this financial year. The department has more service delivery targets to achieve in the current financial year with a lower budget than the previous years, which we feel as the committee that it's going to cause strain towards the department. This translates to the department having more service delivery targets and objectives to achieve with a reduced budget. It is a concern, Chair. There's a possibility that is not going to be achievable. On resolutions, Chair, the committee resolved on that the department should submit documents for the meeting to the committee coordinator in time. Members of the portfolio committee also not to communicate inaccurate and unsubstantial information about the portfolio committee to the public, as it is derogatory to the legislature as an institution. We are appealing to the honorable members not to go out to media and give false information. As we conclude, Chair, let me thank the former MEC, Honorable Peggy Nkonyeni, and the current MEC, Honorable Ntuthuko Sibiya, and the officials of the department for their cooperation and hard work that they have displayed thus far. We are very much humbled that they managed to serve the community of KwaZulu-Natal with integrity through COVID-19 pandemic projects, thus contributed immensely in combating the spread of coronavirus in our province. Lastly, Honorable Chair, I would like to thank members of the Portfolio Committee and the committee support staff, Tabi, Ms. Brown, Nestor, our legal people, and everybody who's part of our committee, and also extend it to the AG and Treasurer. Thank you very much, Chair.
The ANC, Honorable T.S. Mchali, you'll be speaking for 9 minutes.
Thanks, Honorable Chair, Honorable Speaker Nontembeko Boyce, Honorable Premier Sihlezi Zigalala, Honorable Chair of our Portfolio Committee, Honorable Mbali Feza, our Honorable MEC, Ubabu Sibiya, and all the honorable members who are here, the staff, please receive my greetings. As the first person to debate after the MEC has presented a well-balanced budget of the department, allow me to congratulate the African National Congress, the People's Movement, for winning by-elections in different wards here in KZN, in particular not forgetting 110 wards in eThekwini that we won from the DA and in other provinces. This proves that our people still see the ANC as their only hope to bring about change in their lives, since this has been done since 1994. Let me respond as to why our people continue in their numbers to vote for the ANC. According to the document of the ANC Ready to Govern, which was in 1992, the basic objective of the ANC policy were fourfold, but I will just mention just the three of them. The first one, to strive for the achievement of all South Africans as a whole to politically and economic self-determination in a united South Africa. The second one, to overcome the legacy of inequality and injustice created by colonialism and apartheid in a swift, progressive, and principled way. The third one, to develop a sustainable economy and a state infrastructure that will progressively improve the quality of life for all South Africans. The MEC has just delivered a budget that speaks directly to this. State infrastructure that will progressively improve the quality of life of all South Africans. I thought I should just share this in order to make people understand that when the ANC fought for the liberation of our people, He already knew what was expected and what is it that needed to be done when we take over power. So we're not just fighting on the basis that we just wanted to liberate people. Hence, we were even had a document that says ready to govern, that the budget of the MEC have spoken to. Honorable Chair, the MEC in his budget speech, he had a subtopic which said, and I quote, public works quickening the tempo to economic recovery and job creation, close quote. When we were faced with the first wave of COVID-19 in our province, Public Works Department was able to rise to the occasion by creating lots of infrastructure that was needed in a very short period of time. This included field hospital. We've seen them in different areas. This was to ensure that we do not have bed shortages as the province, and we ensure that our people were able to get all the necessary services that they were going to need as we were fighting the COVID-19. Some said we're not going to make it. Some said we're not going to provide quality. Guess what? We provided quality. There was no shortages. There was never a person in KwaZulu-Natal in public hospitals who were turned away on the basis that we could not have beds because of the work and the quickening tempo that was done by the Department of Public Works. It is on this basis that I'm convinced that they will be able to quicken the tempo to economic recovery and job creation under your leadership, MEC Sibiya. Why I'm saying this? Precisely because you have understood the ready to govern document of the ANC. We're saying that we want opportunities to be given to those that did not have opportunities because it was given to those who have a particular color of their skin. We like the boldness that you have taken. We know that some will want to fight you in the process, but let me warn them. I know for a fact that you're a fighter by nature, having grown up in Umutu, and you will dare not back off from this fight. Honorable Chair, having considered the department as an anchor of different department that relies on in terms of dealing with infrastructure, you could see that infrastructure in KZN has improved and is producing quality infrastructure that we have seen in different departments, whether we speak about the new schools that we are building, the new hospitals that we are building. The quality shows that we are very clear by confirming that we are quickening the tempo because an opportunity that has been provided by COVID-19, it made us realize that there are certain things that we can do faster, efficiency, so that we no longer allow any delay for services to our people. No, we know that they no longer want to hear as to how long it's going to take, but when is it going to be completed? And for that, we're fearless because we've proven a track record that confirms that we're able to quicken the tempo. Now, considering that there's going to be a lot of work that the Department of Public Works will be dealing with, and a balanced budget reflects that there is no sector of our society that will not be able to benefit from this budget. I must really salute you, Honorable MEC, on the basis that you've recently been appointed, but you've hit the ground running. And this budget confirms of a leader who has done a thorough analysis of the department, a thorough analysis of the needs of our people, and you have responded directly without any rhetoric, but based on facts and the analysis. So this is science, Honorable MEC. We can confirm it. Honorable Chair, as I conclude, allow me to quote one of our revolutionaries, an intellectual, a Marxist-Lenin scholar of note, a greatest leader who has ever lived within our province, who once said, and I quote, I like the fact that amongst his name, he's called nobleman. That is Jabulani, nobleman, Ngumalo, known as Mzala Ngumalo. And this is what he once said Honorable Chair, and I quote, "Blank pages in history should not be allowed. Everything should be told. If needs be, it has to be told dispassionately and ruthless. Wishful thinking cannot replace the hard facts of life. Otherwise, an exercise at history writing is reduced to sheer political propaganda for one's organization," close quote. This is the man that we say today, we are not ashamed to be associated with him. May his spirit continue to live on. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next speaker to debate is an IFP member, Honorable MJ Mazibuko. You have got 5 minutes. Order, Honorable members.
Which I can.
Honorable Mazibuko, you have got 5 minutes.
Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, I rise on behalf of the IFP to make contributions to this debate of the Public Works Department budget. However, at the outset, I wish to register the IFP's gratitude to the former MEC for Public Works, Honorable Nelly Swankonyeni, for the dedication she displayed towards the accomplishment of the core mandate of the department, as the Honorable MEC has also indicated. We also wish to wish her well in her new deployment as MEC for community safety and liaison, as well as transport. In the same breath, we wish to congratulate Honorable Tutokosbia for the new role he has assumed of leading this Department of Public Works. Based on our interaction in the last few weeks since he has been deployed, I am convinced that of his determination to ensure that this department achieves its objectives. We pledge the IFP's unwavering support to the MEC and his department as long as they continue in the path they have trodden up to now. Honorable Chairperson, one of the core functions of the Public Works Department is the question of the acquisition of public buildings and land. We wish to urge the department to ensure that there is security for public buildings that may not yet be occupied. This will ensure that public buildings are not hijacked by those who want to acquire properties free of charge, and that they are not vandalized. Likewise, we urge the department to keep up-to-date records of all pieces of land owned by government in the province, and ensure that they are not invaded and hijacked by those whose mission is to use illegal means to get access to land. Yet another core function of the department is the coordination of the expanded public works program. We therefore wish to urge the department to consider having a mechanism to monitor the progress of all individuals who have gone through EPWP skills training programs, if they do not have one already. The purpose of such monitoring must be to ascertain whether the skills transfer and training that they undertake enable them to apply these skills after their training. In addition, their training must enable them to change their lives for the better, including being able to use their skills to create small businesses for themselves. It is the IFP's view that trainees who show potential must be assisted to link up with national, provincial, and private sector entities that can support them so that they are further capacitated with a view to beginning new lives as small business people. In fact, we applaud the Honorable MEC's expressed commitment to such a program. We also applaud the report of the 14 EPWP beneficiaries in the southern region who were assisted to register their cooperative. These are the stories we wish to hear of more in the future. While on the matter of economic growth and job creation, we fully support the Honourable MEC in his commitment to the transformation of the property sector. The Honourable MEC has gone on to give us the figures which show the unfairness in the representation of the demographics in our province. We are therefore pleased that this matter is among the priorities of the Honourable MEC and his department. These are issues that hinder economic growth and empowerment of those whom apartheid oppressed and marginalized. So it is imperative to address them with speed, as the Honourable MEC correctly says. If we fail to do so, we will stand indicted of having sold our people. Again, we're also pleased to note that among his priorities, the Honourable MEC has included the issue of making this department the implementer of choice. Indeed, we wish to see this department reaching a 5-star standard in terms of delivering services, so that every department will not hesitate about entrusting public works with their projects. Of course, we are somehow concerned, as my chairperson did indicate, that I'm coming back.
Sekuvele kwaphela sona isikhathi. Mhlonishwa. The next speaker to debate is the DA member, Honorable L.M. Mayor. You'll be debating for 8 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I'll be reading into the record the debate for the Honourable Mbalin Tuli. It is lamentable that during this year's budget speech, one has very little to report that has changed from previous years. Honourable Tuli is new to this portfolio and still getting to grips with all the technicalities and understanding what it is that this department is really good at doing. So far, it would appear, not by my opinion, but rather by their conduct and their management of public funds, as per the Auditor General's finding, that our department is not good at much. Any department should want to do some basic things. Good, talented management, recruiting and retaining the best people for the job. Good physical management to ensure that it can use its funds wisely and for the most impact, and also public trust or some pride that there is a good sense from the citizenry that they can trust that this department delivers good service delivery. Madam Chair, it would be a fantasy as epic as the Lord of the Rings itself to believe that this department was succeeding in any of this criteria, but especially because this department is not trusted by the average person it should be servicing, nor the many business owners who continue to lose their business due to frustrations of not being paid on time. At the onset, I want to be clear that the Democratic Alliance does not support Programme 1 of this department's budget, but with reservations will support Programme 2 and 3. Let me begin, Madam Speaker, by quickly laying out some of the most important number in this department before highlighting the aspects that I believe needs urgent attention. 1.6 billion rand is the operational budget for this financial year. In comparison to other departments and the overall budget of the province, it is clear that judging by this allocation, this very important department, whose role it is to acquire public buildings and land, construct public buildings, maintain state buildings, and keep the required level of operation and the payment of property taxes rates, that these priorities are not high up on the ladder of importance for the province. Programme 1, which is administration, is set to grow over the MTF. However, it is hard to justify, especially under the compensation of employees, a critical component where there has been outstanding vacancies, including senior personnel. It seems there is no commitment to actually filling these vacancies with haste, despite obvious and glaring issues with not doing so. A department that is leaderless cannot function. How do we justify the amounts in this program when there is no clear outlining of the plan to use the money appropriately? An example is the department reprioritizing 2.5 million from compensation of employees to goods and services in both the 2021-22 and the 2022-2023 budget to cater for the salary of a compliance officer providing support to the head of department. A 3-year contract was signed, and yet the same compliance officer was suspended when the head of the department was suspended. It is almost as if due diligence is simply not done. Whilst on the subject of the head of department, is it possible for the MEC to let us know when this appointment will be made and why it's taking so long? Program 2, Property Management, showed an increase for the past 2 years. This year again, there's an increase with specific allocations to help pay for property rates. In a reply to a question I asked the MEC from earlier this year, it was confirmed that Public Works owes over 54 million to municipalities. 20 million of that is to eThekwini, where the DA has been calling for payment owed to them. This is in contravention of Public Works' own undertaking to pay within 30 days. Could the MEC please explain where the money will come from to cover the amount owing, as well as elaborate on how he plans to stop this from happening again? I ask my parliamentary questions for response to the time frame, payment plan, and interest that has been incurred and is still waiting for a response. As the Democratic Alliance, we will support Program 2 because it is the bulk of the work for this program, and despite setback, work must continue. A part of the support is granted because of the desperation there is in KZN to assess state-owned properties. Again, I ask the MEC to take the people of KZN into his confidence and tell us when the service provider who will undertake these assessments will be appointed. This is a crucial job of this department. Under this program, we may have a date as to when a service provider to undertake the assessment of state-owned properties will be appointed. Lastly, Madam Speaker, I move on to Program 3. Program 3 details the erection and or the acquisition of buildings, structures, and engineering works, and the maintenance of buildings to client specifications. The core services are improving integrated service delivery in the provision of buildings and structures, creating jobs through EPWP initiatives, as well as a provincial coordination of the EPWP. The DA will support this program in order for the department to have the flexibility to create an enabling environment for businesses, initiate and coordinate strategic partnerships, as well as coordinate and align operational activities in line with municipal demarcations, as in line with the department's own mandate. A positive in this program is that there has been an EPWP allocation growth. Before I conclude, I would like to touch on a few issues that need the attention of the MEC and the department urgently. The Democratic Alliance has been approached by several business people with serious complaints against the department, against its legal team, and against the consultants that the department is the client of. Several of these complainants allege the department being in cahoots with their consultants, allowing consultants to act as the contractors on certain projects after they've worked out the business owners through unlawful tactics. I intend to write to the MEC to get to the bottom of these matters because the department cannot, as an implementing agent, expect payment for work done, but yet withhold payments themselves. According to the AG, the 30-day payment rule is virtually non-existent in this department. And despite being warned for the last several budget cycles, clearly very little has been done to avert this disaster. It is clear reading the AG's report that effective and appropriate steps were not taken to prevent irregular expenditure amounting to 52.21 million rand, almost the exact amount owing to municipalities. This was due to contravention of supply chain management regulations on various quotations and contracts. This has to come to a stop. The potential of spending pressures on the department in the coming years, specifically with regard to property rates, could derail this department if not taken seriously. The budget claims it will fill 24 vacant posts, but COE funding does not reflect the growth to sustain the increasing wage bill. What is the MEC's plan here? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker to debate is Honourable S.H. Mthethwa. Honourable S.H. Mthethwa, I've been told that He's replacing Honorable Mpai Peli of the EFF. He'll be speaking for 6 minutes.
Angibonge Somlomo, ngibingelele abahlonishwa bonke. Njengoba sechazile uJefferson, ngifunda isihlanu Mpai. This year marks the 25th anniversary since the adoption of the South African Constitution. Yet a feasible plan on how to achieve social justice and equality and promise by the Constitution remains a mystery. It is also a shame to note that the Department of Public Works, which prides itself for being a key terrain of the radical social economic transformation, continues to use a mere politically rhetoric like radical social economic transformation to decisive Black people, as most of the world still belong to the white people. How can a department with one of its core functions, which is to acquire public buildings and land, call itself a key terrain for radical socio-economic transformation, when most of the provinces, building and land largely remain in the hands of the white people? How can a department that bribes itself for being a catalyst for radical socio-economic transformation divert money that was meant for funding tuition fees for those employees within scarce field, but instead use the money to fund higher income earners within the department to further their business studies amidst austerity measures as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. Despite concern that the department still spends a lot of money on private consultants who provide service in critically and scarce fields in the 2021-2022 financial budget. The department has allocated 39 million for consultation on business advisory and 13 million on consultation for professional service. Can the department not use this money to empower its employees so as to minimize outsourcing services? Can the department not use that amount forward ensuring the sustainability of the expanded public works program as currently it does not create jobs, but instead creates temporary jobs that pay below the minimum wages? In this year's State of the Province address, Premier Honorable Sihle Zikalala said that the theme for this year is quickening the tempo towards economic recovery and job creation, which is in line with the province plan to raise from the ashes of economic devastation caused by the COVID-19. In the sharing of economic as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, how can we expect economic transformation and economic recovery when departments like Public Works have used COVID-19 emergency procurement processes to award a construction tender that is almost 2 billion for minor renovations of a government buildings? Meanwhile, was an urgent need for provision of field hospitality, which according to AG report, there were delays in the completion. Apart from infrastructure projects that have been impaired by the COVID-19, how can Department of Public Works enable a thriving economy through infrastructure development and property management when in the 2021-2022 financial year, the department did not set targets for the number of schools completed, number of clinics completed, and the number of new hospitals completed. How can we expect economic transformation while the department has continuously awarded tenders to chronics instead of suitable people for the job? As the AGA founding report that some contracts were awarded to bidders who did not score the highest point, bidders who did not submit tax declarations, etc. For economic transformation to exist, we believe that there must be economic growth first, which in this case will remain fallacy as the department continues to shift its goal post year after year. While a prioritized budget for the 2021-2022 financial year is 1.6 billion, as the economic freedom fighters, we only support this budget provided that we are given a breakdown of who owns which building, as we believe that a large share is being given to white.
Honorable member, your time is up.
Yeah,
The next speaker to debate is Honorable VR Mlodra of the NFP for 2 minutes. Only 2 minutes.
Yeah, Mlodra.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. On behalf of the NFP, we welcome the budget for vote 14. However, economic inequality remains large in South Africa and contributes to extreme poverty and high levels of unemployment. One would have assumed that 27 years into our democracy, we would have had a better access to land, better access to healthcare. We would not have children falling into pit toilets due to failures in the provision of ablution facilities. The department needs to fast track the eradication of pit toilets. It is of great concern to us that the department was previously owed an amount of 573 million by Provincial Education Department. Only 163 million was recovered in February, and it has come to our attention that it had not been specified when will the remaining balance of close to half a million rands would be settled. Sihlala umthelela walokhu bafundi base-KZN awunakulinganiswa nalutho ngoba basahlupheka kakhulu ngezindlu zangasese, umnyango ubukeka uhamba kancane. Kodwa esicelayo kwe-MEC kuba aqhubeka awenze lezindlu zangasese zibe ningana ey'koleni ukuze iy'ngane zizizwe nazo zifana nakwezinye izikole. Somlomo, ngiyathokoza.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next speaker to debate is Honorable SW Shengu for 9 minutes. Honorable Shengu of the ANC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Premier, Honorable MEC for Public Works and Human Settlement, Honorable Members, Senior officials for the department, good morning. The month of May is the host to a number of significant events, including the Workers' Day, as well as Africa Day, which is celebrated throughout the length and breadth of our beautiful continent and the world. Honorable Chairperson, the recent slaughter of the Palestinian people by the apartheid Zionist Israel is a reminder that our freedom and all its privileges as enshrined in our Constitution must be nurtured and safeguarded, as there will always be those who live by the blood of the innocent, landless, and vulnerable members of our society. We're inclined as a country and as a movement, the African National Congress, to remember those who were with us during our darkest days of the struggle. The suffering of the Palestinian people is our suffering. Honorable Chairperson, we wish to salute the frontline workers of our beautiful nation for standing true to ethical and professional dictate of their respective duties, which was serving our people even if the conditions were not of the best. Slalo, it is the unsung men and women employed within the public sector who kept our clinics, our hospitals, our police stations, our prisons and post offices operating at the height of the pandemic. It was our technicians in the public and private sector who ensured that all these centers of public service were supplied with water and electricity. Our vulnerable members of society were assisted in post offices with their grants. Indeed, Chairperson, our best and most reliable tool to build our country are the workers across the spectrum. It is our considered view, Chair, that public land and building infrastructure can be utilized to stimulate and sustain economic growth in the built environment. It is true, Honorable MEC, that since 1994, very little has been achieved, even though there have been efforts to change the scale in the space of leased property, especially for state use. There is dominant and arrogant few property owners of a particular minority race who believe that they have a God-given right to lease their properties to the state, even if they don't maintain them to the required standards. This has to change. It is for this reason that as the ANC, we support the creation of a state bank that will enable the black majority, but women and youth in particular, to purchase or build buildings using the environmental friendly material sourced from the other previously neglected majority and disadvantaged groups. It is about time that we implore the economic development, and perhaps, if I may add, Chairperson, this should, in my view, be Economic Development and Transformation Department to engage entities like KZN Growth Coalition and established black business entities to explore investing in office accommodation and beyond in order to change and eradicate the status quo. Honorable MEC, Itala Bank has properties in the townships. If you go to Mlazi, Kwamashu, and other townships like Ladysmith, Newcastle, and so on, you will see buildings belonging to Itala Bank all over. But these buildings are no longer being cared for appropriately. And these must be transferred to the local people who are using them if we are truly to realize economic empowerment to our people. We unreservedly support your determination, Honorable MEC, and drive to ensure that by the end of this sixth term, at least 50% of leaseholders for office accommodation for the state are our black majority. The Department of Public Works has to strive to be the expert service provider to its client departments. This should be carried in line with the value for money in terms of quality, technology, and relevance. The future property management by Public Works must consider sister departmental relations at some buildings and office accommodation within, as some of their buildings are within our province, but they are competence of the national department. A classical case, Chairperson, it's a multi-purpose center at Ntsimbini in the south of Durban, which belongs to the national department, but has no one looking after it. The building is in a state of total disrepair, and it is occupied by many departments like the Department of Health, Social Development, Police, Justice. The list is long, and there is no known landlord in this building, and it is providing very essential services, but there is no one who is taking care taking charge of this building. And therefore, we wish that the Department of Public Works in the province comes closer to that building and make sure that at the end of the day, our people do not suffer as a result of an absent landlord. The general budget cuts throughout will surely have a negative impact in the ability of the department to source and manage buildings, as maintenance alone at times outstretches their available resources. This will demand a new innovative approach in order to meet the depressed state finances. We welcome the improvement, Chairperson, in the settling of property. Zisenesidingo yini uma zingasenaso isidingo zichithwe ngohlelo lokulandela inhlelo zokuchitha kwezakhiwo zikahulumeni ukuthi laba abafisa ukuzithenga bazithenge ze bazisebenzisele ukuthi nawo kucule impilo zabo. Sihlalo ngamafishane si-African National Congress siyakweseka kakhulu isabelomali sakulo nyaka somnyango wakho ngokukhulu ukuzithoba. Ngicela ukubuyela ngezansi sihlalo. Siyabonga.
Honorable Chair, can you hear me? I cannot hear you.
I can hear you, Honorable Rajpansi. You may continue. You have got 2 minutes.
Thank you. Honorable members, we have infrastructure budgets in various departments, whilst public works saw a drop of 7%. Honorable MEC, we welcome you to this department with a lot of expectations. Program 1 administration has increased while the department's core mandate lies in Program 2 and 3, which have decreased by 11% and 8% respectively. These will result in public works not being able to meet its targets set in the APP, and this is a concern. Honorable Premier, Public Works has always been treated like the Mzimvelo entity. Should it or should it not be a standalone department? This department usually sees changes of MECs when cabinet reshuffles occur. In the tenure of the recent 3 MECs, we still have unresolved bottlenecks like the Archibus system. This department needs an asset management system. Is it so difficult to achieve when the targets in the APP requires an efficient and effective IT system to ascertain state assets? This Honourable House requires a transparent report on what physical assets we own, which are lying derelict, which are used, which are leased, and this will actually resolve the racially skewed lessors that has been reported currently. We also require a list of the National Department assets in KZN. The MF believes that the issue of whether all departments should surrender their infrastructure budgets and associated resources to the one department, that is Public Works, should now be revisited. This will streamline infrastructure management because a well-managed centralized infrastructure program will spur its enabler role in sustained service delivery and being the implementer of choice. The MF supports this budget vote 14 with these major recommendations and would like to see urgent improvement in our public policy, hence strategic cost management with regards to the Department of Public Works. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker to debate is Honourable M.E. Phakathi. It has come to my notice that Honourable M.E. Phakathi of the ATM and Honourable S.E. Mangale of ACDP, they are not present due to family bereavement. So therefore, I'll continue and call upon Honorable MJ Mazibuko of the IFP to speak for 5 minutes.
Honorable Chairperson, we applaud the MEC's commitment to deal with the matter of late payments to service providers. Indeed, this is one of the issues that must be attended to with speed and be laid to rest once and for all. Because any delay in paying a small business person is in fact tantamount to destroying the business of that person and thus taking them back to poverty. In addition, this threatens the lives of families who rely on this very same business person. My chairperson did actually indicate that our report did touch on a number of issues. And among these issues, the report of our committee addresses the concern that was expressed, as she said, by the stakeholders in the Zulu district about what they articulated as slow progress in the appointment of people with disabilities in middle management positions. While we are aware that the department has taken some steps towards attending to these issues, we must urge for some acceleration so that they do not feel that they are not regarded as priority. Our report also expresses our disquiet about the issue of budget cuts. Although we know that economic imperatives dictate that there must be budget cuts, which of course affects the whole country, we must, for the record, express our unhappiness with this situation. We note that the cuts also impact negatively on Program 3, which inter alia deals with infrastructure. Surely any negative impact to the infrastructure will have serious repercussions on the government's efforts to reignite the economy. Because, as we know, infrastructure plays a critical role to the revitalization of the economy. We have, however, taken note that the Honorable MEC, in his speech, has made mention of the massive infrastructure investment that was announced by His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa. Honorable Chairperson, we have noted and we applaud the fact that the MEC's address does pay sufficient attention to issues of skills acquisition by our people and economic empowerment. We applaud the MEC and department because we also believe that paying attention to skilling and training our people and assisting them towards their economic empowerments are the springboards towards rescuing them from the jaws of unemployment, hunger and poverty, as well as towards economic emancipation. In conclusion, I wish to state that the IFP supports the budget tabled by the Honorable MEC for Public Works in this House. Lastly, we are positive that the Honorable MEC will ensure that each cent will be spent to achieve the objectives of this department. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mazibuko. The last speaker to debate is the ANC member, Honorable S.A. Duma. You've got 10 minutes, sir.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson, for affording us this opportunity once again. Indeed, the sun has just risen nicely. Thank you so much from the beloved son of Isluchana, Honorable Sibiya, for presenting what a very frank, bold debate which is going to enhance our development, because if it was not characterized by frankness, it was going to create an artificial understanding that things are normal. The reality is that things have been done in that department, but there are some imbalances of which majority of them have already highlighted and covered them nicely in your speech, which makes it very difficult even for the opposition to poke in those holes. But I'm gonna go to the details of that. Implementing agent of choice, this should be characterized by capacity. You've already mentioned that within technical expertise to ensure each project is designed, delivered on time, and value for money is achieved. It should be difficult for departments like Department of Health, Education and Social Development and other clients' department to think they can have a general building without the involvement of this department. After some of the things have been highlighted, it is very critical. You've already partake on a journey that you're going to entice that process. We were very impressed on the issue of invoice tracking system by the department, which is going to dispel the myth that department develop and kills SMME at the same time. So this will ensure that the SMMEs are not destroyed in the process of being made. So we just have to say that. Honorable MEC, amongst the bold step we have taken is on the issue of property division. This will either break the outlook of KZN province, this department, or make what will be critical. I think you had Honorable Mayor who was relatively representing Honorable Ntuli, but unfortunately, I think it was Honorable Mayor speaking. Why do I say that? In fact, I must start by mentioning, Honorable Mayor, that truth is very expensive and we usually expect it from poor people. I don't think you'll get the truth from your side, in particular on the issue of property division. Honorable Chairperson, you'll understand the MEC while you are hitting the ground running that this division for years, it has been monopolized, cartelized by the white dominant males in this province. And there are some fellow Muslim as well who just take the entire space. You'll find that with this square meterage, they will charge 175. With the same size, they will charge 200 rand because they understand that not even oversight is played correctly. It has been happening for quite some time, which is why Honorable Mayor is worried on the transformation. In fact, he's saying that he's deliberating on this debate, is citing the epic of fantasy of the Lord of the Rings. Just imagine, we are debating what is going to assist the people of KZN's life, yet he's coming with a movie. So he's in that dreamland of fantasy. And fortunately, it's easy for them to quote the movie because they are not in the revolution. For them, they live a soft life. Life is simple for them. They have adequate time even of analyzing the Lord of the Rings, where two factions are competing over the space of throne. To them, that's why they could just advance. Unfortunately, Honorable MEC, amongst other principles you've overlaid, is the issue of youth sector, which is a very critical because in the main, you'll deliberate on the youth. Abantu abaphila nokukhubazeka, you'll deliberate on women, vulnerable women, you'll deliberate on veterans. Those are the space that you'll operate on a day-to-day basis. Don't be apologetic. In fact, on this process of property, I've already mentioned that because your frankness is the one that is going to create enmity with these cartels and these monopolies. Please just ensure that you don't become media shy. Ensure that when you want to deliver for Africans who are the majority in this country, don't be apologetic because their myopic element, they will take you to the media. In fact, Honorable Mayor forgot to mention that the litigation that you'll find in the process of this Public Works Department, it is coming from all the white firms. That is where they make the profit. In fact, some of these law firms, they don't even operate. They just wait for departments to make a mistake. That is where they make a killing. And no one is noticing that. And yet they are here debating that, no, something must not be done urgently in transformation. We should not be apologetic. Let us ensure that we appraise on the development. And anyway, it is the assignment of which people are trusting us. You spoken on the issue of property in Daba, which will be held somewhere in June. Just ensure that you involve all the stakeholders, in particular those previously disadvantaged, so that you start making sure they partake. In fact, Honorable Sbiya, I think you must just ensure that in the process, let's talk about the issue of construction, let's talk about the issue of this property division. Africans will make a mistake in the process. Don't be apologetic to capacitate them today, capacitate them on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, until they are okay, because it used to happen in the process. Don't think this building in Pietermaritzburg that are owned by these monopolies were something that they built using their energy. No, they use other people's money. The banks, when they go to the banks, there is no need for collateral for them because their color is sufficient enough for them that they qualify. So each time, dialectically, we must understand that when you want to address the imbalances, it is not going to be easy. It's not going to be hunky-dory. We were so impressed, Honorable Nzima, by your presentation. We just have to categorically mention that you remain a partner who should be trusted in ensuring that when we debate these things, you are clinical. Even when you poke a center, it is something that we can all visibly see that it must be resolved. I think, Honorable MEC, you agree with me that Honorable Mazibuko, even in the portfolio committee, is always upfront with some of the things. But in this podium, is clinical that no, MEC will give you a space and will ensure that we'll support you at the same time. I think, I don't know whether should one do the degree of comparison. Honorable Mthethwa is representing Honorable Mpaipeli because we sit in this portfolio committee. Mpaipeli is one element, one character, one honorable member who's always positive on what should be done. But today, because the debate, some certain researcher had to be negative on the presentation. So we are confused a bit. What do we do? Do we listen to what is always transpiring in the portfolio committee presented by Mpaipeli, or we take the anger coming from Honorable Mthethwa with his evil elements? So the tendencies, we are not sure, but MEC, just understand that when you come across with Honorable Mpaipeli, you won't come across with this contradiction, or in fact, with this confusion that is characterizing what has been presented by the issue of Honorable Mthethwa. Although it is truthful that this department has been characterized, even in the construction sector, by few families. It's the same. Go to construction, they know. And the issue of over-reliant Honorable MEC of consultants, it's something that should be outlaid and just be addressed, because this department must ensure that they build more technicians going forward. Why do we invest in schooling our kids? Yet, when it comes to the department, even something as small as the development of a system, you should rely on a consultant. Even on a management system, day-to-day of overseeing the construction concept in the process, that should be done by our people in the process. I think, Honorable Chairperson, it is also critical that the communication component of this department becomes visible. We are already impressed of what happened. I don't know whether Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Sbiya was the element of ukbakhona kwabantu abakhona ke eShodi. There is already a visibility that you must not be media shy. After building a project, whether it was for a client department, ensure that you are involved, even in ensuring that you present your story thoroughly in marketing the division of your technical component within your department. I think, Honorable Chairperson, the debate on its own was characterized by frankness. We should support the movement that has been taken by the MEC. We must also support the standpoint that the portfolio committee will be at the center, and we want to thank the chairperson, Honorable Fraser, for her role. She's always clinical, and the complementary effect that we find from the MEC, Sbiya, and Honorable Chairperson, it should continue. Thank you so much, Chairperson Aluta. Continue.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Members, may I remind you that you put your mask on. Honorable Mayor, please, your mask must be always on. Honorable MEC, we are handing this opportunity to you to respond. You must be reminded that there are minutes that you have deducted from the minutes. You have got 15 minutes now.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Siyabona sefile abaphathi lapha. Bakwa-DA. Honorable Chairperson, siyabonga kakhulu. Sibonga kakhulu kuma-members esishamthetho abeyingxenye yale debate. Siya appreciate kakhulu izinto ezishiwo la. You know, Honorable Chairperson, let me start by thanking Usihlalo Portfolio Committee, Honorable Mbali Fraser. We appreciate, Chairperson, all the comments, the advices, the constructive criticism that you have given us as the department. I think they are helping us to do better. But the support you always give us as the committee and the counseling that you always give us, Chairperson, we note everything that you've spoken about, that you have raised, the issue of appointing people with disabilities in the military management that was raised. We note it and we take it very seriously. It's part of what we'll be doing. It's true, Chairperson, with other members, what you have raised regarding the budget cut in the department, it's going to have a huge impact, negative impact, when it comes to us providing services to our people. We wish we had a different situation when it comes to that. But the reality with the economy in the country and the budget in the country, we are also affected, and we would have loved to be, you know, one of those who are going to get an increment. But then we are in that situation. Honorable Chairperson, we are in agreement with you that we need to monitor that big companies play their role in developing smaller companies. We will monitor that, Chairperson. We agree with you. The issue, we are always open, Chair, with the committee. We are always open to you to criticize us, to ask for any information from us. We subject ourselves to the portfolio committee when it comes to the issue of oversight and monitoring of the department. Siyabonga kakhulu leadership, siyabonga the comments, the support that you've given us, but also the advices that you've given us. We are encouraged. We will dare not fail you as the representative of this province and the people of this province. We are going to continue fighting, as you have said, that when the ruling party took over, it was not only about fighting to liberate our people only, but also to make sure that our people are part and parcel of the economy of this country. That's why we are focusing on implementing the true radical economic transformation in its true sense. It's the policy that will implement. The issue of completion time of projects on time, we agree. That's why we emphasize on the issue of speed. We've made it clear with the executive and everyone in the department, because we've literally met everyone in the department, that ours is to fast track the delivery of projects for the government of this province, the speed in particular. Our people can't wait for 5 years for the department to deliver schools. They can't wait for 10 years for the department to deliver any other project. The issue of speed, we've challenged the workers in the department. Let us be innovative. Let us bring in new ideas. Let's go out and research and come up with new ways of doing things, new technologies and other technologies, even when it comes to SCM processes that are going to fast track our systems. We can't have a situation where SCM becomes an excuse for delaying our projects. Planning and design can't delay our projects. We want to build the ground and do what our departments want us to do on time. Siyabonga. Honorable Mazibuko Nzima, thank you so much. We highly appreciate the words of encouragement, but also the advices as well that you have given to us. Siyabonga kakhulu. We note everything that you have said, and we appreciate to have members who can be critical, but also can be very positive and advise us at the same time. We've noted quite a lot of things that you have said. Yes, we want to be an implementer of the only implementer of choice in the province. That is our mandate. This government gave us to be an implementer of choice. We must be the only one. But also we must give our client departments or our sister departments the reasons to see us as the implementer of choice by delivering their projects on time. without delays and make sure that they get quality projects. I even said that we need to engage with some departments, because I say we must start delivering projects or infrastructure that is durable, that can last longer. I understand we want beautiful buildings and everything, but we must ask ourselves questions. Are they going to last longer? Are they going to be there in the next 10, 15 years? Or they are going to be maintained just 3 years after we've delivered them? So we must start thinking about that as well. That when we put money on infrastructure, it must last longer. It shouldn't be about being beauty, but we must say the department will take another 5 years without starting to maintain that infrastructure. It's such things that will be engaging on. The issue of security for public buildings, we are on it, Babunzima, and many other things that you have raised. We are on top of them, we can assure you. Babu Mayor, the Lord of the Rings. Oh yes, you have time even to watch movies. Some of us, we don't have time to watch movies in our government. We wish we can be like you. You have space and time to watch movies. I don't even know what is this Lord of the Rings is about. But then what can I say? You are living a soft life. Honorable Duma said it, you are living a soft life. We don't have time for movies. We are living a real life here. Our people need infrastructure, they need services. So ours is to provide them even during difficult conditions. And we are committed with Team Public Works that we have to do that. The issue of conditional assessments, were delayed on that one, Babu Mayor, because there is an appeal that is there. And Treasury is dealing with that appeal. The issue of the suspended HOD, Babu Mayor, the Office of the Premier is dealing with that matter. Will allow those processes to unfold, and the Office of the Premier will advise us what becomes the conclusion of that matter. The department being in cahoots with some consultants and everything, we are looking on that one. We'll be dealing with that because we want to eradicate corruption at all costs. The government of the day, which is led by the ANC, is against any form of corruption. Any individual involved will be dealt with decisively. The issue of Ubabu Nyambose, the EFF. Oh, Nyambose, you tried. You really tried. Pandemic, we had you. It's one word that has been used, Kakul, but yeah, you could see that you are struggling on it. It's pandemic. Babu Nyambose, you know, you're saying radical economic transformation by the ruling party is rhetoric. I understand, because you always thought it's only you who can speak radical language. Nina, you only speak about it. Now we practice it and we implement radical policies. So when we are seated there in the EFF, it becomes useless. Yours is to criticize every day, day in, day out, but you've got nothing to offer. That's why even in some by-elections yesterday, you were getting 15 votes in a ward, because people won't trust EFF at any given moment. It's good wearing your red overalls, coming to the legislature. At times, you don't even come to portfolio committees. We don't even have your views in portfolio committees. We are just useless, as it has been happening before. So we'll appeal that you start EFF coming to meetings so that we get your views, not only when you criticize, but come and see what we do so that we empower you and understand how government works, because currently it's just easy to be loudmouth and it ends there. But yeah, we hope you will change and be part of the work that we are doing. The issue of buildings, in fact, everything that Unyambose raised from the EFF, we dealt with this. We dealt with it in that document. I will want to encourage Unyambose and the EFF, go back, read our document. You will have answers there. But it takes patience and time to read. So you must have that patience and time to read, but read to understand and don't read to see what you want to see. Babu Mlojwa, NFP, thank you. We are going to make sure that the issue of, yes, we are about access to land. We are working with the issue of land as government in its totality for its people, but also as the Department of Public Works. Building of ablution facilities, we are in engagement with the Department of Education. In fact, the Department of Education is committed to make sure that we get those ablution facilities. Mshengu, from the ANC, Babu Mshengu, we agree with you. The issue of property sector in the department is going to be a battle. We are not naive. We must be honest. It's not going to be easy to transform it, but we are ready to fight. We are ready to force it to happen, because we can't allow that. It's only a certain sector of the society that believe they are the only rightful owners of this sector of property in the province. We want to make sure that Black people are part and parcel of benefiting in the property sector management in the province. It's a shame. The picture we presented here, it has to change. We know there are those already who are threatening the department and saying they want to see what we are going to do where we are going to get these buildings. We will get buildings. We'll find ways and means of getting buildings. It's the same story that we're told that we'll never defeat apartheid. We are going to defeat this monopoly in the property sector. We're determined, no matter what. If we need to go to court, I've told the HOD and the CFO and the executive, if we have to go to court and fight, we'll go to court and fight. If we lose in court, we'll come back and re-strategize, but we'll enforce the policy. When it comes to the issue, we are going to engage Itala on issues regarding its properties and the national government of public works regarding some of the properties that Ubaba Msheng has mentioned, but also we'll engage Itala and other finance institutions to help our people to get finances so that they come into the property sector, because it needs money as well. They won't be part of property sector if they don't have money. The issue of izakhiwo ezingenabanikazi, we raised it. Yes, Babu Mshengu, we are looking on it. Sifuna zonke izakhiwo lezi ingahlali bantu zaka public works ezinye seziyekelelwe. Sibhizi njengamanje siqoqa yonke information ukuthi sikwazi ukuthi lezo zakhiwo sibone ukuthi zenziwa kanjani. Uma kufanele kube khona okwenziwayo, kukhona esizozinikeza uDepartment of Social Development as part of dealing with issue of gender-based violence, because it's our priority as well. We are going to do that. But ezinye ihlela abantu aba-wrong, ezinye ziyawa, we can't be the government owenza lokho. Ingakho sizibophezele ekushintsheni leso simo. Ma'am Rajibans, thank you so much. We know your support is very important. We agree with you that budget cuts will deal with us. Baba Mazibuko, you came back. Thank you once again. I think I covered the issue of skills. Yes, they are at the center of what we want to do. Public works must be able to capacitate itself and have the internal capacity. Babu Duma, lastly, thank you so much. You've said a mouthful. We are inspired by the entire team. We are in the portfolio committee with the team. We know that we've got responsibilities. We want to enhance the delivery of infrastructure in the province. It's our commitment. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be a one-day event. We need to tighten some bolt. We need to fix up some things, but we are determined. The issue of the delivery of projects in speed, I've said it as you have said it. The development of SMMEs. Yes, there's the department. We can't be part of destroying and killing SMMEs. And the SMMEs are black in color. We know that. And we can't be part of that. There are other SMMEs. Any SMME, we don't want to be part of destroying them. We must pay them on time. We must develop them and capacitate them so that they reach the level of the others who are in grade 9 today. Because we want the black companies to be in grade 9 and grade 8. We must never shy away from that. We've got very few of them. But as the department, we've taken a deliberate decision that we'll be looking at I said to the team, I want to follow the money. I want to know where the money goes. I don't want to know the company name, but I want to know the demographics. Where is our money going? Who are the beneficiaries of this money? So we must make sure that we are going to do it. We are very determined. The issue of the capacitating young people are the future. If we are unable to enhance, harness, and nurture young people, we will be a country that is going nowhere. And the government of ANC is very determined in enhancing the skills and developing young people. Over-reliance on consultants, definitely we are cutting down on it. The team knows very well we are cutting down on, but it's not going to be one-day event. But we will see gradually we are cutting them down. We are building our internal capacity. That's why even on our bursary scheme internship program, we are focusing on those technical skills, because we want the government that can deliver with its internal capacity. Communication, yes, we've enhanced our communication team. We have said to ourselves, you can't have a department that is able to deliver infrastructure for the government, for our sister departments, but also we are nowhere in the picture. The staff in the department is doing quite a lot of good work every day, but they are nowhere in the picture. They must be known that they are doing this work. They must be known that they are delivering infrastructure to the departments, and we hand it over to the departments because it's us who build this infrastructure. Then the department will open it. Tina will hand over the infrastructure to the department, and the department will open it because it's not ours, but we are building it on their behalf. But it must be known that Public Works does its work. Shouldn't be like Public Works is doing everything that is wrong. We must never be known only of not paying service providers on 30 days. We are unable to do this and that. But people must know that we've delivered field hospitals in no time. They must know that we've done quite a lot of work in the province. So that's what we are going to do as Public Works. We are committed to the people of KwaZulu-Natal. We are committed to the government of the ANC and the government of the day to make sure that we deliver infrastructure on time. We make sure that our people do get quality services. We are committed. We are going to turn around the issue of speed. We will do our best in making sure that we work day and night. We go beyond the call of duty in making sure that this is being realized. Our commitment is to the people of this province and nothing else. In particular, those who are previously disadvantaged, but everyone, we want those people to be part of the department and benefit in the department. Lastly, I want to thank the team from the office of the MEC, all of them. They've done quite a great job. Appreciate having them in the office. They've made my work very easy. But I also want to thank my twin sister. She's always very harsh on me on many times, but she encourages me to do well. Thank you so much, honorable members. Thank you very much, ANC, as the leader of this province. Siyabonga kakhulu.
Sotobe.
Thank you so much, MEC and Sphere. Your debate went well. Would like to congratulate you once again as the new, young, vibrant MEC. We just want to congratulate you, Honorable MEC. I want to also extend my appreciation to the honorable members. Thank you very much. We've now come to the end of debate on vote 14. The next budget debate now will be vote 3. And the person who will be chairing vote 3 is Honorable J.S. Momalo. But we'll allow the officials of the legislature to clean up here for 2 minutes. Thank you.
Mase kuqediwe la noma kwenziwa kanjani?
Lunga wena ufika nje.
You are the witnesses to that. Manje angimazi ukuthi ushiswa yini. Ufugumele nje. So it is very regrettable that you defended. But all in all, we are a conduit of the commission. Where an IFP's response is required on any of these matters, then we certainly provide it. But I think our witnesses, ourselves, the media, who know that we have never for one moment
Matobo,
used
Yes, baba.
vala lo mcimbi wakho ngoba manje thina sikwenye indlu wena ukwenye indlu.
Sekuvaliwe kwenziwakalani la kuvaliwe kwenziwani manje?
No, kusabreakiwe basaklina nabo abantu abakwi-house.
Kubuyelwe futhi.
Yes, in 2 minutes time.
Oh, ngisalala inkatha la umkhuleko la. Okay, ngivali.
Why ulele umkhuleko? Hawu.
Nitheni manje nina lapho?
Sawubona Msimanga.
Wangifunani?
Hlala phansi.
Khona umfana obhibhidlayo la, maye fanele simlalele ebhibhidla.
May we start, honorable members? Can those who are outside come back, please? So that we can start. We are one short. We need to be five. No, we need to be 6 here. Now there are 5 members. There are 6. Oh, okay. Okay. Good morning, honorable members. May we start our meeting, which is vote 3, Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, budget vote. Honorable members, before we start, can we please have a moment of silent prayer or meditation? Thank you very much. I must indicate that this is a new session altogether, and therefore we will follow the rules. Honorable members, this is a budget debate of the legislature that we are conducting through visual means. You are reminded that this budget debate will be conducted in terms of the rules for virtual meetings, which is applicable to all virtual meetings, read with our existing standing rules. Quorum. The rules for virtual meetings also define present as follows. Present means the attendance of a member in a virtual meeting by electronic means in a manner that allows the member to join and participate in the meeting. Our standing rules further provide that a majority of the members of a committee constitute a quorum. The table staff have confirmed that we have the required number of members present. In order to commence the session, the meeting therefore is properly constituted and may formally continue. Connectivity. Members, before we proceed with the budget debate, I must reiterate the ruling of the Speaker relating to addressing connectivity problems. The Speaker has ruled that the following measures will be adopted to try and assist members who may not be able to participate due to connectivity problems or issues. If a member has connectivity problems, the presiding officer will continue with other speakers on the speakers list for the debate. If the members regains connectivity before the response to the debate has commenced, the presiding officer will be flexible in applying the speakers list, and the member will be allowed to continue and finalize his or her speech as long as the member reconnects prior to the commencement of the response to the debate. Secondly, we also ask members who are debating to allocate a fellow party member who will be able to take over the member's speech and read the member's speech into the record. Presiding officers will then allow the fellow party member to take over the member's speech. If all else fails and the member is unable to present his or her speech or to get another party member to take over, it is directed that the member may submit his or her speech to the Secretary of the Legislature, and the speech will be included in the record of the debate. If a member does have connectivity problems, we will follow the above guidance to try and assist members. I hope this is in order. Members not debating are reminded at all times to mute their microphones and switch off their cameras. Also, members who are requested to take care of any noise in the background that interferes with the broadcast of the proceeding. Honourable members, I further wish to confirm that the budget report 2021-2022 of the Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee has been tabled in terms of the visual rules. We will now proceed with the matters on the agenda, being the debate on vote 3, and therefore may I invite Honourable MEC Bongistole Mloyi to present her budget vote. Honourable MEC, you are welcome. I must indicate that Honourable MEC, we have got 45 minutes. Thank you. Over to you.
In 10 minutes. Thank you, Chair. Honorable Ngumalo. Honorable Speaker, Ms. Boyce, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Mr. Tim Mthembu, Honorable Premier, Mr. Zigalala, Honorable members of the Executive Council, Honorable members of this Legislature of KwaZulu-Natal, the House of Traditional Leaders, Chairperson Nkosi Yasemadungeni, religious leaders and traditional leaders, mayors, councillors, officials from all departments and my department specifically, sector stakeholders, our citizens of the province of KwaZulu-Natal, media present, and also ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Speaker, Chair, despite these high COVID-19 prevalent times, it gives me pleasure to address this august house in these chambers once again, and to table my third budget policy speech as the MEC for Agriculture and Rural Development. This budget policy outlines the department's annual capital expenditure account. It also unpacks the major plans by the department in the 21-22 financial year. Moreover, I'm humbled about the fact that we delivered this budget in the 150 years of our late revolutionary mother of the nation, Umama Charlotte Maxeke, who paved the way for our freedom. In one of her favorite speeches, Mama Maxeke said, I quote, "This work is not for yourselves. Kill that spirit of self and do not live above your people, but live with them. If you can rise, bring someone with you," close quote. Honorable Chair and honorable members, these wise words of Mama Maxeke reminds us of the task ahead, which is protecting the fundamental rights to dignity of all people and to guarantee them a decent life. As government, we understand that there is no true freedom as long as poverty still exists amongst us. In the spirit of Mama Maxeke and other stalwarts who fought for this freedom, as the government of the people, we echo their spirit that as long as our people's freedom is sustained, they shall rise above poverty, which is why we declare poverty as #1 enemy against the people. In preparation of this financial year's program, we sought input from our people as how the programs of the department should be structured to best serve them. Sibabuza-ke lo mbuzo-ke kuye kwaba khona eyangihlaba umxhwele kuwona impendulo noma inkulumo eyanibekwa umfowethu uThami Duma owakhuluma kanje osuka lapha eQueensburg. Uthi ngqongqoshe uma ningaqinisa nje umkhankaso wenu lo ka One Home One Garden kakhulukazi emakhaya ngoba zikhona indawo ezikhona nomhlabathi ongakazi usetshenziswe, lokho kungenza ukuba indlala iqedwe. Futhi mningi indawo ekhona lapha imhlaba ekhona nezingadi ezingenziwa lapha endaweni zasemakhaya. Enye izinto ke ezashiwo ngomunye wayesethi ke futhi niphinde niqikelele ukuthi ukukhiqizwa kwezimbuzi nenyama yezimbuzi iyaba khona ngoba enye yezinto eziningi lapha endaweni zasemakhaya. Lokho ke ukusho ke emasibuza ukuthi ucabanga ukuthi i-Department of Agriculture ingasiza ngani. Ube usandile ke nawo kaBiyase lapha eUnderberg wasethi ke uma singaqikelela ukuthi siyabanikezela uxhaso kubantu abasha, hayi kuphela bangama cooperative kodwa nalabo abafuna ukuzimela babe ngabafuyi abangama farmers azoqala phansi akhuphuke kakhulukazi laba abafuye izingulube bangafisa ukuthi ke umnyango wezolimo nokuthuthukiswa komphakathi ubalekelele. Honorable members, I am happy to report that to this house that our people directed us to focus also in livestock program during this financial year. Undoubtedly, the livestock is a viable platform for the poverty, and poverty can be reduced using livestock development. Before I go further, I wish to express how this house and ourselves we feel as the nation of Zulu. As a Zulu nation, we have suffered a grievous and immeasurable loss of His Majesty. Sihanjelwa isilo samabandla kwaba ngathi kuhlwa emini isizwe sasala edingwane. Sihlalo walendlu kanjalo namalunga endlu enye into ukuthi iqhaza lika Mdlokombane isilo samabandla siyalazi kulomkhakha wethu. Thina njenge Department of Agriculture sizizwa ukuthi sihlubukele ingubo yethu ngenxa yobuholi bukangangezwe lakhe kanjalo nokuthi ube ngumlimi ovelele futhi eziqhenya ngezolimo. Isizwe siphinde safa olwembiza ngenkathi kudlula futhi emhlabeni umntanenkosi obeyibamba lobukhosi bakwaZulu Indlovukazi uMantombi Dlamini Zulu. Siyawazi amagalelo akhe kanye nabo bonke ondlunkulu besilo ekuqhakambiseni amasiko kanye nasekufundiseni ngawo. Ngamagalelo abo isizwe sinothile kakhulu. Indeed, the nation has lost yet another great leader in umntanenkosi uMantombi Dlamini Zulu. We pledge our support to the office of the Premier and the Premier of this province, Honorable Zikalala, for the continued support to the royal household during these challenging times of the Zulu nation's history and the Zulu monarchy. We are confident that during this period of mourning, peace will reign and the Zulu nation will regain its strength soon. The Department of Agriculture and Rural Development looks forward to continued partnership with the Zulu monarchy in our quest of poverty eradication and food security initiatives. Nina baga Phunga Nomageba, lalani ngenxeba. Duduku nina baga Bejane Phume esiqiwini. Honorable Chair, in his State of the Nation address, the President of the Republic of South Africa, Excellency Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, announced that the country will focus on 4 critical priorities in this financial year, which include defeating the coronavirus pandemic, accelerating our economic recovery, implementing economic reforms to create sustainable jobs, drive inclusive growth, fight corruption, and strengthen the state. Taking into cognizance the President's address, His Honorable Premier, Honorable Zikalala, accordingly aligned his State of the Province address to the President's announcements. He further said, we have 5 priorities, which are intensifying the fight against coronavirus, reigniting economic recovery and job creation, building social cohesion, fighting crime and corruption. He further added the delivery of basic services, in particular water, and building a capable and ethical developmental state will be a priority focus. To that extent, and in line with the Premier's clarion call during the State of the Province address to quicken the tempo, the department was therefore duly mandated to drive agricultural development and economic recovery. Honorable Premier states that our provincial government will continue to support agriculture and small-scale black farmers to optimize the full potential of this sector. Honorable Premier announced that the department will champion the following agricultural and rural development programs: agriculture and agro-processing master plan, establishment of mega nurseries and agronomic seeds production, agricultural graduates program, agricultural graduates placement, agri-hub, and agricultural value chains. In line with the Premier's announcement and priorities for the agricultural sector, department has a twin mandate to ensure food security for impoverished families and communities, whilst empowering subsistence and smallholders, commercial farmers. Indeed, Honorable Premier, you have given us a marching orders, and we are ready to oblige. Siyabonga Ndunankulu ukuthi ubeke abantu abahluphekayo eqhulwini kanye nokuqhubeka nokusebenzela abantu bakithi ukuguqula imboni yezolimo. Honorable members, the department has developed a policy to uplift smallholders, producers in various agricultural value chains in order to increase the base of commercial farmers in the province. Amongst these value chains, livestock is crucial for economic recovery, and we will be focusing on both white and red meat. Honorable members, in the last financial year, I reported to this House that recruitment plans were disrupted by COVID-19 pandemic with a subsequent lockdown. We are pleased to report that the use of virtual platform, we continued with the recruitment of some of the most critical posts of the service delivery. We have actually been able to fill the 5 district directors posts and 14 local agricultural managers. In order to boost our financial service branch, the department has advertised 43 critical posts. In addition, the department has recently advertised 6 posts at SCM level, which is 2 DDGs, 3 chief directors, and 1 director of a district. In filling of these posts, improve the performance of the department and bring stability to the leadership and strategic management of the department. Honorable members, last year, we reported that in this House that we are committed to improve budget expenditure, and I'm pleased to report that department has successfully recorded an improved budget expenditure from 96.2% to 99.3%, which is an improvement of 3.1%. This is an indication that the turnaround strategy implemented in the organization is yielding results, considering that the department was sitting at 88.9% in 2018-2019 financial year. Honorable members, in 2021 financial year, the department won 3 national Batupile awards. Ms. Priscilla Mzelemu from Ugu District won the Gold Award for the Best Frontline Employee. Ms. Lengiwe Ngubane from Value Added Section at Sedari won Gold Award from the Best Operational Employee of the Year, and Ms. Tabiso Chabalala won a Bronze Award in the category for the Best Operational Employees. These awards, honorable members, are the testament of the department's commitment to the principles of Bantupile, ensuring that our clients come first in the provision of service, on public service. Indeed, honorable members, we note their effort, and we hope that other employees in the department and also in government will emulate their example. Honorable members, I'm delighted that under these abnormal circumstances, the department has also yield positive result in ensuring that we move from qualified audit to unqualified audit in 2019-2020. That is a turnaround strategy that we have implemented to ensure that we move from not managing properly our finances, but able to account for our financials and be able to put record on what we are doing as a department. Honorable members, during the first wave of COVID-19, people of this country suffered severe food supply shortage, as well as drastic economic setbacks. As a result, the President declares agriculture as essential service. This meant we had to work under very trying conditions to ensure that the sector that feed the nation. As we are now in the third wave, the sector is ready to enhance food production and ensure continued food security in the province. Honorable Speaker, in September 2020, the Provincial Executive Council adopted KwaZulu-Natal Economic and Reconstruction Plan, which aim at bolstering our economy. In ensuring the full implementation of this plan, we as the Department of Agriculture has aligned all our programs to this Economic and Reconstruction Plan. Our intervention for Economic Recovery Plan include white and red meat, cotton, wool, development of dairy infrastructure, which include dairy cows, processing facilities, equipment, distribution and commercialization of goat value chain. Honorable Chair, as we mentioned earlier, this year we are saying it's a year of livestock. We are going to focus in livestock and ensuring that all the implements and all the capacities that is expected is done. Honorable members, as the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we echo similar sentiment as Minister Wetu of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, Honorable Togodidiza, when she said, open quote, the contribution of Black commercial farmers in our country's agricultural economy is still low. Though they are steadily growing at 11% in the livestock sector, the low levels of inclusion calls for serious intervention from both the government and other stakeholders in driving inclusive growth, close quote. This is the reason why we have declared this year as the year of livestock, in order to unlock the livestock potential in KwaZulu-Natal. Once again, honorable members, there is so much potential for livestock to contribute immensely in our economic recovery and growth. Honorable members, I have also asked my department and my team to collect data on the livestock and existing infrastructure in the province. I wish to indicate to the House that the data that we have is that about over 2.1 million communal cattle that are out there, and 1 million goats, over 325,000 sheep, and huge number of poultry out throughout the province. The value of livestock in communal areas translates into billions of rand. That remains untapped. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we have not detected any strains of avian influenza. However, we have deployed our civilians teams on the ground to ensure that wherever it tries to come out, we deal with them. Honorable members, I want to take this opportunity to urge youth and women of this province to participate meaningfully in the agricultural sector. Undoubtedly, poultry is also a billion rand untapped industry that has the potential to revitalize the economic growth of the province. I have also asked my department to assist in ensuring that in the quest to declare this year as the livestock year, they meet with association. We have 53 livestock association in the province, and we have engaged with them to discuss how are we going to assist each other in ensuring that this industry or this sector is being promoted, and all the the work that is supposed to be done is actually put in place. I want to say also that livestock forms an integral part of the African culture and heritage. I don't want to dwell in that. Members will recall and understand better that abantu bakithi imfuyo yona nto abaphila ngayo isiko lethu, izinto eziningi sizibona ngazo ukuthi ngumnumzane uma nemfuyo ekhaya. Indigenous breeding of the province are better adapted to produce and to ensure the unpredictable climate changes. High-value animal products such as dairy, wool, and aquaculture also form an important aspect of livestock research. The focal areas of livestock research and technology development and training program include the development of appropriate technology for the sustainable use of natural resources based by livestock. It will also entail evaluation of plant species. Honorable Chair, I'm pleased to report that the adaptation and the development of technology appropriate to livestock production in KwaZulu-Natal is underway, and in our research stations for dairy, beef, sheep, wool, and goat production. The technical requirement development for Amanguni cattle is also underway. We are going to use Baklo combine to ensure that we produce indigenous sheep and also Makatini, and Dandi to also produce indigenous goat. We are going to use our research center, Oscar and Sedari. And we are also going to provide specialists that will advise and train on how to produce the livestock. We are going to rehabilitate the infrastructure, which is the deep tanks that the community are using. Hence, we are saying that we are declared this, and we are giving the facts why we are saying that and what is it that we are going to do in ensuring that these livestock, as we are talking about, is really happening, and all the associations are equipped, and people that are there are also giving the assistance that they ask from the department. We are ready to do that as Department of Agriculture. We are also going to ensure that the livestock value chain development is done, and also the programs that we are going to implement. Honorable Chair and honorable members, we are saying as department will continue to support the livestock farmers with initiatives aimed at improving market access. Honorable Chair, during 2021-2022 financial year, the department planned to support the total number of 449 livestock value chain enterprises. And these comprise of 23 beef projects, 11 poultry projects, and 15 pig production projects at a total of 110 million. A provision of 37 million has been made to support the supply of deep chemical vaccination and other medicines and intervention targeting in communal livestock farmers. The goat farming program seeks to improve the production of goat and goat meat, including ancillary products in the province. In the implementation of the program, the department will pilot 5 districts, namely Umkhanyakude, Umzinyathi, Uthukela, King Cetshwayo, Zululand. This intervention will assist in improving goat population through enhancing animal husbandry, nutrition, health, and market access. We have put amount of money aside to deal with that, and we are investing that 750 goat caregivers will be part of a deep tank assistance program that will capacitate through the structures training program to implement these programs as we have outlined above. We're also going to improve the program of communal beef. And Honorable Speaker and honorable members, as the department, we are happy to report that the department has a communal beef improvement program. This program seeks to improve the genetic potential of the communal beef herd through the introduction of artificial insemination and select and follow up bulls with superior genetics. Throughout the program, there will be a selected beef heifers from the communal farmers, which will be moved to the feedlot, where they will be flushed and synchronized to prepare for artificial insemination. In 21-22, we are putting aside an allocation of 10 million and the district that we are targeting is Umkhanyakude, Uthukela, and Herigwala. That is anticipated to bring about the creation of 300 jobs, which are long-term jobs. The wool improvement. In 2021, the department pronounced the development of wool improvement program, particularly focusing on Herigwala district. I am pleased to announce that the project has commenced and the department in 21-22 will construct 6 sharing sheds, which will be a conducive environment for the harvesting of wool by smallholder farmers similar to their commercial counterparts. We have put aside an allocation of 4.5, which can, if utilized properly, will then give us the value of saying that we'll be able to support 274 numbers of the farmers. Honorable members, I have also asked my department to advise on a plan to establish a permanent township and the rural area vet clinics. These clinics will provide day-to-day veterinary services, including over-the-weekend support. Siyafuna ukusho la ukuthi kulena sikhalela ukuthi akukho lapha abantu bakithi abayakhona uma kuneyinkinga ezithinta imfuyo, ngabe izinja, ngabe imfuyo efana nezinkomo, izimvu, bagcina behamba amabanga amade bephinde futhi bekhokha kakhulu, bekhokhela ukuyobuza kungazufika udokotela abasize, bakhokhele ne-consultation mabefika phambili. And we felt ukuthi if we are going to build these clinics next to those areas, it may be temporary structures or permanent structures, but they will be able to go there and ask for the information rather than traveling. I was making an example saying, if I have a problem in Mutu of my cow, I have to ask a driver to go first to the vet and tell the vet what is the problem and come back and then go back again to get what is it that is expected to be contributed, or come and pick up the animal to the vet, and it's a long distance. And then by this program, we are trying to build this clinic. We are trying to ensure that we minimize that and ensure that all services are available to our people. I'm not going to go to details on the program. Suffice to say that that is the gist of how we are going to manage it. We want also to indicate that we have the vets, qualified vets that have been given to the province. We have 20 at the moment, and we are expecting 15. It means we are going to get about 35. They are on a compulsory community service, and with that, we are going to utilize them to distribute amongst the local municipalities in our province to assist our people there. Agriculture. In the infrastructure side, we are saying that we are going to ensure that deeps are there, water deep tanks are there, animal handling facilities, livestock dams, fencing of grazing camps, livestock watering systems, and irrigation is also developed in those rural areas. Honorable Chair, agricultural processing master plan is at advanced stage as we are reporting today, and as KwaZulu-Natal will continue to ensure that we implement that. We also welcome the intervention by Minister Didiza to speed up the process of finalization of land reform applications in the appointment of extension officers allocated to the province, and effort to make towards the completion of the National Agriculture and Agri-Processing Master Plan, as well as the Cannabis Master Plan. I'm certain Ms. Nkonyenwe she's happy that we are dealing with it now. In aligning with the National Master Plan, the KwaZulu-Natal advocates for the establishment of 6 prioritized commodities production schemes, which include red meat, white meat, grain, horticulture, sugarcane, and the cotton value chain. These value chains will become priority area of focus in the agricultural sector once all the agricultural sector has been engaged. Honorable Speaker, I have instructed the technical team to commence with the unpacking of these value chain in order to determine areas of structural constraint and that requires strategic intervention by government. I would like to implore the civil society, private sector, and development funding institute to partner with the department in the implementation of all strategic interventions identified in the agriculture and agro processing master plan. Siyodinga usizo labo ukuba basilekelele ukuze kwaze kwenza lokho. We have actually started to ensure that we increase the number of our unemployed graduates being mentored and being partner of with our farmers. I want to also to report that we have established mega nurseries as part of the program that are in our master plan. The department will establish 5 mega nurseries, and these nurseries will vary of quality seeds, seedlings, fruit trees for distribution to russet farmers and to household consumption, as we have 1 home, 1 garden, 2 fruit trees. Another input sought from the public include that of Mr. Sipo Sangwen from Inanda, who said, wathi mama siyacela nilekelele ikakhulukazi kuma-tunnel project e-youth niwabeke eqhulwini esifundeni seTheku neLembe ngoba asinawo imihlaba eyanele yokwenza imisebenzi yezolimo. Indeed, honorable members, I'm pleased to announce that the department will fully operationalize the Makhathini nursery to other new mega nurseries and will build a Sedari, Dandi respectively, with their plan to extend in areas like Inanda as required by Mr. Sangwin. Sizoyenza ke ngoba nabantwana bethu abasemalokishini bayafuna ukuba yingxenye yezolimo, and also sithi ke kubona kulungile ikhona indlela yokulima lapho umhlaba ungekho, and sinabo umgibe, they are prepared to work with us and they have worked with us. Honorable members, as part of providing nutritious and accessible, stable diet to our people, department has rehabilitated its sweet potato vines as an integral part of the horticulture seedling program. The sweet potato vines are produced in our research stations and distributed to the community as part of food security and nutrition intervention. These sweet potatoes vines are drought tolerant, disease resistant, and can tolerate relatively low fertility soil with high soil acidity. And I'm excited that 3 sweet potato vine sites will be in full operation in this financial year. They are situated in Makhathini, Sedari, and Owen Sithole College of Agriculture Research Stations. Agri-hubs, honorable members, during the State of Province Address, Premier, on the 4th of March, he announced that we'll have to have these 4 agri-hubs in King Cetshwayo, Tsukela, Herigwala, and eThekwini. And I'm happy to announce that the department has made major strides in the implementation of the Agri-Hubs initiative. Department has completed the planning phase, which includes establishment of Agri-Hub steering committee, finalizing of the concept document of red meat business plan, identification of specific sites, and sourcing the land. Honorable members, amongst the 4 districts, we have identified King Cetshwayo as the hub for fresh fruit produce, Uthukela and Amajuba for red meat, Herigwala for dairy and grain handling, Umgungundlovu and eThekwini for white meat production, all sites for the proposed commodities are government owned, except the Susset Rest Farm, which is privately owned. I am delighted also to announce that Amarula Processing Factory at Umhlabiyalingana has been resuscitated and will provide 980 informal job opportunities for the very poor and marginalized rural women living in Umhlabiyalingana and throughout Mkhanyakude district. The Amarula factory will take advantage of the fruit from 2 million Amarula trees to produce world-class gems and Amarula oils and other products that are in huge demand by local tourists and international cosmetic industry. Currently, women from an initial 7 wards have been supplying fruits for processing in Amarula palm for jam, palm for alcohol, kernel crusher to manufacture Amarula oil, and beauty products like soap and lotion from the Amarula plant. These women are paid an amount of 25 rand per crate, which will collect and delivered to the factory. Sizohamba siyoyilanda emakhaya komama. Hayi ukuthi sithi sifuna ukuthi abantu abathile kube yibona benzayo. Lama Amarula ngoba vele Mkhanyakude kuyaziwa Emhlabelingane ukuthi izihlahla lezi zikhona. Umndeni nomndeni siyalanda i-crate simnika u-25 rand, then ke siphinde ke sibheke ukuthi ke uma kukhona indlela yokumnikezela elinye usizo sinikezele njengoba siqhubeka no-one home one garden naloko kokuqalwa sifuna ukuthi kube ingxenye yokuthi ke bangene emkhankasweni wezolimo. Horticulture value chain. This program will promote the development of vegetable production and subtropical fruits such as macadamia, citrus, mango, and Amarula. The produce delivered from this pillar of focus will be marketed through various platforms, including radical agrarian socio-economic transformation, that is RASET. The program provides an integral strategic drive and will enhance economic transformation, job creation, and improve entrepreneurial activities, especially within the previously disadvantaged farmers who are presented with an opportunity to be producers and only consumers in the seed value chain. Honorable members, the department is therefore planning to establish the establishment of the pilot indigenous and medical garden in Mkhanyakude and Umgungundlovu district in ensuring that indigenous and medicinal herbs necessary are there and are assisting in ensuring that those people that are traditional healers are able to get those herbs and are able also to get the seeds to plant them in their respective areas. The hemp and cannabis production. Honorable members, since cannabis production has been legalized, the department has been working with different stakeholders in enhancing research and identifying opportunity in the production of hemp and medical cannabis in terms of downstream beneficiation for the local people. Working against my conviction in Abensang. That's saying I kuluma in Working relations have been forged with Moses Kotane Institute, Grow SA, and Crafted Hemp Farms. The first planting is earmarked for Mkhanyakude district following King Tsetshwayo, Herikwala, Umgungundlovu, and Utugela. The National Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Land Reform is in consultation phase with the cannabis master plan. Once this exercise has been completed, the province will develop its own master plan aligned to the national one. But we want also to say very soon we are going to show the sample of the seeds that we have already started to plant in our 2 stations in Makhathini and also in Sedar. Honorable members, the department has identified the challenges engulfing rural farmers who own land. Farmers, especially in the communal land, are unable to till their land and to pay for their plowing, planting, and maintenance and harvesting of their land. These result in arable land lying fallow and hence underutilized. The department intervened through the mechanization services program to ensure that the food production in KwaZulu-Natal is practically consistently. This program facilitates a coordinated mechanism plan that supports the government's commitment towards poverty alleviation, food security, and local economic development. The multi-planting season program, the department is still engaged, embarking on it, and we are still beefing up our system to ensure that it deals with the food security and ensure that all our people are getting assistance as expected. Honorable members, agrarian transformation remains one of the focal points of the department's program, and its implementation. My apologies, may I have a sip? Yes. Honorable members, department is on course with the multi-planting season. As I've indicated, we have been able to move from 10,800 hectares. Now we have cultivated 25,000 hectares, and we are in this financial year, this is our plan. And also, it doesn't mean that with the plan that we have put, if anybody comes outside the plan, we are not assisting. And hence, every now and again, when we report back, the numbers are increasing, because people, when we start the planting season, they come, even if they have not indicated earlier on. When the season starts now, individuals come and say, but we can't say go away. That's why we have bought our own tractors and we have introduced them. We have about 17 of them that are assigned to do that and intervene in such a situation. We have indicated that in the province we have a land that needs also to be resuscitated, and it will cost us about 5.5 billion. We are not to go back to that, as we have reported before this. We have also indicated to the national minister about that to assist us. Honorable members, we have laboratories, integrated management systems, LIMS. We want also to report that this system aims to improve processes, flow, data integration, integrity, and eliminating the use of papers. Bond before technology will stop pushing papers as we're doing, but using the technology, they will try and train us. Leading laboratories are using the system to improve their services, even to the point of allowing clients to receive regular update on the progress of their samples. So we are using it to deal with samples of soils and other plants that need to be looked at. This system is working for us. Soil fertility research. We are also dealing with that as the department, and we are using the conservation agriculture as investigating with different technologies on the buildup of organic matters in the soil. We have colleges, we have enrolled 300 students and completed the curriculum for 2021 academic year. We are going to have two a graduation this year, as we could not have it last year due to the COVID-19, and also early this year we could not have it as we are still trying to find ourselves and navigate through the COVID-19 pandemic. We are going to have graduates then that are going to be graduating from Owens Tole College of Agriculture and also from Cedar. We have programs of empowering our youth, and the Premier has been in the forefront of assisting us in that. And we are dealing with the matter of saying we are increasing the number of unemployed youth graduates that are having agriculture, and with a program of reskilling some of them to have the skills that are shortage in our department. This financial year, we are going to take about 340 graduates that will benefit from the program, and we are indeed increasing our pool of young graduates list. Previous that we indicate that part of the sector transformation, we have to prepare the young generation to learn from our current farmers and to inject innovation and youth into the sector. We are excited to share that further 295 unemployed graduates will be placed in our research centers, in our research stations for the production of agronomic seeds and seedling over the MTEF period. We have programs that target women, and we have been seen going throughout the province. In the period of COVID, we have seen the department assisting women in ensuring that they don't lose subsistence food in their respective areas and homes. We have used that, and we did report last time that a number of women did benefit from the Poverty Alleviation Fund. Honorable Chair and members, as part of the provision of establishment of infrastructure, tunnel will be accompanied by relevant value processing equipment such as mobile cold room, tomato processing machine, potato sorters, and infrastructure, inclusive of packing house, as well as relevant capacity building for SA gap certification to improve market access and production practices. Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable MEC, Bongis Thodemloy. I will give you 10 minutes from your allocated time of responses. Is that fine?
Thank you, Honorable Chair,
for
your statements as members of the executive is allowed to do so. I will unpack more, but the processes that we have reported that Umjindi is now managed by ADA and also Intingwe, but also is now being managed by ADA. We are going to come back and report appropriately on those, on the progress on those. We want also to say that ADA is funding the establishment of the first global gap certified pack house. We also want to say that we are going to unpack it when we come back. It is in a tune of 8.3 million in River Valley, where it is situated. We have created jobs as Department of Agriculture. We have created jobs as Department of Agriculture in ensuring that we contribute as well. We have moved from what we agree here, that we have appointed about 1,800 jobs that we have created in the financial year of 2021. I want to present the grants that we have for this financial year, and also to present the total budget of our department. We have cash grant, which is 446 million. Ilima Litsima, 73,233 million. Land care grant is 12.701 million. EPWP integrated grant to provinces is 4.647 million. The total of the grant is 297,027 million. The budget vote is hereby submitted for the three programs as follows. Program 1, administration, we have put aside 641,100 million. We also have put for program 2, which is agriculture, 1,796 117 million. Program 3, Rural Development, 83 million and 85 rands. Iningakhulu. Total vote for agriculture and rural development is 2,520,302 billion. Honorable Chair and honorable members, it is evidently clear that our action plans are in keeping with the turnaround strategy, which was implemented here in the beginning of our term of office, is now starting to bear fruit, with focal element being improved audit outcome, as I've indicated above, the budget expenditure, the service excellent award, and the stability in the management. Department is indeed on a growing performance trajectory. Similarly, our ability to identify and support farmers' development program is receiving a warm embrace, embraced by our agricultural communities. Our commitment to render effective, efficient service delivery is evident. Even during the lockdown period, the department was able to operate as an essential service in food security. We even transform our laboratories as a site of sanitizer production, which we share with other institutions of government, thus save the state some much needed funds. As I come to a close, I want to take my mental and spiritual fight to the continent of my birth, Africa, and remind this house that Africa is our beginning, Africa is our ending. We owe a debt of gratitude to our forefathers and our foremothers of our planet Earth to this continent. And so, honorable members, our contribution to the development of our agrarian innovations should rid our whole land of famine. Ladies and gentlemen, let us consistently be reminded of the role and responsibility we face throughout this department. Ngiyafisa ukubonga kakhulu undunankulu sengivala ukuba angiphe ithuba lokuba ngengamele lo mnyango. Ngibonga kakhulu amalunga e-Executive Council ngesupport abanginika yona ngezikhathi zonke uma siletha ama-program noma siletha imbiko efanele ukuba basisupporte kuyona, nangesikhathi se-COVID-19 basilekelele kakhulu, siyathanda ukubonga kakhulu kubona. Ngiyafuna-ke futhi ukuba ngigqugquzele ukuthi ukusebenza ngokubambisana kuyawenza umahluko. Sikubonile nathi bebambisene nathi besebenza iy'ndawo ebengeke sikwazi ukufinyelela kuzona, basilekelela kakhulu. Your courage to serve the people, no matter the condition on the ground, and being united as people of Africa has indeed served us in good stead. Nenze ubuntu obuthandwa uNkulunkulu, yibambeni zinsizwa, yibambeni zintombi. So ngisho kulezi intombi ke sinazo ke lapha emkhakheni wokusebenzela abantu. Ukuphumelela kwethu ke kuyoba yilokho ukubambisana. Siyafuna ukuthi sibonge nabasebenzi kakhulu bomnyango ngokubambisana nokusebenza okuhle abakwenzile. Ngingelibaleke ukubonga amakomiti okuyiwona lapha eParliament, amalunga wonke asisizayo uma kwenziwa umsebenzi wokuzosibheka ukuthi senza kahle lokho esakucela, sikusebenza ngendlela. Amakomiti wonke, ikomiti elisingamele elibheka umsebenzi wethu ngo okuyikomiti lezolimo nokuthuthukiswa komphakathi eliholwa umama uSibhidla Saphetha, amakomiti leScopa, ikomiti lezezimali, kanjalo ne-Provincial Audit Committee. Siyafuna ukubonga umsebenzi abasenza nokubambisana esikwenzayo. Ngiyangifisa ukuthi-ke sengiya ngasekugcineni ngibonge kakhulu u-HOD wami kanye nethimba lakhe lonke. Kuye kube nzima kwesikhathi ungasababali abantu abayibona abakwenza ukuthi ushayine. bese uzenze ngathi uyayishayinela nje kanti bakhona abakwenzayo ukuthi ushayine. Siyabonga kakhulu bafethu nodadewethu niyibambe. Siyazi ukuthi kwesinye isikhathi niyibambe ezikhathini ezinzima. Silahlekelwe abanye ozakwethu kodwa saqhubeka sayibamba sithi ke uNkulunkulu anibusise aqhubeke nokunenzela okuhle njalo. Ngifisa ke ukubonga kakhulu lesikhathi singithole esikhathini esinzima ikhaya lami lapho nginikezelwa khona ukudla komphefumulo ukuba ngikwazi ukuphila because we also need spiritual upliftment in nation in worship lapho ngikhonza khona ukuthi ngiyabonga kakhulu ngoba njalo bayangivuselela bangenza ukuba ngibe in a sober mind to deal nomsebenzi wesizwe. Ngifisa ukubonga kakhulu ke umnyeni wami, ngibonge abantwana bami, umndeni wami wonke nehlobo zami esingathola ithuba ngenxa yomsebenzi wokuba nabo kodwa njalo abaphezi ukungisupporta nokuma nami. Ngibonge ke inhlangano ekuyiyona noma ngikwazi ukukhuluma umbutho wesizwe uAfrican National Congress. Ngiyafisa ukubonga kakhulu ukuthi bangiphelele ithuba lokuthi ngihole lo mnyango ngisebenzele abantu bakithi ukuqinisekisa ukuthi siyabuqeda ububha, siyalwisana nendlala, siyalwisana nokungabi khona kwamathuba omsebenzi, senza ukuba kukhona ukulingana esizweni sakithi laba ababengenamathuba babe nawo amathuba. Ngifisa ukuthi ke esihlalo ngifisa ukuthi lendlu ngethule ibudget yethu yakwa agriculture and rural development phambi kwalendlu ukuba sicele ukuba nisisupporte kuyona, iyona lesizoyisebenzisa sesiprove ukuthi soyisebenzisa kahle sinisibonile namanje ke sizoqhubeka sifake la sithe soyisa khona sikwazi futhi ukuthi sibuye sizokusho ukuthi siyisebenzise kanjani. Sithi ke sonke ngokubambisana phezulu komkhono siyowenza umahluko ezimpilweni zabantu bakwaZulu-Natal. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC for Agriculture and Rural Development, Honorable MEC Bongis Mloyi, for your presentation on the budget vote. Thank you so much. Well done. May I now proceed and get the report by the Chairperson of Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee, Honorable Tomgai Spidla Sapeta, for 10 minutes. Honorable Spidla Sapeta, 10 minutes, over to you.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson, Honorable Mumalo, members of the Executive Council and the MEC for Agriculture and Rural Development, Honorable Mloyi, members of the Honorable House, staff of the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development, invited guests and those watching these proceedings through various media platforms. Sithi molweni and happy Africa Month to you all. Honorable Chairperson, this is our third budget report in this sixth Parliament. The year 2020 was an eventful year. None of us in this House and society in general could have predicted that a pandemic ebizwa nge-COVID-19 would cause so much chaos, uncertainty and pain in our communities. Ukuvalwa thanga kwezwe kwacisha kwaguqisa umnotho emhlabeni wonke kube nemthelela engemihle endenini eminingi kanye nakulo mkhakha wethu wezolimo. Siyabonga kumongameli wethu umhlonishwa uCyril Matamela Ramaphosa nekhabhinethi yakhe ukuthi ezolimo zakhonjwa njengengxenye yemisebenzi ebalulekile ukuqinisekisa ukuthi asishaywa ubhubhane oluphindiwe lesikhathi esisodwa. Ukube uhulumeni kaMatamela awusithathanga lesi sinqumo ngabe sibhekene nezinkinga eziningi ezifana nendlala, ukushoda kokudla kanye nezifo eziningi ezihambisana nendlala nokuntuleka kokudla. Ngakho ke siyazibonga zonke izinhlelo uhulumeni kazwelonke nowesifundazwe ngaphansi kwabo ubuholi bukaKhongolose nopresident wethu othe wazenza ukusimamisa lo mkhakha ngesikhathi esinzima. Noma zikhona izinkinga sihlalo siyathemba ukuthi umnyango kazwelonke nalo wesifundazwe sethu
uzobambisana uqinisekisa ukuthi lezo nkinga ziyaxazululwa zinga-affect abalimi ngendlela ekungeyona. Sengikushilo-ke kodwa konke lokhu Honorable Chairperson, asikakwazi ukusho ukuthi sesiphumile enkingeni ngoba ngisho nabatshali izimali basemanqika ukuthi baqhubeke yini nokutshala izimali kuleli zwe lakithi. Lokhu kwenza ukuthi abalimi nabafuyi bangazi ukuthi bazimise kanjani izinhlelo zabo ngoba akekho waziyo ukuthi kuzokwenzakalani ezinyangeni ezimbalwa ezizayo. Ikakhulukazi njengoba kusanda kutholakala uhlobo olusha lwalobhubhane lwe-COVID oluvele lapha ezweni lase-India olubizwa nge-B1617. Kanti futhi sisathuswe ukuthi kungase kube nesigaba sesithathu sobhubhane. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, as you are all aware, agriculture plays an important role in the economic development and it contributes significantly to food security and job creation. The Portfolio Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development is entrusted on behalf of the KZN Legislature to play an oversight role over the provincial department and its public entity. The committee is also tasked to ensure public participation of this sector in the governance of the province in general and agriculture sector in particular. As the founding president of our democracy, Utata Rolihlahla Mandela once said in his last address to the National Assembly on the 26th of March 1999, and I quote, "It is in the legislatures that the instruments have been fashioned to create a better life for all. It is here that oversight of government has been exercised. It is here that our society in all its formations has had an opportunity to influence policy and its implementation." House Chairperson, in our endeavor to exercise our constitutional mandate and exercising oversight over the department and its entity, we have scrutinized the APP and budget using tools provided by the sector oversight model. In order to ensure that our communities are indeed able to influence policy and its implementation, the first draft of the APP was presented to the committee in December last year when we had our stakeholder engagement in Edumbe on the 10th of December, where majority of people in attendance had an opportunity to make an input in the APP and budget. The final draft was then presented to the committee on the 23rd of March 2021. The report, therefore, that we are tabling to the House today provides an account of the committee's engagements with the Department of Agriculture and its public entity, ADA. The APPs of both the department and ADA are aligned to all national and provincial priorities of the sixth administration. The department has 3 programs as highlighted by the MEC. Program 1, which is administration, 2, agriculture development services, the 3rd one being rural development. We will work together with the department to ensure that the department's medium strategic framework is aligned to the provincial growth and development strategy, focusing on all those priority areas that relate to the work of the department and the committee. The Department of Agriculture, Honorable Chairperson, has been allocated a total budget amounting to just over 2.5 billion for the 2021-2022 financial year, which is a growth of about 2.4% compared to the previous one, the previous allocation. The budget allocation is allocated to the 3 main departmental programs, as I mentioned earlier, and I will just speak to the amounts as outlined in the Green Book and MEC Dube's budget speech. Program 1 is allocated over 641 million. Program 2 is allocated 1.796 billion, and Program 3 is allocated over 83 million. And I don't agree with the MEC that money is enough for that program. The ADA is now the only public entity reporting to the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. It is going to continue supporting commercial farming and agro-processing, as well as implementing the mandate of Umchindi, until administrative processes have been concluded regarding the rationalization of the public entities. ADA will also take over the management of Intingwe Tea Estate. ADA receives a total amount of 213.426 million in this financial year, Honorable Chairperson. After robust engagements with the department, the committee requested that the department provides the committee with a report to give clarity on how the oversight visit resolutions of the 2019-2020 were accommodated in the 2021 APP and budget, as they were not clearly indicated as we were scrutinizing this APP. On the meeting of the 23rd, I must say, Honorable Chairperson, that the department committed itself to ensure that all those resolutions will be accommodated in the programs of the department. The committee therefore resolved to recommend that all the projects that were visited and needed assistance from the department shall closely be monitored by the committee to ensure that the department fulfills the resolutions that were taken during the oversight visits and committee meetings. On the projected under expenditure that was reported to the committee of 73 million, the department must try and respond to issues of road infrastructure in the irrigation schemes like the ones in Mzinyati and other areas where there is poor road infrastructure in those schemes. We also, Honorable Chairperson, resolved as a committee that the money that is allocated to the 4 beef projects, 2 in Mnambiti, 2 in Newcastle, must be reprioritized to ensure that the funding for these infrastructure projects is available for in this financial year. The department must also fast track the plan to refocus its research unit for research units or centers to respond to challenges of climate change that will benefit the broader population of the province. As the committee, Honorable Chairperson, we agree with John Delaney that climate change is the environmental challenge of this generation, and it is imperative that we act now before it's too late. Agricultural activities can no longer continue without considering the effect on the environment. The department must also table to this House a clear plan of links to domestic and international markets. Is the number of times Honorable Tembo and Honorable Zulu. Lastly,
Thank you very
Chairperson,
much. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Spidla Sapeta, for presenting the report.
The APP was supported by all parties.
Your time is over.
Thank you, Honorable
Your time
Chairperson.
is over, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you very much for presenting the report on behalf of the Portfolio Committee. Honorable members, the next speaker is from the ANC, Honorable S.W. Mshengu, and you have 12 minutes. Honorable Mshengu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning, no, it's not morning anymore. Good afternoon, honorable members. Honorable MEC, Bongisto Mloyi, HOD, and other officials from the department, members of the boards entities and their management, honorable members. The ANC election manifesto defined as the pact with the people of our country and as narrated by the President of the Republic on the 20th of June 2019 in his address to the nation, reflected the challenges confronting our nation and articulated 7 priorities aligned to the National Development Plan. Honorable Chair, the following were cited as the key areas of focus for the 6th administration. 1 being building a capable, ethical and developmental state, economic transformation and job creation, education, skills and health, consolidating the social wage through reliable and quality basic services, social cohesion and safe communities, and obviously building a better Africa and a better world. Giving effect to these priorities, our movement, the ANC, has vowed to overcome any and all what could be hindrances in our pursuit of these noble priorities. Chairperson, the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development has a unique mandate of accelerating transformation and create jobs, as well as augment the ultimate key objective of building a united, non-racial, prosperous society through deliberate efforts of massive participation of the Black majority in the sector, that being the agricultural sector. Food security, Chairperson, remains the unalienable mandate of the department in order to ensure social order and good health for our people. Honorable Chair, the State President announced in 2020 that almost 700,000 hectares of state land will be released for agricultural purposes. This was to be biased towards women and people with disabilities in our province. We understand that this process has not yielded the expected results, and our people are becoming impatient given the slow pace of land redistribution in general. We wish to take this opportunity, Chair, to once more urge our department to work with the relevant stakeholders and those who are holders of land rights to cooperate with in order to amicably open access to land for most of our fellow citizens. Rural development is one area where there has been slow progress in comparison to its potential to make significant reduction on poverty. Honorable Chair, as members of the Portfolio Committee, we are disheartened as we encounter different communities who are beneficiaries of land restitution, pleading for help as many of their farms are lying fallow with no support from the state to cultivate for food production. Our farms are leased back to former owners for a fraction of market value. In other instances, Chairperson, the deceased just refuses to pay rent and create unnecessary tensions that leads to loss of purpose for these farms. Slalo asisho nje ukuthi kuphathana kabi ukuthi abantu bakithi uma ngabe sebebuyiselwe umhlaba ngenhloso yokuthi bawusebenze umhlaba ze bakwazi ukuthi basiphilise, kodwa sekubonakala ogalakajana befika bephethe imayana eyingekho bayithathe lo mhlaba ngaphandle ngokuthi abantu bakithi abasuke buyisele lo mhlaba bakwazi ukubenefitha kuwona, and egcineni leyo nto idala ingxabano nenzondo engenasidingo leyo elidela ekuthenini kuze kube khona ukubulawa kwabantu kungazeki ukuthi babulawa kanjani. Sihlalo asisho nje ukuthi siyikomiti asiphathekile neze kahle ngalesimo esisibona emphakathini eminingi yahlukene, so siyawufisa ukuthi kube khona ukungenelela ikakhulukazi esayidini nomnyango ukuthi la kunenkinga khona zokuthi abantu kube khona ukungabonisani okanye ungaboni ngasolinye uma ngabe kuziwa entweni zevumelwano zokusebenzisana, abantu bakithi bakwazi ukuthi okungenani bahlomule bonke laba kuze ngabayahlomula ngalowo mhlaba esuke ibuyisiwe. So it is for this reason, Chair, that the department should provide continuous support to the landowners, especially those who are still trying to find their path in the area of production. The contribution of Black commercial farmers in our province is still below our expectations. So we agree with you, Honorable MSC, ukuthi abalimi abampisholo basebancane kakhulu, and uhamba ngonyawo lonwabo ukukhula kwabo ukuthi bangene bagxile emkhakheni wezokulima, it's whether wezokulima umhlabathi noma wezokufuya for commercial purposes. Lokho kusho ukuthi asingalusi sigcina senza ama-statements ukuthi siyakhathazeka, akube khona esikwenzayo ukuthi okungenani eminyakeni emibili emithathu ezayo sikwazi ukuthi kube khona into esiyikhombayo ukuthi nake sesikwenzile ukwenza isiqiniseko sokuthi bonke labantu ababalimi noma abafisa ukusebenza umhlaba noma abafisa ukuthi bakhule ngakwezemfuyo kube khona ibamba noma iqhaza abalidlalayo futhi elibonakalayo ekuthenini cha sebeyakhula abantu abampisholo, siyababona bengena begxila eminyangweni wezolimo, futhi kukhona abakwenzayo ukuthi bashiye igama ngisho ukuthi abaseke emhlabeni ngoba ontaba kayikhonjwa abanye abasekho but basenamaplazi noma nemikhiqizo esabizwa ngamagama abo esaqhubeka nokuthi ikhulise umnotho emagameni abo. Nathi siyafisa ukuthi ngelinye ilanga kube khona abantu ngisho ngathiwa abasaphili kodwa kube nemikhiqizo esemagameni abo ekhombisa ukuthi i-investment i-lifetime, ngoba uma ngabe sizokwenza ukuthi uNxumalo ozoba nembuzi namhlanje ayidayise ukuthi uma ngabe sedlulile emhlabeni iplazi lakhe seliphelile, lokhu kuyosho ukuthi sisebenzela inamuhla kodwa ikusasa asinalanga. Honorable Chair, the contribution of black commercial farmers in our province is still below our expectation, as I've said, and therefore the economic reconstruction and recovery plan must speak to the few areas, and those being to increase local production, roll out infrastructure and stimulus to create jobs. We believe that in the next 2 years, Chairperson, significant numbers of black commercial farmers must be reflected as success stories who must produce for local and external market, as well as we put radical socio-economic transformation on overdrive. The department must strive to support subsistence farmers and create programs that will inspire young people to enter the field of agriculture, given the stability and new technologies that are being used to stimulate quick returns of investment within the sector. Slalo, the Land Bank was recapitalized with 7 billion rands over the MTEF in order to continue with its transformation and developmental mandate. Our province's commercial and subsistence farmers must be channeled towards benefiting from this and ensure that many, or rather every piece of land, is utilized productively to ensure food security. Relations between farmers and their employees must demonstrate a common objective of dual coexisting within a defined environment and benefit from the ground they work. No employee must be transported on trucks and tractors, as these are not acceptable modes of transport for human beings, as they are prone to accidents. Sihlalo mhlangano kulezi insukwana ezimbalwa kwaye kulamasonto nezinyangana ezimbalwa siyabona kuya ngokukhula ukungqubuzana nokungazwani phakathi kwabalimi okanye abanikazi bamaplazi nabantu abahlala emaplazini, abanye futhi ababuye babe abasebenzi. Siyafisa ukunxusa sincenge mhlambe umnyango nongqongqoshe ukuthi kube khona ungenelela. Siyabonga ukuthi i-office likaNdunankulu kukhona imizamo eyenziwayo ukuthi baphume nabo baye ngaphandle bayobheka lapho kukhona ukukhalaza kakhulukazi lapho ubudlelwano bungekuhle kahle phakathi kwabanikazi bamaplazi nabasebenzi kanye nabahlali. Kodwa siyafisa ngathi benganohlelo nje olucacile futhi olubonakalayo olulidwa umnyango ukusupplementa umsebenzi wehhovisi likaNdunankulu nayo uNdunankulu Qobo ekuthenini kube khona isimo nokuthula nokusebenzisana phakathi kwabanikazi bamaplazi nabasebenzi, ngoba egcineni bonke bayadingana ze abanye abantu ababasebenzi bakwazi ukuthi bahlomule ngokuthi bakhiphe izithukuthuku zabo, kanjalo nabanikazi bamaplazi bakwazi ukuthi futhi bahlomule ngokuthi imihlaba yabo isetshenzwe abantu abasebenzisene abahleli ngokusebenzisana nabo. As the ANC will continue to illuminate the path and facilitate the peaceful resolution of disputes within the farming communities. Crime and social injustices being perpetually meted out, especially to the farm dwellers, must come to a stop. Equally, the senseless attacks to the farm owners of all races must be condemned. Sihlalo singumbutho omkhulu we-African National Congress, siphakamisa ukweseka isabelo mali esinikezelwe umnyango wezokulima kanjalo nokuthuthukiswa kwabahlali basemakhaya. Siyabonga kakhulu.
Siyabonga kakhulu mhlonishwa ubaba Mshengu. Njengamanje ngizocela isikhulumi esivela kwi-IFP loyo okungumhlonishwa uPN Msimang ono 10 minutes. Kuno 10 minutes baba mhlonishwa Msimang.
Mkhatshwa sihlalo wethu ngiyathokoza kakhulu oshalela ithuba ngibingelele abahlonishwa bakhona, umhlonishwa uSpeaker, umhlonishwa uMSC, ngibingelele umhlonishwa uVF Tabisa, Leader of Opposition. Ngaphambi kokuba ngiqale inkulumo yami sihlalo ngithi umuntu akakhulume kancane ngodaba lomhlaba ngoba sazi sonke ukuthi ezolimo ngeke wenze lutho ngazo ngaphandle komhlaba. Ngakho iqembu lenkatha lifisa ukunxusa uhulumeni oholwa iqembu elibusayo ukuthi njengoba babedabukele ngesikhathi kukhotheme isilo sicela bakufakazele ukudabuka kwabo ngokuthi baphikisane nokuhlakazwa kwengonyama trust. Ukuvumelana ukuthi umhlaba wengonyama uthathwe kofana ncimishi nokuhlenzela ezibini isilo esikhotheme. Silindele ukuba umhlonishwa uNdunankulu aphumele obala aphikisane nokuthathwa komhlaba wengonyama. Sihlalo iqembu lenkatha liyaseseka isabelo zimali somnyango bezolimo kanye nokuthuthukiswa kwezindawo zasemakhaya esilinganisela ku-2.520 billion esabelwe unyaka wezimali u-2021 and 2022. Nakuba inkatha ileseka isabelo zimali salonyaka kodwa ifisa ukuzwakalisa ukhathazeka ngesabelo zimali esincane esinikwa lo mnyango ngokuba lo mnyango ubhekene nomsebenzi omkhulu wokuxosha indlala kubantu ngokuthi kugxilwe kakhulu ekulimeni. Kodwa ke okufike kudumaze kakhulu ukuthi nakuba isabelo zimali somnyango sesincane kuba nenkinga yokuthi umnyango uyehluleka ukusebenzisa ngendlela efaneleyo kwayo le mali encane osuke wabelwe yona. Ngokusho lokhu ngoba ngesikhathi ikomiti libhekene nomsebenzi libhekene nokusebenza kwezimali iskopa lidingida kabanzi ngombiko womcwaningi mabhuku onyaka wezimali u-2019 2020. Lo mnyango wezolimo kwahlaluka ukuthi umnyango uhlulekile ukusebenzisa imali engango-47 million eyabelwe uhlelo lweCASP eyagcina ngokuthi ibuyisele emva ngumgcini mafa. Lo mnyango awuqala ungasebenzisi yonke imali yalolu hlelo kubalimi. Yonke iminyaka yenza into efanayo. Kumanje umgcini mafa uyehlisile imali i-conditional grant njengoba uhlelo lweCAPS lehlulekile yehliswe ngo-5.6 million. Kanjalo nohlelo olwaziwa ngelilimalitsima project lehliswe ngo-8.1 million kulonyaka ngoba lo mnyango uhluleka ukusebenzisa lezi zemali osuke wabelwe zona. The question is, how many struggling farmers could be benefited from these millions? Emerging farmers who need support from the conditional grant are not getting support, yet millions of rands lie untouched. Ukuhleleka komnyango ukusebenzisa imali esuke yabelwe yona ukuthi isize umphakathi akulona iphutha kodwa nje kuyakhombisa ngokusoba ukuthi lo mnyango awubakhathalele futhi awubagqiza iqakala abalimi bakithi abadinga usizo balomnyango. Kulihlazo-ke ukuthi umgcini mafa aze ahlephule izimali zama-conditional grant ngoba lo mnyango uhluleka nje ukuyisebenzisa yonke. Akugcinanga lapho sihlalo. Umnyango uphinde wasebenzisa budedengu imali engango-2.7 million onyakeni wezimali ka-2019 2020 nalapho futhi akulona iphutha nje. Kodwa into enziwa ngamabomu ngoba umuntu usuke ebona futhi azi kahle kamhlophe ukuthi lokho akwenzayo kulicala. Iphinde isikhathaze indaba yokubona ukuthi lo mnyango uchitha izimali zabakhokhentela ohlelela abasebenzi izindawo zokulala emahhotela kodwa bengafiki. Siyanxusa ukuthi umnyango wenze isiqiniseko ukuthi abasebenzi abangafiki emahhotela uma bekhokhelwe bayikhokha leyo mali ibuyele emnyangweni. Njengoba sethulwa ngokusemthethweni lesabelo zimali namhlanje iqembu lenkatha belilindele lokhu okulandelayo ukuthi zonke izimali ezethuliwe ngaphansi kwalomnyango ngenhloso ezahlukene azisetshenziswa ngendlela efaneleyo. Ukubongela umnyango ngokuthola umbiko omcwaningi mabhuku omuhle emveni kwesikhathi eside lo mnyango uhluleka ukuthola ngezizathu eziningi zokusetshenziswa kwemali budlabha nongalandela imithetho yezimali ebekiwe. Silindeleke ukuthi kuqhubeke lokho kwenzeke. Siyathokoza mhlonishwa Mloyi. Abasebenzi behlulekile ukwenza umsebenzi wabo ngendlela okufanele bathathwe abehlule ukwenza umsebenzi wabo kufanele bathathelwe izinyathelo. Umcwaningi mabhuku uyaqhubeka ngokukhala ngokuhluleka komnyango ukubanika izitatimende zezimali ezinobufakazi bokusetshenziswa kwezimali ngokulandela umthetho. Izinsiza kusebenza zokulima kanye nezimbewu akuthunyelwe kubantu ngesikhathi esifaneleyo ukuze kungaqali ukulima kungaqali ukuthunyelwa ukulima sokwedlule isikhathi sakho. Umnyango uqinisekise ukuthi laba abaphenywayo ngokwephula umthetho noma benza ubugebengu ababaleki futhi abathathelwe izinyathelo ezinqala futhi nezimali ziqoqwe zibuyele emnyangweni. Akuphele ukusetshenziswa kwezimali zomnyango ikakhulu akuphele ukungasetshenziswa kwezimali yomnyango ikakhulukazi zama conditional grant ukuthi ize ibuyiselwe emuva. The IFP further noted that the department also plan to launch a project with the total investment of 132 million by the end of 2021-22, and this is commendable. Many rural small farmers want to inform cooperative, but they lack the experience. Our government must develop a turnkey solution for merging cooperative, from the process of registration to the application of state fund until the first 2 or 3 harvests have been successfully completed. Uma esethuliwe ama-project emphakathini, umnyango uqinisekise kakhulu ohlelweni lokubheka ukuthi ngabe ayasimama yini noma ayafadalala. Kubalwa nawo amaplazi abuyiselwe kubantu kufanele abheke ukuthi ayakhiqiza yini noma asephenduke amafusi angasalinywa. Lokho kuzosiza kakhulu ekutheni kubonakala ukuthi imali esuke ikhishiwe emnyangweni ayemuki nomfula, abantu baphinde banxuswe nezimakethe banxusela ukuba nezimakethe ukuze bazokwazi ukudayisa imikhiqizo yabo. Okunye sinxusa ukuba lo mnyango usebenzise kakhudlwana i-Agribusiness Development Agency ukunikezela ngezinsiza kubasebenzi, uxhaso kanye nokuthuthukiswa abalimi abasafufusa. Izinhlelo ze-ADA azihambe njalo zofika kuwo wonke amakhona esifundazwe sethu. Aseneme nhlobo ngenani labantu i-ADA ekwazile ukubasiza kulonyaka esiphuma kuwo, njengoba lilincane kakhulu njengoba limi kwi-16 kuphela ekubeni esifundazwe sinenqaba yentsha efisa ukuthola uxhaso ngezinsiza kusebenza ekuqaleni nasekuthuthukisweni kwamabhizinisi aya ezolimo anhlobonhlobo. Stockholders farmers contribution to the provincial and national economic appears not to be unrecognized, but it's also confronted with a serious
Siyabonga kakhulu kubaba Mhlonishwa Msimango. The next speaker is from the DA, Honorable L.M. Mayor, for 12 minutes. Honorable Mayor.
Good. Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Chairperson, in 2019, which is the last year the department had figures for, agriculture contributed 2.9% to our province's GDP. Whilst this might not sound like a lot, it is the only sector that has been robust enough during economic downturns and during this COVID period, and has also been about the only sector that has not seen a massive shrinkage. Given our current challenges we face in KZN and in South Africa, another very important number is that agriculture in 2020 was responsible for the employment of 532,000 people in this province, which is, although a bit lower than in 2019, a large increase from a number of only 399,000 in 2011. The recent Ipsos report puts into numbers what we all know from experience. The COVID-19 pandemic and the subsequent lockdown has had a devastating effect on the people of South Africa. And we can never forget, a country is its people, and it is the impact of decisions on people that always need to be measured. The increase in the number of people that is now going hungry is terrible, and our own province is heavily impacted. KZN has the highest percentage of households that are going hungry due to lockdown, a shocking 58%. That is quite a bit more than half of our population. And keep in mind, we are the most populous province in the country. The national number stands at 40%. Some of the findings in this Ipsos report was that the large numbers of people, estimated in the region about 3 million nationally, lost their jobs during 2020 and were added to the growing unemployment figures of our country. Hunger knows no provincial boundaries, and South Africans all over the country were going hungry, but those in KwaZulu-Natal and the Eastern Cape suffered the most. There can thus be no doubt agriculture cannot be the stepchild of this or any other government. Agriculture contributes to our province's economy, agriculture employs our people, and agriculture feeds our people. So we have no choice but to put agriculture first. I do understand, Chairperson, the historic injustices that continues to impact on farming and land reform in South Africa. And yes, we all have the responsibility to address and to redress the injustices of the past. I also understand the various challenges that subsistence and commercial farmers face. And it's about finding a balance between redressing the injustice of the past, addressing the challenges of today, and at the same time, not to do anything to impact negatively on our food security. And I acknowledge that this is not an easy balance to maintain. But Chairperson, I would say one of the first ways to address it is to actually spend the budget that is allocated. Gone must be the days that the Department of Agriculture does not spend its budget. The people of KZN just cannot afford that anymore. When it comes to public funds, underspending is as much of a sin as overspending. But let us speak to this specific budget. Budget cuts has become the mantra these days. Some of it is out of anyone's control due to the unforeseen crisis the world is facing now. Some of the budget losses are totally preventable. And as an example here, I refer to the adjustment budget of the 2021 period, where the department has lost some of its CASP grant to fund, wait for it, SAA. Yes, honourable members, the Comprehensive Agriculture Support Grant, a grant to provide post-settlement support to the targeted beneficiaries of land reform and to other producers who have acquired land through private means, has lost money to fund the ANC's vanity project of the South African Airways. South Africa, the only country in the world I know of, where the poor must pay for their own transport, but we subsidize air travel for the rich, even if we have to cut grants to fund food production for it. But anyway, Chairperson, due to the severe budget cuts, staffing in the Agriculture Department is seriously affected. It seems that this department will face a 67% vacancy rate. And how do we run a department and ensure food security like this? And some of these posts are absolutely vital. So, for instance, we have a serious shortage of state veterinarians. According to some sources in the department, only one district in the province actually has a state veterinarian in place. We are facing more and more epidemics amongst livestock, And this province is in no way, shape or form ready to deal with a major outbreak right now. Sadly, we can't just put livestock in a lockdown. We need vets to prevent such outbreaks and treat them when they pop up. But with this budget, it's not going to be possible. But I was very glad to hear that the MEC did address this in her speech, and I'm glad that she's got an action plan for this going forward, and we will monitor this plan with her. Most government departments are totally bloated and have way too many staff working there. But we have to acknowledge that some positions are absolutely vital to achieve the core mandate of this department, and state veterinarians are one of these. So we need to find a way to get out of this conundrum and get the staff we need. Without the necessary staff, we won't have a capable department, and without a capable department, we won't have a capable state. The other matter, Chairperson, we need to improve on, and the approach in this budget to improve on it seems to just throw good money after bad, is land reform farms, farms that have been given to the rightful communities. Now, Chair, I know when I start speaking on land reform, there are members in the government benches that can't wait to come stand at this podium and tell me how I have no right to speak on this because of the past. I acknowledge the injustice of the past, but I will speak on this as I have an interest in the future. And my interest is that I'm a patriotic South African that loves my country, want us to see redress the past, but also want us to see succeed as a nation. In this country, we choose to speak of land reform, not anything else, reform. And the definition of reform is changes and improvements to a law, a social system, or an institution. The key word here is improvement, and this is where we are failing. The problem is not one to be fixed by changing the constitution, it is to be fixed by creating a capable state. Too many land reform projects have failed, and failed for many reasons, and we can't just keep throwing money at it. Chairperson, we need to put measurable measures in place to turn a failed or failing projects around, and then take action steps when these measures fail. We can't just keep throwing money at a problem thinking it will magically go away. In the Green Book on page 73, we read, and I quote, "Accordingly, a comprehensive report was finalized with projected financial investment estimated at 5.5 billion, that's with a B, to resuscitate these farms." The Honourable MEC also referred to this. So it's not 5 billion to start a project, not to develop a project, to resuscitate a project. Resuscitate is something you do to a person who has stopped breathing, who is on the verge of death. Why did these farms fail? How much was spent on them already? Chairperson, for every land reform farm that fails, it endangers our food security. It pushes up food prices, harming the poor. For every land reform that fails, a community is losing out on a valuable income for them as the owners of the land. The province is being affected negatively economically. In short, when a land reform farm fails, we all suffer the consequences. And the poorer you are, the more severe are the consequences. Everywhere I travel, I hear from commercial farmers that they are willing to work with the department and with local communities, with emerging farmers, to help get these farms going and to keep them going. But they keep offering their help and the department is not taking them up on this offer. We have access to expert advice at no cost, but the government chooses to rather throw good money after the bad, and failure is the result. Chairperson, let me end off by speaking about a serious challenge to our agricultural sector, and that is rural safety. We as politicians must take responsibility for our words and our actions. It is for us to build a united South Africa, to promote peace and harmony in our country and in our province. Too often, some politicians want to incite hate, incite mistrust to suit their own agenda, and this we just cannot do. The relationship between farmers and farm workers does need our attention, but it needs to be fact-based, calm, and measured. Generalizations, baseless accusations, and inciting language causes harm where we need harmony. Chair, where farm workers are being abused, where laws are being broken, Charges must be laid and action must be taken, of course. And where farmers and farm workers are being targeted in farm attacks, tortured and murdered, quick and swift action is needed. And we as leaders must speak out against these attacks and take action to stop it. Let us not use farmers and farm workers as dangerous pawns in a political game, but let us work together across party lines to build bridges, to mend bridges, and to bring peace and harmony to our rural areas of KZN. Chairperson, we accept that these are very challenging times. The perfect budget is just not to be in the climate that we live in. And as such, the DA will support this budget. But let us spend the money and spend it wisely. Let us work to find ways to fill those critical posts within our department. And let us work together to fight the scourge of hunger that hangs over our province and build a better tomorrow. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. The next speaker is from the ANC, and that is Honorable MC Fraser. And you have 8 minutes. Honorable Fraser.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Premier and the Executive, honorable members of this House, I greet you all. Chairperson, the recent controversy on some issue where not correct information was spread reminded me of the past years, particularly around 1978. While currently we are witnessing hypocrisy of its highest order, where some leaders are portraying themselves as the messiahs of this world, yet their demonic activities follow them everywhere they go. Comrade Mzala Nxumalo's analysis in his book resonates better with what is happening currently, where people with double standards continue to do it. But fortunately, as the ANC, we were cautioned long ago and we understand people's agendas. Let me remind this House that Inkosi uMhlabunzima Maphumulo was taken out of the seat in the KwaZulu Legislative Assembly. Reason being, he was accused of trying to involve his Majesty the King, may his soul rest in peace, into politics by simply having a meeting with him. Kulungile makuhlanganwa nami, kodwa uma sekuhlangana nabanye sekuyaplothwa. That is the mentality of leaders with double standards. This is what he is trying to do njengamanje. We warn him to refrain from this habit. Honorable Chair, it's clear that the IFP continues not to tell the truth. You have heard what Umhlonishwa Umsimango said about the grants. Let me now give you the correct information concerning the grants. The ANC-led Department of Agriculture and Rural Development implements farmer support programs through utilization of the conditional grant from National Department of Agriculture. These grants are categorized as follows: Ilima Litima Conditional Grant, Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program Conditional Grant, and Land Care Program Conditional Grant. Honorable Chairperson, under Ilima, you will notice that the department has invested 187.7 million. In irrigation development, where 43.7 million was invested in installation of irrigation schemes, develop new technology in irrigation and repair pumps. In mechanization, 75 million was spent in provision of mechanization services to farmers in all 11 districts. Under Food and Nutrition Security Program, 61.5 million was spent, Honorable Chair, where you find that there was establishment of institutional gardens, 1 home garden and 1 home 1 hectare gardens, provisioning of the 1 fruit tree per household, indigenous goats and indigenous chickens. The next one is KYD, where 5.5 million was also spent. Over the past 3 years, a total of 6.541 beneficiaries were supported, including 3,581 females, 1,285 youth, and 30 people with disability. And 3.563 jobs were created. Ngiyafisa ukwazi ukuthi ithoko yini lo umhlonishwa okhulume ngaphambi kwami. Under comprehensive agricultural support isihlalo, the CAPS infrastructure fund includes a budget for on and off farm infrastructure, extension recovery plan, training, mentorship and recruitment of unemployed graduates, revitalization of agricultural colleges. Over the past 3 years, Chair, total budget of 584.232 has been spent from comprehensive agricultural support programs. This investment translated to creation of over 80,000 jobs opportunities. Uthoko. Furthermore, the following projects have been supported. Impilwenye Beef Project, which is situated at Amajuba. Bayangivumela abantu bamajuba basemajuba njengoba ngikhuluma. The Profound Tunnels Project, situated at Zululand District under Abaqulusi Local Municipality. Kudebuduzane nje naye umhlonishwa okhulumile, was supported from 2019 to 2020 to 2020-2021 with a budget of 3.509.648, refurbishment of 20 tunnels, construction of pack houses, procurement of production inputs, installation of drip irrigation and reservoirs. Imali esetshenziswe uhulumeni ku-agriculture kwaZulu ingangokuthi ayishokeki ngisho kushokeka abahlonishwa indlela enkulu ngayo. The Tabolake Pigari project, which is situated at Umkhanyakude district under Mtubatuba local municipality, where Ward 18 was supported from the year 2018-2019 to 2019-2020 with a budget eyanele nakhona ukuthi kwenzeke. The construction of a 50 sow unit and supply of production inputs. Konke lokho engikhuluma ngakho sihlalo, ngikhuluma ngezinto ezenziwa agriculture la KwaZulu-Natal. Sinaye umhlonishwa ekomidini besichazela silalela sishaya izandla kanye naye. Isigawuli Layers project, situated at Hlalankosi eKing Cetshwayo district under Umfolozi local municipality kaWard 11. Nayo yaxhaswa ngemali impela isisamba esikhulu ngokwanele ukuthi singakhuluma kahle namhlanje sileli komiti sibonge kwi-department. Kunenye i-project ebizwa nge-Kopje Skral Farm Project situated pha eHerigwala district under Kokstad municipality. Again umnyango ufake imali ethi mali kulo mnyango njengoba ungqongqoshe kade eyibiza ngamagama imali kodwa khona abangezwa abangaboni ukuthi kuyasetshenzwa uyaqhubha uhulumeni we-ANC. Kwi-land care program, the land care program nayo futhi yawathola ama-grants. Siyabonga kakhulu isihlalo ukuthi yawasebenzisa. 24 projects were supported over 3 years. Ngikhuluma ngezinto ezikhona. Vulnerable groups supported over the past 3 years. Abantu besifazane about 704. Namanye ama-projects sihlalo ngokushiyashiyana kwawo. Zikhona inselelo, we are noting that. But as we conclude, the Honorable Chair, allow me.
Thank you, Honorable Fraser. Your time is over.
Information.
Thank you so much. The next speaker is from the EFF, and that is Honorable S.H. Mtetwa for 9 minutes. Is Honorable Mthethwa available?
Ngiyabonga Sihlalo.
Over to you. You have 9 minutes.
Okay. Angibonge Sihlalo, ngibingelele onke amalungu eParliament akhona. So in our days, everything is expensive and life is hard, but we really we like to say to the Department of Agriculture, it's only department that can help by food security. Agriculture contributes about 3% to the country gross domestic product. KwaZulu-Natal is the second largest province in this country and blessed with good natural resources and climate conducive to agricultural production. That is true. The province faces with challenges such as higher poverty rates, inequality, and unemployment and food insecurity. Agriculture is central to address poverty in the province since the poorest people in KZ live in the rural areas. Agriculture contributes to provincial economy is currently small, but it has the potential to increase significantly if it is full potentially were realized. The program like One Home, One Garden, Praise Gomkono, etc. I think those programs are very good for people for the KZN. But it is very, very important this program to be done accordingly. We're in initiative for department to provide food security in our province. The extension offices or advisors give communities seeds to plant in their home gardens. KZN only produces by as much as 5% of commercially maize crop. About 3% of South Africa beans is produced in the province. 6% of South Africa fruits and vegetables. But when you notice all these things is come from the agriculture. But the plan of the current government is very good. But what worries us as a EFF when they come to users of these plans? Remember one writer, he said one day, I quote him, J.J. Rousseau, he said, God made everything but become evil in the hands of men. When you look, the plan of the government is very good. When they take this plan to the community, are not sending these plans accordingly. Sometimes go to their branches of the ANC. I heard the recent speaker, he was speaking very good, nice programs, but sometimes we have questions when they deliver those government projects, because it's go to certain peoples that makes us to be concerned about that. That's why I say the program is very good, but those people who are taking this program to the people, they need to be monitored very, very closely. There is another program for the Department of Agriculture, just plants. When you notice this, the tractor are coming from in the border of Eastern Cape and go straight to the border of Mozambique at Manguzi. But the question is, why that person given a tender from Kokstad to Amanguzi? Because there are many people next to that area. I think as a government, we need to monitor this thing very, very, very close in order to make sure that people are getting service to the right people. Food insecurity is a result of poverty and unemployment. The rate of unemployment is very high in this country. Agriculture is always going to be a top priority in order to fight about this unemployment and food insecurity. It is only the department then can take it out in this poverty. Ilokho ke sihlale ngisho ukuthi ke ngiyacela ukuthi njengamalungu eParliament KwaZulu-Natal ama programs ka government obusayo amahle asiwabuke ngokuseduze singavumi ukuthi kungene isandla semfene umsebenzi wonke wenziwe ngendlela okuyiyona yona ukuze kusizakale bonke abantu hayi onobhala noyihlalo bakaKhongolose. Ngiyabonga somlomo.
Siyabonga kakhulu umhlonishwa ubaba uMthethwa. I think the next speaker now is from the NFP, and that is Honorable V.R. Mlojwa for 3 minutes. Is Honorable Mlojwa present? Honorable Mlojwa? He is not present. Honorable members, I will proceed. The next speaker is from the MF, and that is Honorable Taka Rajpansi, and that is 3 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable members, the MF is enthusiastic to debate the agriculture budget because the progressive MEC and senior management are open to new ways of working. Moreover, the budget is continuously favoring rural development, and we are confident that this strategic move of the establishment of veterinary clinics, nurseries, and research in current opportunities like hemp production with village groups and small farmers will be successful. All these efforts marks for a new chapter on sustainable agriculture and will assist in better spending patterns. The MF will closely monitor the grants allocated for rehabilitating rural land. What we would be calling for is the identification and filling of critical posts in these highly specialized areas. An area of research that needs greater focus is the use of pesticides, fertilizers, and other chemicals to ensure that these do not hurt the quality of our products, as these products may not be marketable in the foreseeable future. In terms of repopulating the rural areas, means working with local government and establishing villages that have a formal village council by way of an ordinance. This is a recommendation that requires pursuance. Other areas of focus in terms of committee work would be the uptake of permaculture and agroforestry, since KwaZulu-Natal has a conducive agricultural landscape. In terms of the total picture, as COVID-19 had pushed public and private sector health sectors to work together, so must this be for agriculture. If we want to achieve most of the 17 SDGs by 2030, the MF would like to see more joint virtual engagements with the private sector and our portfolio committee. Knowledge and other resource sharing is imperative for sustainable agriculture, honorable members and honorable MEC. With these recommendations, the Minority Front supports the over 2.53 billion Vote 3 budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Rajpansi. The next speaker is from the African National Congress, Honorable B.M. Zuma Mamalala for 12 minutes. Mamalala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable MECs, Honorable members, and viewers in all platforms, I greet you. Let me say it from the onset that as the ANC, we support Budget Vote 3 as tabled. Chairperson, the agriculture plays a crucial role in the economy of our country. It is also contributes significantly to household food security, job creation, and foreign exchange earnings, while also contributing to the GDP. Despite the significant strides that our government has made, our country continues to face triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. This has also been severely impacted upon by the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic. It is therefore our collective responsibility to work tirelessly in creating a better life for all our people. We must create a shared value system and build an inclusive, thriving, and global competitive agricultural sector. Honorable Chairperson, we are meeting here today during the month of May, wherein two important things, amongst others, took place. The first one is that on the 10th of May, 1994, President Nelson Mandela was sworn in as the first Black president following the landslide victory of the African National Congress in the 1994 first democratic elections. The second thing, Honorable Chairperson, is that in May 1996, the then Deputy President, President Thabo Mbeki, delivered the I Am an African speech that revived almost the same views captured by the Regeneration of Africa article by the late Pritzker Isaiah Seme. Honorable Chairperson, we are here today to support Budget Vote 3, Agriculture and Rural Development. Let me start by acknowledging the challenges that engulf us due to the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic, but the department managed to deliver on its service delivery plans. Chairperson, allow me to focus on Program 3, Rural Development, which is aiming at initiating, planning, and monitoring developments in specific rural areas across the province. Notwithstanding the difficulties, the difficult economic climate during the 2020-2021 financial year, the department has continued with the implementation of its programs. On unemployed youth program, in line with the ANC position of creating an enabling environment for the creation of job opportunities targeting young people and graduates, the department has initiated a program for the unemployed youth. This program aims at improving employability and entrepreneurship amongst the youth. A number of unemployed graduates have joined this placement program, of which some were funded through the CAPSA grant. We commend the department for initiating such youth program, youth development program, which will see young people exiting under the UAGYP initiative with various skills, enabling them to start their own business. We believe that the department will continue to implement such programs because we are reminded of what the President Oliver Tambo once said, and I quote, "A society that does not invest in its youth does not deserve its future," close quote. Honorable Chairperson, we are pleased to learn that the department will fully operationalize the Makatini nursery. In line with the agriculture and agro-processing initiatives, more major nurseries will be built in places such as Sidara and Dandi. It is exciting to learn that these nurseries will produce a variety of seeds and seedlings Some of these will be distributed to russet farmers and also for household consumption. The department has various plans in the pipeline which will benefit our people. Indeed, we must admit without fear that this government, this ANC-led government, is putting the welfare of our people first. On seed bank, the department will be planting about 51 hectares of dry beans in Kokstad and Dundee, in line with the agronomic seed program, which relates to the notion of planting and producing own seeds at the research farms. The department has 6 research stations wherein various seeds will be planted for seed multiplication program, such as maize, dry bean, groundnuts, and potato seeds. Honorable Chairperson, on agro business development agents, we are excited to learn that agro business development agent has finally implemented the mandate on restructuring. The issue of the transfer of Makatini irrigation scheme has been attended to. This project was managed by Mchindi and will now be handed over to a farm-driven entity. It will now be finalized during the next financial year, 2020-2021, but ADA will continue to support the scheme financially and technically. We really commend the department on this one. On women, on KZN Women Agro Processing Program, we are pleased to learn that ADA will continue to develop farmers and promote agro processing in KwaZulu-Natal and implement projects that were initiated in 2020-2021. Among these projects is the KwaZulu-Natal Women in Agro Processing. If you are serious about women emancipation, we must encourage programs which seeks to empower women in our province. We are excited to hear the MEC reporting to us that the ADA has finalized the construction of 2 women own production facilities. These projects are up and running, and they now selling their production to various markets, and this is highly commendable. It is exciting to know that these women are now becoming active participants in the economic value chain of the country. Honorable Chairperson, the capacity building improves the organization's performance and enhance its ability to function and continue to stay relevant within the rapid changing environment. We appreciate that the ADA has continued with providing capacity building support to the agro business sector by assisting a number of entrepreneurs in agriculture processing, technical support, and infrastructure development, product testing, and access to markets. We also want to acknowledge the challenges that the department had during the 2020-2021 MTEF. They are in terms of the delay in the implementation of agri-hubs, mega nurseries, and the establishment of seed banks, but we think the department was able to do a lot of improvement and a lot of service delivery under the circumstances. Honorable Chairperson, the department has also presented in line with the African Union position on rural development, which states that the sustainable rural development is vital to the economy and social and environmental viability of the nation. Honorable Chairperson, we want to raise the issue that we dare not forget what we seek to deal with as the ANC-led government, which was correctly characterized by Professor Hervey when he refers to colonial project, Honorable Mayor. And I want to quote this. He said, the accumulation of wealth through dispossession. The key word is dispossession. So now, if you are talking about the proposal on the constitutional amendment, we are trying to address the key word, dispossession. Le okhuluma ngayo maybe kofuna ukuthi kuvuke laba ababekhuluma leyo ndaba ke sikhulume nayo ngoba ingaphezulu kwakho le. Because if we are not addressing that, and you can't address that with the current laws that we are having, we must amend the constitution so that we address what and correct what was done wrong by your forefathers. Honorable Chairperson, we want to support the budget as presented. Thank you very much as the ANC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mamalala. The next speaker is from the ATM, Honorable Pagati, and he has written an apology that he is not going to be part of this meeting. And the next speaker is from the ACDP, Honorable S.E. Mangale. And again, if I'm not mistaken, I'm told that the Honorable Mangale has also apologized as well. Is not going to be participating in this meeting. And the next speaker now is from the IFP, Honorable P.N. Simango, for 5 minutes. Honorable Simango, for 5 minutes.
Slalo. IFP sekushayela ihlombe ukuze ukuthi uhlelo lokuhlanganiswa kumabhizinisi angaphansi kwalomnyango seluzo laphothulwa njengomjindi farming oluhlanganiswe ne-ADA. Siyaphokozela futhi nokuthi intingwe T izosebenzisana nayo i-ADA. Sihlalo, ayikho into esikhathaza njengokuthi futhi angihlonisi impela ngalokho. Ayikho into esikhathaza ngalemgodoyi entshontsha inkomo zabantu. And asikuhlonisi impela lokho ngoba badecelela phansi abalimi abasafufusa nabayizamelayo. Sinxusa kuhulumeni kakhulukazi umnyango wamaphoyisa ukuthi ulisukumele lolu daba ulithathele inyathelo. Futhi ke okunye kusiphatha kabi kakhulu ukubona ubudlelwane buqhubeka bungabe bikho buhle phakathi kwabasebenzi basemaplazini kanye nabantu basemaplazini. Kufanele nakho lokho kubone ukuthi ngempela ungalungiseka kanjani ngoba sikubona isimo singahambi kahle. The IFP believe in social cohesion. Farm workers are not yet enjoying human rights. Their rights have been violated every day. They have been evicted on the farmers with their children, or high rental fees are demanded and are made to live in the most appealing condition where they don't have access to clean water or sanitation. Okay, siyacela ukuthi nakho lokho uhulumeni akuzame ukukulungisa. Sihlalo, siyathokoza kakhulu njengeqembu la-IFP ukuthi
ekugcineni uhulumeni useze wakuzwa lokho iqembu lenkathelo ehlale likusho njalo lika one home one garden. Ezindaweni zasemakhaya akekho ongabonanga ukuthi ubhubhane lwe-COVID-19 lufike lwabhebhethekisa kakhulu indlala. Inkatha kudala yakushumela lolu daba. Siyabonga uma sekuze kwabonakala ukuthi inkatha yangasengizona eyimithiyo ekugcineni. Ngakho ke kuyasithokozisa lokho. Honorable Chairperson, we also noted that the 2021 and 2022 MTEF for compensation of employees based on amount of 29.152 millions and the number of posts to be filled had been reduced from 194 to 93 posts. 9 filling of vacancy posts affected the performance of department. We implored the Honorable MEC to appoint a competent individuals in the department. The present Department of Agriculture is a dire need of competent staff. We urge the department to fast track the process of filling this vacant post. Senvala Geslalo. Njengomnyango awuqinisekise ukusebenzisana ngokubalekile kwabezolimo ezindaweni zasemakhaya, kufanele kube nohlelo olucacile nolulandelelwayo ukusebenza kwawo ukuthi abasebenzi baphume isikakhulukazi labo beluleki bangahlali nje ema-ofisini baphume bobona ukuthi umsebenzi ngaphandle uyenziwa yini ngokufaneleyo ngoba most of them bayahlala nje ema-ofisini bengayosiza abantu abakhona. Mhlonishwa ke sihlalo siyathokoza njengeqembu la-FP siyayisupporta ibudget esethemba ukuthi ihamba ngendlela efaneleyo. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Msimango. The next speaker is from the African National Congress, and that is Honorable S.A. Duma Mtombeni for 10 minutes. Over to you, Mtombe.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, once again for giving us this opportunity. Let us revolutionarily greet almost all the members who have just contributed. Intombi kaMatshane uJobe, Happy Africa Month for a nice presentation that has been given to us. It does give us a hope, and it is also addressing some of the issues that have been spoken about. And this also gives us a hope that Africans at some point in time will contribute towards the development in agriculture. This remains a scientific industry, and unfortunately the multinational, the monopolies have been dominating for all these years. So you'll also come across with the process where they will ensure that they will deprive you the proper production in the process of producing of the winners. And fortunately, you've regarded this as the year of livestock. If we are going to focus on this, you must just understand the degree of comparison. The majority of cattle that you will find in the province of KwaZulu-Natal are found within Africans. But unfortunately, though, the majority of those cattle, they don't find the process or they don't reach the market. You will find that they spend most of their time, the market is not open. The commercial farmers have a minority of the cattle, but they are always on time in terms of the market because the commercial farmers are involved in the entire value chain. The environment is so conducive for them. So now is the correct time. If you talk about, like for instance, if you talk about the issue of the livestock, if you produce the winners, it means that the process, the beef farmer is always a grass farmer. So that is why the department must be holistic. And we are so glad that you are talking about these issues which is going to ensure that you will resurrect the livestock association, communal infrastructure such as deep tanks, grazing camps. You will also incorporate communal livestock farming into the mainstream value chain of the commercial livestock breeders, improve capacity in the veterinarian service to support communal and emerging livestock farmers, unlike in the past where the stock in the communal areas was seen as the nuisance which should be controlled, not to mix with commercial heads. Uma singakunikeza nje isibonelo, Honorable MEC, izinkomo zabantu namadiphu kwakusuke kugadiwe ukuthi-ke akujovwe ukuze kungabi nazo izifo uma kwenzeka zihlangana nezilwane noma iy'nkomo zabondle bezikhanya ilanga. Kodwa-ke njengamanje sekufanele siyishintshe leyo process. There is a serious transformation that should take place, and you must also understand, unfortunately, you must understand this, there is a contradiction. If the department is able to improve through AI, through the issue of development on the nice bulls, it means that you'll be competing with the commercial farmers. They understand that all these years, they are the one who are producing the beef. And the department is already in the process of ensuring that the communal farmers are also taken into effect so that they are also involved in the import and export trade. And it's a contradiction on its own. I think you're able to understand the ideology, the thrust from Honorable Mayor. Honorable Mayor is worried that you'll understand from a face value thing that is advancing some of the things, but is saying that the issue of transformation is not necessarily correct on the issue of communal farmers. He is the one who's suggesting that, because as I was saying, that from a face value is talking about the issue of reformation. And in that process of reformation, he understood. In fact, let us be blunt. White stole the land in South Africa. In the right context, when we try by all means to assist, they are saying, no, there is no need to empower those who are Africans who want to participate. And unfortunately, our government is so apologetic when it comes to the issue of land. We are saying that, no, let us continue to admit the process. Let us negotiate with commercial farmers. I don't see them giving us back our land. The same thing with education. They still operate using the apartheid regime because the environment is still conducive. I think now is the time. And the Honorable Mayor, for me, I support him. He is now, in fact, his theology is like the Freedom Front, is like Africans and versus Afrikaners. You go to Imakoba, Honorable MEC, its department almost spent something like 50 million agriculture and rural development on Makoba. Take a wild guess where that man came. The man comes from a department, but it was spent on consultants. And that dairy farm, you go them today, they have not developed because the white commercial farmers are the beneficiary. They had to ensure, they said that we are going to give you the clover as the contractor. They were clinical in ensuring that the government will pump more money without mentioning that. So their aim was to loot from the government, but they are not saying that because it was them who were benefiting. Unfortunate for us, we must just open our ears and understand that we can't even get a complementary effect from commercial farmers because they know there is a competition from us. Those are the issues. Simzwile umhlonishwa uThabizola, I think i-debate yakhe iyancomeka Chairperson Zudegalanga. Ushawa into eyodwa nje ukuthi into yeNgonyama Trust iyahlupha ukuthi-ke okokuqala nje abafisa ukuyi-understand. Kubalulekile ukuthi-ke ngokwe-constitution awukho umhlaba efana ngaba udevelop ukusiza abantu bakithi. INgonyama Trust bafuna ukuyithatha political ezinto ye-IFP. Kanti kahle this is a strategy. Just yabona ukuthi ungacabanga ukuthi bafuna ukukhulumela isilo, abakhulumela isilo.
bakhulumela bona ngoba yona indlela yokucampaigner. Now that time has come to an end. Let us develop, sibe thorough on ensuring that all the arable land is being utilized thoroughly. All the processes is assisted financially, singasabi kodwa, because enye indaba ye-traditionalism that is incorrect, we must also demystify. Isilo siyibeke kahle ukuthi wonke umhlaba usetshenziswe. Kodwa abantu abathile benze ngathi yabo le process. Now is the correct time that let us transform. Sivumelene nokunye kuThabizolo akushoyo kodwa siyaphikisana nalokho. Ikhona issue that is addressed. Honorable Mayor is debating and saying that SAA is not working these days. If we can be blunt, it's true. Some of the SOEs have been destroyed, but who are the main beneficiaries in the SOEs? Whether you go to ESCOM, who supplies coal? Them, the white farmers, the white representative or the white people who've been benefiting you go to SAA, who destroyed SAA? It is them who've been benefiting. Transnet of this world. Let us also give you a practical example. Sanral has been destroyed, but as we speak, Rubex has 10 billion in their book that they are benefiting from Sanral. And I think it's a correct time that when we want to demystify all these issues, we must be clinical, because Africans are not getting anything except crumbs in this process. If we can be united, we put all our extra effort, it will be simply for us that our people will benefit. At this point in time, sibanga uyizeleze ngoba vele sewuthathe wonke umnotho, and now is the correct time that in agriculture sifuna ukuthi sibonge nje. Ikhona ke Chairperson the issue kufanele sikhulume ngayo, issue yokuthi ke let us just ensure we accelerate the issue of agri-hubs implementation to accelerate access of emerging and rural farmers' participation into high and end level of farming ecosystem, create conducive environment for farmers' access to proper logistic infrastructure, agro-processing and marketing, including internal and export markets, drone training from ADA, very progressive move from the office of the MEC. Mondisa sicabanga ukuthi fanele ungawuyeki lo ngoba singena kwi-ICT. Kubalekile nakhona ukuthi silivule ithuba lokuthi bakhona ke issue ama seedlings and ke nembewu ekufanele sizidevelopele yona through our research. Ngoba opioneer nophana nabo agri nabo afri bavele besenza into yabo and asokwazi ukuthi sirely kubona, ngoba iqiniso nje ukuthi mhla sakhiqiza into correct iyona eyokwazi ukusilekelela. Sibonile ke manje ngesikhathi sepandemic ukuthi i-agriculture impilo ekuyona yodwa eproduce ukudla, and kusazoloku esirelaye kuyona, not unless mhla kwafika amaphilisi ke ovela umuntu awadla bese yasutha mhlambe for 5 days. Okwamanje sisasidinga ezempilo, and kuyiqiniso ukuthi uma nje singakhiqiza into zethu ngoba ithina vele esiyi-majority siyokwazi ukwenza, siyayisupporta yonke imizamo, and we are so grateful ukuthi senithole unqualified audit opinion. Siyabonga kakhulu Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Duma Mtombeni. And now, honorable members, I would like to invite the Honorable MEC for Agriculture and Rural Development, MEC Bongistole Mloyi, to respond for 10 minutes. Thank you. Over to you, Honorable MEC.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm told it's 15 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson. Ngibonge ithuba that I got yokupresenta ibudget. Ngifisa ukuqala ngokuthi ke Chairperson weportfolio sizwile ama issues awarezile. Sizowalandela and sizoletha i-report to the portfolio committee on those matters. Ngiyazi ukuthi imatter ethinta kakhulukazi ama-irrigation project nama-access road, we are going to decide to discuss that with the department yakwa-transport to ensure ukuthi i-memorandum of agreement with them, MEC Nkonyeni also speaks to that, ukuthi how are we going to assist each other. Sizoyithatha bese siyiletha before i-committee. Ngiyaxolisa ukuthi ngithe yanele imali yaka-rural. Kusho ukuthi bengithi ayanele, ngase ngithi yanele. konakalile nje ulimi liyashelela ke ayanele uma masikhuluma izinto ebekade siyiprojecta la ukuthi zidinga ukuthi ke sidevelop i-rural ngokuthi masiya kwi-livestock kufanele kwenziwe amadip, kufanele kuvulwe amadamu, kufanele kwenziwe ukubiya amadlelo. So ngeke sikwazi ukukwenza lokho uma imali incane, especially yokwenza i-development that will support ilokhuzane ilento i-livestock. So ke ngiyafisa ukuthi sibonge kumshengu Donga likaMavuso for umhlonishwa umshengu ngokuthi akhulume kakhulu ngokuthi we have to also be close ku-issue ye-land redistribution ngoba ayizange ikwenze what was expected of, and I believe ukuthi ke the committee that the Premier has asked us to lead as Department of Agriculture with his office is also assisting, and we have had Yama meeting and with the Premier leading us going around trying to sort some of the issues that are raised irrespective or in respect of the land redistribution and also people that are fighting over the land that was given to them and not utilized as expected, and leyo sizoyisebenza ke on that land. We are also, as we have indicated, we have a policy to increase and also to monitor that there is in a transition. Yoguti, if you are being a subsistence farmer, you become a commercial farmer, emerging and become a commercial farmer, and we have a policy that is directing us to do that. And in that policy, we have a period that we have put aside to say, we start you not in 1 year and one support at once, but we support you throughout the MTF and also monitor you and train you on how to deal with a project or a project layer farming or decide what is support on. The youth involvement in agriculture, I think as this house will attest to that, and people of KwaZulu-Natal will attest to that. I've been going around last year during the time of COVID, going to visit the young people that are in agriculture, not cooperative per se, but individuals, young women, young men that are participating and are having a huge project that we are supporting. I will cite one that's beef farming in Kopstedt. We have been there. We supported Ms. Ngubane for the period of 3 years using other support and agri-processing, and she's going to produce more beef cackles from that farm. There's a number of them. I'm not going to blend out, but to say kumshenguti siyazizwile and we are still continuing with that. Honorable Msimanga siyezwile, but ngiyacabanga Honorable Msimanga kukhona okuthe ukuthi nje shelele. Bengizosherisha ke kakhulu ukuthi uma singalandela ama-grant indlela esiwasebenzise ngayo nemisebenzi etholakalile lapho ngiyafisa ukuthi ngikusherishe lokho ngoba kuzosilekelela ukuthi sazi ukuthi mingaki imisebenzi ingakale mali siyisebenzise kanjani. Isebenza yonke imali ebesinayo ye-grant and siyisebenzise ngokuhlukana nje bade esho u-Honorable Fraser, but what we want also say ukuthi nje on ilima letsima we have been able ukuthi sikwazi ukuthi senze imisebenzi amathuba omsebenzi awu-1200 awu-6541 u-1285 owabantu abasha u-30 kwabantu aba-disabled u-3581 it was females job that were created on the category of ilima letsima lilodwa nje. But going forward with CASP also, we've employed about job opportunities that were there, about 8,000, because it involved a number of projects that were also in land care. We have also utilized those grants, and we have employed people that have benefited as employees. 1,249 jobs were created through land care programs that we conducted as this department. I think generally what we want to present before this house is that we are utilizing our grant, and the money that Honorable Msimanga talking about was a rollover, and we're able to utilize it in this financial year that we come from. So we're hoping that the improvement that we are seeing in the department is going to make a difference, and members will support us going forward. We really appreciate that, and also say to Nina Siyabonga ukuthi support budget. Honorable Mayor, I'm not going to go far because I was doubting whether you're talking to this budget or talking to the national budget, because when you talk about the money from agriculture given to SAA, we don't have SAA in KwaZulu-Natal, and I was so confused. And I started to say, hey, maybe ngi-attende i-meeting wrong, ngoba phela uma imali yethu kusho national, ukuthi nationally the money was given, but not provincial. We don't have SAA in the province, but yeah, it's fine. We take serious the matters that you have raised, and we are. I've addressed the issue of the shortage of vet, and we are saying that we are addressing the matters in veterinary services, and we are going to deal with that, and we have even given a plan. What is it that we are going to do? And I think before this August House, I have actually indicated that in my budget speech. We are going to deal with the issue of saying, yes, we appreciate that when they speak outside, the commercial farmers are saying that they are willing to work. But let me say the truth about this thing. Some of them are not doing it in good faith. We have given people to them to mentor, but those people have not grown. So that is the thing that we must talk about when we speak about this thing. Their gesture of saying that they want to assist us, is it in good faith, or they want to kill our people when we want to grow them? Then we must talk about those things and debate them in a very productive and progressive way, rather than listening to the stories of saying that the department is not willing to work. We have been doing that, and we have been working with them. Sibonge kumthethwa, sibonge ku-Honorable Fraser, who outlined our project and also our program in support and also in response of what Honorable Msimanga was talking about. Thank you, Honorable Fraser. Sibonge ku-Honorable Mthethwa. Siyafuna nje ukuthi leya one home one garden khona ngizosele ngiphendula no Honorable Msimanga ukuthi cha, hayi uma yayikhona i-one home one garden kwi-IFP kufanele ngabe indlala sinayo KwaZulu-Natal. Sengenzela nje ukuthi siyiclearishe leyo case ukuthi cha, khona izinto ekufanele sizivume ukuthi sasichophekile nje sangabona sangakwazi ukuzenza, sisiyazibona ukuthi zinhle kanti zaziyo usizo umphakathi wakhe. Sivume nje ukuthi i-ANC has come with a good program esiza ama-individuals, then we are not going to lose anything by doing so. So siyathanda nje ukuthi sisho ukuthi ayiyona ye-ANC, and it has been started by the ANC. We are continuing also to eradicate the poverty in our country and also in our community out there in KwaZulu-Natal. Ngaba sinandlala phela ngabe ikadali laliziko uma abantu babeyazi kanti lama program ukuthi how they supposed to be utilized. Sibonge, Honorable Raspansi, I want to thank you for the support and also for the issue that you have raised. We have put forward. We are going to look at them, and also we are going to monitor the grant that have been allocated and ensure that we spend it appropriately and we spend the entire grant 100% in this financial year. Honorable Zuma, our Chief Whip, thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. Sibongela kakhulu ukuthi uyayisupport i-budget. Ama-areas okhulume ngawo are very important, and ngiyafisa ukuthi in this house to say, siqalile as a Department of Agriculture and Rural Development uku-implementa what we have presented in the previous year, of saying ukuthi sizoziqalela ukuzakhela ama-seed, and siqale nge-maize. And we have piloted in all districts, 15 each district of cooperatives abatshala le mbewu yethu esiyenzayo ezokwazi ukuthi uphinde bayitshale futhi base bevunile, and sizobatraina ukuthi izikhwebe ezinjani kufanele bazigcinele ukuthi baphinde bazitshale. So we have started that, and it's done through iDandi research center yethu. Siyafuna ukuthi ke lokho sikubeke phambi kwalendlu ukuthi kuyenzeka. Sizoqhubeka maningi abesifazane. We have this entrepreneur women in agriculture. Unfortunately, because of COVID, in 2019 we could not do it. In 2020 we could not do it. But we have women who have won. And unomama nje umama Umamponji that is also running a huge piggery project in Vryheid, and there are a number of them. There is umama Umkhonza who is running a huge project njengomuntu wesifazane, but we'll continue. It's not enough, we say that. Siyakuthatha lokho. Sizwile ngokwebiwa kwemfuyo, we are going to make, as I'm saying, ukuthi sinoba ne-memorandum understanding ne-working relationship ne-Department ya Community Safety. There are a lot of things even in this committee that Premier has started ukuthi sibe kulona. Community safety is part of it. nalamathobe sinawo ama-visits okuyokhuluma iy'ndaba zama-farm workers and nama-farm dwellers lawa ahluphekayo ayihlupheka koNomandini. We have been there with the Premier. Ophongolo, we've been there with the Premier. Ebaqulusi, we have been there with the Premier, leading us as our Premier of this province in addressing and listening to our community. Not only listening, but as agriculture, we are supporting them. If they want to have one home, one garden, we are supporting them. And we have also presented those supports. Honorable Chair, we want also to thank Umzukulu. My apologies, Honorable Duma, for input yakhe. I think I have covered it when I was responding to Honorable Mayor ukuthi i-issue yama-commercial farmers, they are not coming on board in good faith, and we are saying that let's talk about it, and I'm willing to debate and give facts on that before this August House. And even the 57 farms that we are every day asked what happened to them. If you go back, you will hear the bad stories about those commercial farmers undermining and disrespecting the processes that have been there. So we don't want to guesswork and think that we just saying that we don't want to work with them. We have given them the opportunity even to mentor our own, but they have not done that in good faith. I've answered the issue transformation as ushilo Mthombeni siyabonga nokusebenza futhi kwethu nokwenza kwethu ama seats sesengirespondile kona. Siyafuna ukuthi ke sibonge kakhulu, sisho ukuthi cha yikho imali engazange isebenze, asizuphendula kakhulu kwezinye izinto ngoba siyazazi ukuthi zithini. But I want to assure ama members of this house that the issue of no show, we are dealing with it every day, and it's coming now and again. It's a number of issues that make those people that at times when we have planned the programs or they are supposed to go to somewhere, and because of these times that we are living in, they divert, and then we talk about it, and then those that have done that deliberately undermining, we then ask them to pay back the money of the government, and we have done that through taking them sitshele u-CFO ukuthi ayithathe kwi-salaries abo. So akukho kwesokushiya kungenzekile. Sifuna ukunibonga kakhulu, sibonge from all the walks of life and the people that are listening to us presenting this budget. We still committed to ensure that the people of KwaZulu-Natal, as the president of this country has asked us, that no citizen of South Africa should go to bed without a meal. So I have not been even given the space during the time of COVID that sibe ngama essential services, because ukudla nokuthi ugula ubalekela ukufa uhlele ekhaya bese ungadli bese uyafaka ubulawe indlala. So ke thina kasikwazi ukubaleka away from that. Sizoyenza ke yonke imizamo yokuthi ke lobu budlelwane ke leli komite likaNdunankulu libheke ekutheni singenza kanjani ukuthi la imhlaba lo uthathiwa kwathola ukuthi khona inkinga ezikhona uyalungiswa. Ama-trust lawa ahluphayo uNdunankulu once ukuthi a-auditwe ama-trust ngoba aney'nkinga, yiwo futhi abuya avimbe ama-beneficiaries angayitholi la. So uPremier is in the forefront of this fight of saying ukuthi le mhlaba ayisebenze ngendlela efanelekile, abantu abangama-beneficiaries mababhenefite kumhlaba wabo obuyiselwe kubona. So I'm certain ukuthi ke this program nanokuthi thina as agriculture, thina as no ComSafe asiqinisekise ukuthi ba-safe abantu abahlala emafamu, kungabi khona lento ebesiyithola ebuhlungu yokuthi ama-police stations amanye are in favor of the farmers. Makuza ifama omhlophe ezobika ngabantu abamnyama bayaboshwa, kodwa makuza umuntu omnyama ezobika ngefama omhlophe icala lakhona liphelele lapho nje. Siyafuna ngokubambisana, we can do more. I wish every one of us a happy afternoon, and also I wish every one of us a happy Africa month. Thina singama-Afrika, konke kwethu sizozenzela, konke kwethu sizozithuthukisa, nezingane zethu ziyofundiswa yithi kanjalo nendlala iyoqedwa yithi. Ngiyabonga sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC for Agriculture and Rural Development, MEC Bongistwali Mloyi, for your responses. Honorable members, I'd like to thank you all for participating in this debate. We have now come to the end of this debate on vote 3. And for that, I just want to extend our gratitude But let me say that there is one announcement that honorable members, we are now breaking for lunch and we will resume our meeting at 3 o'clock, which is 1500 hours, in order to deal with budget vote 12, which is the Department of Transport, and it will be chaired by Honorable MPP Zungu. Thank you so much. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you, honorable members.
Good afternoon. We are starting now. Just want to warmly greet everyone, the Premier of KZN, the Speaker of KZN, Legislature, the MSCs, the MEC for Transport, Ngobukhethekile, Nkonyeni, Honorable Nkonyeni, Sihlalo Committee laka Transport, amalungu esishayamthetho wonke akhona, nalaba abasilandelayo ey'nkundleni zokuxhumana. We are starting the program namhlanje, and I wish that before we start, we just observe a moment of silence. Then, masenza njalo, sizokhumbula bonke laba abathe basweleka. Thank you. Honorable members, in terms of our rules, this is a budget debate of the legislature that we are conducting through virtual means. You are reminded that the budget debate will be conducted in terms of the rules for virtual meetings, which is applicable to all virtual meetings when it's read with our existing standing rules. In terms of quorum, the rules for virtual meetings also define present as follows. Present means the attendance of a member in a virtual meeting, but electronic means in a manner that allows the member to join and participate in the meeting. Our standing rules further provide that a majority of the members of the committee constitute quorum. The table staff had confirmed that we have a required number of members present in order to commence our session. The meeting is therefore properly constituted and may formally continue. In terms of connectivity, honorable members, before we proceed with the budget debate, I must reiterate the ruling of a speaker relating to addressing connectivity problems. The speaker has ruled that the following measures will be adopted to try and assist members who may not be able to participate due to connectivity issues. If a member has a connectivity problem, the presiding officer will continue with other speakers on the speakers list for a debate. If the members regain connectivity before the response to the debate has commenced, I will be flexible to apply the speakers list, and the member will be allowed to continue and finalize his or her speech as long as the member reconnects before the commencement of the response to the debate. Secondly, we also ask the members who are debating to allocate fellow party members who will be able to take over the member speech and read the member speech into the record. I will then allow the fellow party member to take over the member speech. Number three, if all else fails, the member is unable to present his or her speech or get another party member to take over, it is directed that the member may submit his or her speech to the Secretary of the Legislature, and the speech will be included in the record of the debate. If a member does have connectivity problems, we'll follow the above guidance to try and assist members. I hope that this is in order. Members that are not debating are reminded that at all times to mute their microphones and switch off their video cameras. Also, members are requested to take care of any noise in the background that interferes with the broadcasting of the proceedings. Honorable members, I further wish to confirm that the budget report 2021 and 22 of Transport Portfolio Committee has been tabled in terms of the visual rules. We will now proceed with the matters on the agenda being the debate vote number 12, which has a total allocation of 165 minutes, having to start with our MEC for Transport Committee Safety and Liaison being allocated 45 minutes. After her, we'll have the chairperson who will do 10 minutes. Honorable MEC, 45 minutes. Mbokode kamanyathelo, indlu yamandla. Indlu yamandla.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson Kwabini. Honorable Speaker of the Provincial Legislature of KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable Boyce, Deputy Speaker, Honorable Mtembu, Honorable Premier of the Province of KwaZulu-Natal, Kuzeni, Honorable Members of the Executive Council, Honorable Members, Honorable Chairperson Manchinga of the Portfolio Committee on Transport, and all members of the Transport Portfolio Committee, honorable members of the Provincial Legislature, Amakhosi Asendlunkulu, the acting head of department and other officials. I see our CFO is here and the DDGs are also up there. Academia, labor, captains of the industry and civil society, stakeholders who have joined us through virtual platforms, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, comrades and compatriots. Honorable Chairperson, it is my pleasure to present the budget speech on Vote 12, which is the budget policy speech for the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Transport. We are tabling this budget speech under the theme, Championing a New Developmental Trajectory for Rapid Growth and Job Creation. And through this theme, we are reimagining and redefining a new phase for development, and we've refocused the government led by the African National Congress in continuing to serve the people. This theme also aligns with the tone set by the Honorable Premier of our province, Honorable Zigalala, who in his State of the Province address called on us to quicken the tempo to economic recovery and job creation. The overarching message in all the above statements is the assurance that as government, we do acknowledge the enormous tasks at hand, and we are willing to do things differently with the greater agency to change the lives of our people. Honorable Chairperson, we wish to acknowledge the contribution made by our late liberation stalwart and Honorable MEC, Comrade Begin Tuli, in championing development and laying a foundation for this department to continue to grow. His presence was felt, and indeed, his untimely and painful departure left an indelible void in the department. Ours is to take the spear and forge ahead. And as part of commemorating Pemba's life, and as part of our roads naming and renaming, we will definitely name one of our key strategic roads after him. And this process is now in consultation phases, and we will soon make an announcement in this regard. We'll also be honoring His Majesty King Goodwill Zwelithini, King Goodwin Zwelithini and Undlunkulu Queen Mantombi for their role towards peace, unity, and rural development in the province. Sengathi imphefumulo yabo ingalala ngoxolo. And we also commit to continue working closely with the Zulu royal family and all Amakhosi Asendlunkulu in promoting rural development. Honorable Chairperson, through this budget policy speech, we are making a solemn oath
to continue serving our people and to indeed quicken the tempo in improving their lives as the Honorable Premier instructed us to do so. We are indeed rolling up our sleeves and championing a new trajectory. We need to be more aggressive and be resolved in addressing the triple challenges of inequality, unemployment, and poverty that continues to control our society, to confront our society. In addressing such stubborn challenges, we must, however, be inspired by the progress we have made in championing women emancipation. I have no doubt Mama Charlotte Maxeke, whose 150th birth anniversary we celebrate this year, would be pleased to know that this Department of Transport in KwaZulu-Natal has actually achieved more than 52% women representation in senior management positions, and that they continue to play a very strategic and instrumental role in ensuring development and service delivery in our province. Honorable Chairperson, the impact of COVID-19 pandemic will continue to be felt by many generations to come. Equally, as the department, we have suffered severely due to this global pandemic. We have lost many of our valuable staff members and important skills that are necessary to the work of the department. Esengathi imphefumulo yabo ingalala ngoxolo. And the latest COVID-19 statistics indicates that there have been more than 365 staff members in the Department of Transport that have been infected by COVID-19. Of those, there are 296 recoveries, and sadly, we lost 26 staff members. The pandemic has also had a significant impact on the construction industry, as many projects were halted during the national lockdown. Let me now turn to the progress that we have made regarding our program on radical socio-economic transformation, which is normally referred to as IGULA, in our case as the Department of Transport. Honorable Chairperson, the Premier captured well the importance of forging ahead with the radical socio-economic development program through Operation Vula. And taking the line from Operation Vula, as the department, we have tailor-made our radical socio-economic transformation strategy. And as I have already indicated, we name ours as IGULA, which stands for Inclusive Growth, Unity, and Economic Liberation of Africans in particular, and Blacks in general. The department is continually implementing this program, focusing on using the procurement expenditure as a way of increasing the economic redistribution to reflect the demographics of the province and promote the participation of all designated groupings. Since the introduction of our radical socio-economic program, a development program, we have witnessed massive progress in the distribution of resources within the transport value chain. And this radical shift is largely benefiting our people who otherwise would have continued to be deprived of opportunities within the mainstream of economy. Under IGULA, the department continues to implement procurement reforms, which focuses on two key elements, namely the application of the pre-qualifying criteria on tenders and enforcement of a minimum 35% subcontracting of all contracts from a minimum value of 10 million rands across all programs. IGULA performance in the department is largely driven by the infrastructure procurement and public transportation, while other areas are also aligned. Honorable Chairperson, the department spent in all procurement opportunities, both in direct and direct opportunities. The expenditure is about 2.59 billion rands, in which the total number of contracts awarded was 3,123 opportunities in the previous financial year. And through the department's IGULA transformation policy, we have started the process of unbundling large contracts so that designated groups can also benefit from the economic value chain of this department. Regarding direct procurement opportunities, we wish to indicate that regarding or in terms of the value of contracts awarded below 10 million rands, the total cumulative contracts value awarded before 10 million is 605 million rands. Of this, 211 million was awarded to women-owned entities and translates to 35%. And the total of 664 contracts have been awarded to date, and 257 of these benefited women-owned entities, translating also to 39% of the total number of contracts to women-owned entities. And of the total value of contracts awarded below 10 million, 129 million benefited youth-owned entities, translating to 21% of the value. And of the total 197 contracts that were awarded to youth-owned entities, this translates to 30% of contracts that went to youth. And of course, we are also allocating economic opportunities to people with disabilities, but we must confess that we are not doing well with regards to that. Only 5 contracts were awarded to people with disabilities, and we are committing, Honorable Chairperson, that we will definitely improve with regards to this. And of the total value awarded below 10 million, 13 million rands was awarded to military veterans owned entities, which is translating to 2.1%. But of course, I also wish to confess that we have not really performed with regards to appointing and promoting procurement from the entities that are owned by military veterans, but we are going to be improving. Regarding the direct procurement opportunities, again, those figures are mentioned there as they are reflected on that document. Regarding indirect opportunities, the total cumulative value of subcontracts awarded on above 10 million was 204 million rands. We are actually reporting about what obtained during the previous financial year, Honorable Chairperson. And regarding the procurement of the COVID-19 related PPEs opportunities in this financial year, we have allocated 10.8 million rands, and the balance of 347 million was actually spent on women-owned 300,000 and was spent on women-owned entities. And let me not bore you with all these figures, Honorable Chairperson, but move on to the next topic, which is around township roads and pothole patching. Honorable Chairperson, due to the ever-changing weather patterns and aging infrastructure, our road network, including township roads, is severely affected. The state of our township roads is dire and need urgent intervention. As Honorable Premier directed us, together with the Provincial Treasury, the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs and Municipalities, we have formed a joint task team that will work on this project. The task team will assess the extent of work that needs to be done, estimated costs, and advice on the funding model for such work. And this will be done with speed because our people cannot wait any longer. And this will be part of the ongoing government program to revive the township economies. Equally, the challenge of potholes continues to persist as most provincial roads are aging and reaching the end of their lifespan. We will now implement our plan to improve the turnaround time of fixing potholes. And of course, we will also be working with the cooperatives with regards to patching of potholes in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. our strategy is to fix our network, especially as it relates to pothole patching. And Honorable Chairperson, let me now turn to this item that actually deals with the budget itself. I'm pleased, Honorable Chairperson, to table the budget for vote 12, which totals to 11.6 billion rands for the adoption and approval of this House. The breakdown of the budget is as follows. Regarding Program 1, which is administration, for this current financial year, we are presenting an amount of 514,729,000 rands. For Program 2, which is transport infrastructure, the amount of money that we intend utilizing is 8,168,840,000 rands. Regarding transport operations, we are presenting an amount of 1,937,852,000 rands. For transport regulations, we are presenting 982,451,000 rands. And for community-based programs, we are allocating a budget of 40,537,000 rands, and the other amounts are reflecting on what is it that we will be allocating for the outer years. Regarding the conditional grant allocation, Honorable Chairperson, regarding the provincial roads maintenance grant, we are presenting an amount of 2,138,225,000 rands. Regarding public transport operation grant, an amount of 1,314,912,000 rands. And for EPWP integrated grant, we are presenting an amount of 73,252,000 rands, which totals to 3,526,389,000 rands. And Chairperson, the purpose of Program 1 is to provide the department with the overall management and administration, strategic, corporate support, and financial services, including human resource management, labor relations, communications, and legal services. And in this financial year, that amount, as I have already reflected on it, of 514 million is allocated. Chairperson, if I may proceed to the next item that we want to reflect on, it is around building the capacity of the state. Honorable Chairperson, one of the strategic priorities of this current administration is to ensure that we build the capacity of the state in order for us to deliver services to our people at a coalface level. We are working hard to address all the skills gap in the system, including the historical, organizational, and systemic structural design of the department. And part of achieving this is to address the scarcity of professional engineers, which is affecting our work. Plans are at an advanced stage for the technical academy, which will be training technicians, technologists, and candidate engineers. This pilot project will take off in this financial year and is supported by the Engineering Council of South Africa. In addition, as part of our mentorship program, we have about 104 professionals within the built environment that are going to benefit from the department. The department has a highly skilled team of professionals that has been found to be competent by the independent professional body in the areas of operations. Honorable members, the department, through adult education and training program, is assisting 37 learners at a value of 5.6 million rands. And currently we have 132 interns employed as part of our graduate internship program at a value of 30.3 million rands. And in the next financial year, we have targeted 401 interns for our graduate internship program at a value of 36.7 million for a period of 2 years. Our learnership program has 93 apprentices in earth-moving mechanical at a value of 1.2 million rands. And our bricklaying apprenticeship has 49 candidates, and work integrated learning program has 41 candidates as well. In addition, the department has awarded 213 bursaries to its staff at a value of 3.8 million rands and to 48 external learners at a value of 2.9 million rands. And Honorable Chairperson, we are committed to ensuring stability in the department, and we are fast-tracking the process of appointing the head of department. I know for a fact that this question will rise. Honorable Chairperson, we will be appointing the head of department surely by the 1st of July, because the processes have already commenced on filling in that post. Honorable Chairperson, as part of our 5-year strategic plan, the department seeks to play its meaningful role as a gateway to Africa and the world. This policy statement must not just be a rhetoric, but it must find expression and ensure that we indeed play a meaningful role in coordinating all the transport-related activities in the province. Our strategy moving forward will not only focus on road transportation, but we want to expand our presence and influence future plans in the aviation, maritime, and rail transportation sectors. It's very, very important. We are not referred to as the Department of Road Transport. We are referred to as the Department of Transport. So we should be paying attention and developing interest in all other modes of transport, including non-motorized transport, including pipelines, including the new technology whereby other people are even using drones. They are also a mode of transport. So we are now starting to pay attention to all the other modes of transport. Honorable Chairperson, as the department, we are currently reviewing our service delivery model and aligning the department with the district development model. The DDM has been adopted as a policy for service delivery by this government, and we are now part of the one plan, one district budget approach. Currently, we are transforming all our regional offices and local offices, which are normally referred to as coast centers, to align with district municipalities for easy coordination and integration. We are now going to have the Department of Transport district offices in all districts, in all municipalities, including eThekwini Metro. And these must be fully fledged offices which will be able to have all services offered by the department. I've directed management to finalize the restructuring process and report to the DPSA in a period of 6 months. Honorable Chairperson, it has taken the department more than 10 years to finalize the organizational structure, and this is impacting negatively in the ability of the department to deliver services. The engagement with the DPSA has not secured a concurrence, which is impacting on the capacity of the department to deliver services to the people. Honorable Chairperson, the department has undertaken a 3-day strategic review session. We identified a number of defects and agreed to align our systems and improve the functionality of the department. As part of this exercise, we have agreed to develop a provincial infrastructure master plan for the infrastructure rollout by this department. This will include all projects to be constructed and maintained in each district and will feed to the district development model. We have also agreed on reviewing our supply chain management division because there are discrepancies there that we have identified as the management team. And to this end, we have engaged with Treasury to assist in beefing up our SCM team. And equally, we have agreed to have a dedicated infrastructure procurement team. And this will improve service delivery and eliminate unnecessary delays in the implementation of projects. In the meantime, we are fast-tracking procurement processes through appointing multidisciplinary professional teams in the construction industry through the 10 key approach. And the department will also resuscitate the contract management unit as part of improving service delivery. When it comes to digitization of the department, Honorable Chairperson, we actually need to capitalize on the realities of the fourth industrial revolution in order for us to improve service delivery. It's high time that as the department, we improve the way we interact with our citizens. This is even more urgent with the realities brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic and other life-threatening diseases. Among some of the key strategic focus areas of our departmental digital strategy, we included the following: a digital service catalog, which will ensure that our services are available via mobile phones and computers, like online license renewal, online learner and driver test systems. The smart public transport, we aim at digitizing operating licenses, thus reducing fraud and corruption. The system will improve the management of routes. This will create a more efficient public transport and improve customer care. And the next one is smart road safety. We intend to use information to monitor people's movements and driver behaviors, and this will assist in improving traffic policing, and deployments will be informed by updated data. Regarding law enforcement, we intend to improve enforcement using electronic devices to issue fines and information verification, and this will also create an online payment system for fines and licensing. Regarding a departmental project management office, the smart way of managing departmental projects is being developed, and this is also maturing, and already more programs are now digital with regards to infrastructure. Honorable Chairperson, we also intend to fight fraud and corruption in the Department of Transport. And through our internal control, we have identified critical areas which need urgent attention to prevent fraud and corruption. We are strengthening our anti-fraud interventions so that we are more proactive in preventing and detecting risks relating to fraud and corruption before such criminal acts even take place. In terms of investigations pertaining to forensic cases, Honorable Chairperson, the department outsourced all forensic investigations to the forensic unit in the office of the Premier. There are 21 cases that were referred to forensic investigation, 10 are completed, and 11 are in progress. And Honorable Chairperson, the department is also working with other law enforcement agencies to close the net on those who are continuing with driver license and motor license fraud. Recently, the suspects who were involved in issuing more than 490 fraudulent roadworthy certificates were arrested in Pinetown. Corrupt examiners continue to be arrested every day in this province. We want to send a clear message that illegal issuing of learners and driver licenses is a serious risk which endangers the lives of road users. Equally, giving an unroadworthy vehicle permission to be on the road is also a very serious crime. Honorable members, the department will continue to implement robust strategies to fight fraud and corruption in the testing environment and in law enforcement operations, together with other law enforcement. In February 2021, 5 officials from Umgeni municipality received various sentences ranging from imprisonment as well as fines for fraudulently issuing learners licenses. This was a joint effort between the National Road Traffic Management Corporation and Anti-Corruption Unit and Hawks and the Department of Transport. The Departmental Inspectorate Unit, in its quest to fight corruption at the drivers' license testing centers, has since conducted 161 investigations, effected 98 arrests, which therefore resulted in the cancellation of 168 learners' licenses and 104 driving licenses between 2019 to 2021. Out of these investigations, there were 20 examiners who were convicted of fraud and corruption by the courts, and 20 have been dismissed from employment. These investigations included driving license centers run by the province, and of course, some are run by municipalities. Honorable Chairperson, with regards to our audit improvement strategy, we must say that it is concerning that the department has not received a clean audit in the past 5 financial years. While matters of audit concerns are continuing to be eliminated, the reality is that there is a great need to improve accountability and financial management. We are taking a firm position against irregular expenditure, as it has been one of the major concerns over the past years. The elimination of irregular expenditure will be done while improving service delivery, mainly infrastructure delivery. We will implement consequence management and impose harsher punitive measures against officials who contravene the Public Finance Management Act. And as part of our audit turnaround strategy, we continue to converge weekly to assess progress and process reports on some outstanding work that still needs to be done. And these meetings are attended by officials from the Department of Treasury and from the Auditor General, because both Treasury and AG are assisting our department. Our plan is to turn the situation around and improve the audit outcomes of the department. This will be done through ensuring adherence to accounting standards and compliance with accounting manuals. Let me turn to Program 2, Honorable Chairperson, infrastructure. The key role that transport infrastructure plays as an enabler to connecting economies and people while driving socio-economic growth and development remains the backdrop to delivery in the transport infrastructure. The Provincial Growth and Development Plan makes the following observations on the importance of infrastructure, and I quote, "The province's long-term success and participation in the global market will depend on its ability to maintain good governance, to continue to provide services, and improve its transport and logistics infrastructure. In line with national government's policy, public sector investment in infrastructure is seen as key to building the overall levels of investment in fixed assets, which is central to achieving growth and development targets. The need is therefore to invest in both operational infrastructure, such as roads, and connectivity, such as information technology, mobility, infrastructure, and a close quote. However, Chairperson, the above statement is very relevant considering the strategic nature and location of our province. It is estimated that the ports of Durban and Richards Bay account for some 80% of the value of all goods imported into and exported from South Africa, with approximately 9,000 heavy vehicles per day passing through the Marian Hill Toll Plaza on the N3. And while this is an indication of growing economic activity, the increased road freight, particularly between Gauteng and Durban, has placed the KwaZulu-Natal provincial road network under severe strain. Furthermore, users of the N3 suffer losses of nearly 800 million rands per annum due to accidents and time delays. And many of the most heavily trafficked roads have passed their design lifespan, while some heavily trafficked roads are not designed to accommodate freight. This has increasingly manifested itself through road failure, more potholes, higher accident rates, increased vehicle operation costs, longer journey times, higher transaction and logistic costs, reduced productivity, reduced global competitiveness, and high levels of public discontent. It is within this context that the department will continue to streamline, consolidate, and elevate management of strategic partnerships and intergovernmental relations to improve coordination and collaboration between the province, national government and its entities, municipalities, and other social partners. This will support integrated planning and ensure a more efficient delivery of services. Notwithstanding transport infrastructure financing and other challenges, the need to maintain the primary road network and keep it at appropriate levels will continue to be one of the most important strategic focus areas, especially when the department is faced with significant maintenance backlogs. It is well documented that the provincial road network in South Africa has been under budgeted for several decades. And this backlog is estimated to be around 417 billion rands, of which the provincial road maintenance backlog accounts to 15 billion rands. The situation is further worsened by the budget cuts, which in the last financial year accounted to more than 2 billion rands due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The shift in infrastructure delivery to concentrate more on fewer but strategic and catalytic infrastructure projects remains at the forefront of our plans. The new approach places a premium on consolidating the available capacity and resources while focusing on completing construction projects on time, within budget and scope, and with the highest possible levels of quality. As part of the strategic interventions, the department is working hard to find solutions and to unlock delays in many construction projects in the province. And importantly, the maintenance of our more than 25,000 kilometers of gravel road network. Working with the Department of COGTA, together with Amakosi, will assist with regards to resolving the challenge of the borrowed material. Equally, the department is improving its supply chain management unit to have a dedicated section, as I have already alluded to that particular matter. Regarding our provincial infrastructure investment, Honorable Chairperson, I wish to indicate that the Premier has directed us to move with speed infrastructure delivery investment. Honorable Chairperson, in the next 3 years, we are investing more than 21 billion rands in the construction and maintenance of the provincial road network. In this financial year alone, we are investing 8.1 billion rands in infrastructure delivery, and we continue to strike a delicate balance between maintenance and construction of new projects. To this end, we have invested 3.6 billion rands in maintenance while investing 3.7 billion rands in constructing new infrastructure projects. And through this massive investment in this financial year, we plan to construct 99 kilometers of surfaced roads, to build new 50 kilometers of gravel road, and construct 9 vehicular bridges and 4 pedestrian bridges. In addition, we will rehabilitate and maintain 1,800,000 square meters of the current existing infrastructure. This is in addition to the already existing 8,602 kilometers of the paved provincial road network and 25,000 kilometers of gravel road network throughout the province of KwaZulu-Natal. We have made allocations according to the districts, Honorable Chairperson. Regarding to Ugu district, we are allocating an amount of 39 million and 878,000 rands regarding new infrastructure and allocating 71 million and 643,000 rands for rehabilitation of the road network. And we are also allocating 201 million and 84,000 rands for the upgrades. The figures for all district municipalities are reflected there, Honorable Chairperson, and the total figure for the new infrastructure is 554 million rands and 799,000. Regarding rehabilitation of road network, we are allocating 1,545,483,000 rands. That is the total amount. And regarding upgrades, we are allocating 1,551,391,000 rands. Honorable Chairperson, today we are pleased to announce that out of 40 Bailey bridges, which we committed in the previous budget speech, 12 have now been completed and are now traversable. The 2 remaining are also complete and will be ready for use by the end of July 2021. This 110 million rand project will enable learners and teachers and communities and nurses to cross those ever flooding and crocodile infested rivers freely without fear. And through this project, the ANC-led government has indeed opened the doors to safe learning and teaching. Our communities can now access important amenities such as public transport facilities, shopping centers, pension pay points, and medical care facilities. We wish to express our gratitude to the Minister of South African National Defence Force and to the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure. We're working very well together with those 2 departments. And Honorable Chairperson, in this current financial year, we plan to construct an additional 14 Bailey bridges. The team is already working on the assessment of the most deprived communities, and this partnership will run over the next 4 years, and we hope to have made a serious dent in the delivery of bridges in rural communities. Let me also turn to the New Jersey barriers. Honorable Chairperson, this project remains strategic in curbing cross-border crime and addressing the plight of the people of Mkhanyakude district. There have been numerous complaints from communities living under Mkhanyakude district who are continuously victimized by the criminal syndicates, stealing and hijacking vehicles and illegally crossing the Mozambique border. Despite the challenges with obtaining the environmental approvals, the Department of Transport had to proceed with the construction of these concrete walls, despite it being an unfunded mandate. The department has budgeted 92 million rands after the calculation of the escalation costs, and the first phase of 8 kilometers will be completed by July 2021. The remaining 17 kilometers is still subject to negotiations between the Department of Transport and the National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. There is a feeling, Honorable Chairperson, that actually as the provincial department, we are not even supposed to have participated in that, but it's the people of KwaZulu-Natal who are really suffering, who have become victims, of this crime that is conducted by these criminal syndicates that are stealing their vehicles. There is a sense that the Department of of Defense should also be involved because they are supposed to be ensuring that they provide security in our borders. Regarding the priority projects for 2021-2022 financial year, in the MTF period. Honorable Chairperson, some of our infrastructure projects are running over multiple financial years as they seek to respond to the commitments of the PGDP on identified corridors, which are essential to the economic growth and job creation of the province. We'll continue to invest in these projects and prioritize them in our capital project budget. And these are being rolled out in phases and are already making an impact in many communities where blacktops was seen as a pipe dream. We have also reflected on the road network where these capital projects are. They are all over. We do have projects in King Cetshwayo district, Mkhanyakude, Zululand district, eThekwini district. I won't be able to go through that very long list. Ilembe district, Ugu district, Amajuba district, Umzinyathi district, Uthukela district, and there is no district that is not mentioned. Herikwala, Mkungundlovu district, and honorable members will have to go through all what is reflected there. May I please crave your indulgence, Honorable Chairperson? I'm about to conclude my speech. Regarding
how many minutes would you require?
At least 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Chairperson, the department continues to partner with the South African National Road Agency Limited, PTY, okay, PTY Ltd. Kune N2 N3 corridor ebaluleke kakhulu kithi la kwiprovince yaKwaZulu-Natal. Siyezwa ke siyabona futhi ukuthi uSanral kukhona imigwaqo ayenzayo lapha kwiprovince yethu yaKwaZulu-Natal, and kune amount of money that has been allocated for our road network. Of course, those are national roads, but they are utilized by all. An amount of 9 billion rands. Siyabona ke nomusuka la uya eThekwini kukhona ukuphazamiseka we traffic ngenxa yokuthi umgwaqo uyalungiswa. Kuyasikhathaza kakhulu ke ukubona ama-truck amaningi ehamba kule mgwaqo. Yingakho sesithi siqala nokuba nogqozi lokubheka ukuthi ayikho yini indlela yokuthi sithathe i-freight siyibuyisele kwi-rail njenge-province yaKwaZulu-Natal. Sicabanga ukuthi kuzosilekelela kakhulu lokho ngoba kuzogcina abantu bekhalaza nakuba kuzosizakala bona. Futhi ke sine plan yethu esibiza ngokuthi i-public and freight planning framework esisebenzisayo la KwaZulu-Natal, esicabanga ukuthi le framework izosilekelela kakhulu. Mangiqhubeka ngiyafisa ukusho ukuthi regarding into ye public transport services kukhona into esiyibonile ukuthi i-discrepancy yokuthi kunama district amabili abekade engazuzi from the public transport services okuyi district yaseMzinyathi ne district yaseHerigwala. Sixoxile ke njengomnyango sathi akuvumelekanga ukuthi kube khona abantu ababandlululwayo ngokunikezela izinsiza kule province yethu yaKwaZulu-Natal. Ngakho ke lolo daba lusetafuleni futhi sithe sizoqalaza sibheke ukuthi sizokwenza kanjani ukuthi nabantu baseMzinyathi nabaseHerigwala bahlomule kulolu hlelo lwethu. Uma siza ekusizeni abafundi ngokuthi bathole nabo uxhaso kwezokuthi bakwazi ukusuka emakhaya baye ezikolweni, ikhona ibudget ngokubambisana nomnyango wezemfundo. I-budget yakhona allocated 456 million rands kulo nyaka zimali, and abafundi ukwazi ukuthi ba-benefite kule program bawu-62,070. Iy'kole ziwu-332 ezikwazi ukubenefitha lapho. Sithi akwanele, sizonxenxa nje amalungu eshamthetho ukuthi ukuze sikwazi ukuthi sandise lesi sibalo kuyofanele ukuthi mhlawumbe from i-equitable share esiyitholayo allocation njengomnyango kube khona nokuqhamuka kwi-province kusingadephendi kuphela kule grant esuka e-national ukuze isibalo sabafundi nezikolo ezikwazi ukubenefitha sithi xaxa. Uhlelo ke lo esiphezu kwalo esixoxisana ngalo siwumnyango kanye nomnyango wezemfundo. Regarding i-taxi industry, Honorable Chairperson, it is against the backdrop. Okay, let me start by saying, as the government of the day, we remain committed in transforming and expanding the taxi industry into a reputable business model, no longer associated with any form of violence and lawlessness. And it is against this backdrop that the National Department of Transport hosted a national taxi lekgotla that was preceded by a provincial lekgotla. The lekgotla reviewed progress made in developing and professionalizing the taxi industry since 1996. We also extensively discussed and debated issues of unity and leadership, regulation and enforcement, industry empowerment, and industry professionalization. The lekgotla agreed to provisioning a subsidy for the taxi industry, modernizing the operating license systems, and introducing an electronic cash management system. As a department, we are committed to implementing all these resolutions, working together with the taxi industry and the national government. Importantly, we want to build a taxi industry of the future and an industry that is reliable, especially because the majority of our people, mainly workers, are transported using taxis every day. Approximately 20 million South Africans every day are using taxis. Hence, there is a need to improve the functioning of this industry. Ngakho-ke sithe sizoba supporter nathi siqikelele ukuthi masikhipha ama-permits siwakhipha kubantu abafanele nakuma routes futhi afanele. Siyaqhubeka ke nokuqeqesha o-driver nama taxi drivers and taxi operators. Program yethu njengomnyango. Uma ngiza kwi-road safety and traffic enforcement sihlalo sifake ibudget ewu-982 million rands wokudila nama-matters e-road safety ne-implementation yama-regulations on our road. Esicabanga ukuthi kuzolekelela kakhulu ke uma si-improve kulawo ma-systems ngoba kuningi kakhulu ekufanele ukuthi siku-improve. Mangiza kwi-expanded public works program, siyaqhubeka noku-implementa lama-programs that have to do with the empowerment of our people. I-EPWP, a National Youth Service Program that is benefiting our young people in the province. I-Cape Yard project is continuing. Ivuka ibambe routine road maintenance program, and we have allocated a budget for all those community projects. Honorable Chairperson, through this budget, as we have committed in our theme, we intend to move with speed in championing a new developmental trajectory. As we navigate this new journey, we will continue to forge the unity of purpose and revive the innovation to reposition KwaZulu-Natal Department of Transport to return to its glory days as one of the best performing departments in the province. Allow me to thank my organization, the African National Congress, for giving me the opportunity to lead this department and to ensure that the people of KwaZulu-Natal continue to receive services. We know nothing else but service delivery as the African National Congress. Intuthuko izoza ngolayini kubantu bakwaZulu-Natal. My special appreciation to the Premier, Honorable Khuzeni, for his ongoing support and guidance as we continue to execute our tasks. Equally, the Legislature Portfolio Committee on Transport, led by Honorable Manchinga, has been very instrumental in assisting the department to improve its operations and refocus its targets. I would also like to thank the acting head of department, the entire management, and the entire workforce of the department for their dedication and commitment to serving our people and putting them first. It has not been easy, but we have managed, acting HOD, to demonstrate leadership and resilience when it was needed the most. And lastly, I wish to thank my family for their support and understanding, especially my grandchildren, who are my pride and joy as I continue to execute the responsibilities assigned to their gogo. We dare not fail our people, the majority who are looking up at this government for leadership and better life. Like former President Thabo Mbeki said in 1999, we are on course. He instructed us to never look back, but set our eyes firmly in changing the lives of the people. I quote, steadily, the dark clouds are lifting, giving way to our season of hope. Our country, which for centuries has bled from 1,000 wounds in progressing towards healing, the continuing process of social and national emancipation to which all of us subject constitute an evolving act of self-definition. At the dawn of a new life, our practical actions must ensure that none can challenge us when we say we are a nation at work to build a better life. Close quote. Honorable members, allow me to present before this House the budget vote of vote 12, which is the budget of 11.6 billion rands for your adoption and approval. I thank you. Yabonga.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Call upon the Chairperson of Transport, Honorable T.S. Njali. Been allocated 10 minutes. Isikhathi sakhe-ke sesizoqala, sisiyaqala isikhathi sakho, Mhlonishwa.
Honorable Chair, allow me to greet first and foremost the Honorable Speaker and the Deputy Speaker, all the honorable members of the executive, and allow me to specially greet our MEC of Transport, Honorable Kwenyeni, and the members of the Portfolio Committee, and all honorable members who are here, as well as the management from the department. I stand here to present the outcomes of the budget process that we, the Portfolio Committee of Transport, embarked on as guided by the rules of this House and the oversight model, which is SOM of the KZN Legislature. All Portfolio Committees have a mandate to legislate, conduct oversight over the executive, and facilitate public participation in line with its mandate to facilitate public participation to the Portfolio Committee on Transport the Portfolio Committee on Transport facilitated the stakeholders' engagement, Honorable Chair, on the 8th of December 2020 at Dundee Town Hall, where the department presented and engaged both the Portfolio Committee and the stakeholders on its 2021-2022 draft budget and the annual performance plan. Honorable Chairperson, in line with its constitutional oversight mandate over the executive, the Portfolio Committee considered and deliberated on the presentation on the 2021-2022 final budget and the APP of the Department of Transport. Vote 12. We then dealt with vote 12 on the 4th of May 2021, having considered both the draft and the final submissions of the Portfolio Committee reports. This is how we engage, and it was as follows. The department tabled the budget of 11.6 billion to the Portfolio Committee. The committee recognized the department's ability to reprioritize its budget to mitigate against the negative impact of the budget cuts on core service delivery areas, since at least 8.1 billion, which is 70% of the total budget is still allocated to transport infrastructure, which is an investment on the province's road network. We must say, MEC, that we fully appreciate that due to budget cuts, but we were able to ensure that the 8.1 billion it's still maintained to ensure the road networks and the infrastructure within our province. The Portfolio Committee also welcomes the following positives on the 2021-2022 budget. Firstly, the additional allocation of 214 million on the learner transport to cater for shortfalls and increase of its crucial service to more needy learners in schools. The committee implores the department to continue to manage and monitor the provision of these services, bearing in mind that it is still being provided in a COVID-19 environment. Secondly, the additional allocation of 295 million to the Provincial Road Management Grant as a performance incentive and the growth of EPWP integrated grant for the province, which amounted to 73 million for the budget or for the financial year of 2021-2022 financial year. These grant increases, Honorable MEC, will contribute immensely to the maintenance of our infrastructure and the creation of job opportunities for this province, as we've been crying for job opportunities for our people in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. The committee will continue to execute its oversight mandate with the goal of ensuring that this budget will be fully spent efficiently, effectively, and economically. And I repeat, the Portfolio Committee will ensure that this budget is fully spent, Honorable MEC. When reporting on the APP, the department reported that its programs are structured as well as aligned and committed to deliver on priorities such as being an enabler to improving the lives of the province's citizens through provision of safe transportation and by developing road infrastructure, particularly in rural areas, and maintenance of the current assets. Enabling and supporting economic resuscitation and growth, especially in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic. While developing and maintaining road infrastructure, reaffirming its commitment on transforming the economy so that vulnerable groups can benefit through the Igula program, which we still believe that it's still working for our people, Honorable MEC. Empowering the people of the province is one of the key priorities, as it will strengthen job creation and empowerment programs, and targeted beneficiaries of these programs are women, youth, people with disability, and those in military veterans. It is incumbent upon the Portfolio Committee to ensure a robust financial and non-financial oversight. Therefore, the committee undertakes to closely monitor progress and implementation of the above-mentioned priorities, concentrating on the medium-term strategic framework, informed priorities areas identified by the committee and captured on the committee's annual oversight plan for 2021-22, which are as follows. Priority 1, a capable ethical developmental state. Priority 2, economic transformation and job creation, cross-cutting, focusing areas, focusing on ensuring that those who benefit in particular, it's women, youth, people with disability. Priority 5, spatial integration, human settlements, and local government. Informed by the deliberation of the committees, the committee wishes to highlight the following areas of concern, honorable members. These are the concerns, honorable MEC, that the Portfolio Committee has. Members registered their great dissatisfaction with the department's APP, which is not aligned to the budget. As a result, the Portfolio Committee has concluded that this misalignment has a result in failing to fully spend the allocated budget by the department. The Portfolio Committee has strongly suggested that the department must ensure that APP is incorporated to the budget to avoid underspending. The Portfolio Committee believes that proper alignment between funding and performance will bring about proper expenditure. The committee also expressed great concern on the constantly growing irregular expenditure due to lack of compliance with the supply chain management, due to lack of the compliance with the SCM prescript as complied in the regulations. Of more concern is that these irregular expenditures has contributed the department getting qualified audits in the previous financial years. The committee therefore pleads with the department to improve on its SCM processes and eliminate irregular expenditure from the current financial year onwards. Hence, we're happy that the MEC was able to reflect on it, and it clearly shows that the MEC already has a plan with what the portfolio committee has been raising. The department must also prioritize finalizing the organogram and increase its capacity and increase its capabilities by filling critical vacant posts, including the long outstanding position of the HOD, to improve on both financial and non-financial targets. We're happy, MEC, to hear that the process of appointing a new HOD has already started. It shows that you are on the roll and you are able to ensure that you understand the importance of filling in this position. Hence, this is the head of the department who should be able to ensure that he assists in meeting the targets that are put in place. The budget remains a financial plan of work to be done. What is of utmost important is the implementation of those plans. Therefore, in 2021-22, the department must improve on outlining and strict implementation of these plans as set out in the annual performance plan 2021-22, as they should, among other things, include how the department plans to deal with the backlog that is created by the COVID-19 regulations and the budget. The votes were as follows. ANC supported the budget, IFP supported the budget, the DA reserved their right, the EFF reserved their right. Minority parties were not present at the meeting. In conclusion, we wish to assure this House that the Portfolio Committee aims to support the department to maximize implementation of service delivery. The Portfolio Committee further intends to strengthen the road and safety awareness programs. And we intend to ensure that we work together, and want to thank the MEC of Transport for being able to steer the ship in the right direction, as well as the acting HOD and the team. Therefore, this is the submission for consideration, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Siyabonga. Isikhathi sakho siphelile ngenzela ufefe. I could say we were rounding up. Next will be from ANC. Honorable J.S. Ngumalo, speaking for 12 minutes. Honorable Ngumalo. It's 12 minutes time that is allocated. As you prepare yourself, it's 10 set.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of this session, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable members of the Provincial Executive Council, Honorable members of the Legislature, distinguished guests, officials present, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Sani Bonani. Honorable Chairperson, before we present our input on behalf of the African National Congress to this important budget vote 12 of the Department of Transport, perhaps we must briefly talk to the issue of Africa Month, which is the month of May that we are celebrating this month. This debate takes place during the month of May, that is recognized as Africa Month, which is, among other things, a period wherein the founding of the Organization of African Unity, the OAU, which is now the African Union, is being remembered and celebrated. Furthermore, Honorable Chairperson, the African Union has declared the year 2021 as the African Union Year of Arts, Culture and Heritage. Levers for building the Africa we want. Former President Thabo Mbeki said, I quote, he encouraged South Africans to embrace an African identity and sought to promote the continent's political, economic, and social renewal. He also sought to reintegrate Africa into the global economy, and also former President Mbeki urged Africans to adapt democracy to fit their own specific conditions without compromising its principles of representation and accountability. He further challenged them to discover a sense of their own self-confidence, this after centuries of slavery and colonialism, close quote. Honorable Chairperson, this debate also takes place at an unfortunate period wherein the world in general and African continent in particular is still contending with the consequences of COVID-19 pandemic that has ushered in a serious social, devastating human, economic, and financial constraints. This pandemic has compelled all of us, especially in Africa, to rethink Africa's socio-economic priorities and the cultural workers' role in general, with regards to promoting equality, economic inclusion, social cohesion, and African Renaissance as premised on the philosophy of Ubuntu, which is humanity. Having said this, above Chairperson, we welcome the Budget Vote 12 as delivered by the Honorable MEC Peggy Nkonyeni, when we are confident that whilst challenges remain, but a lot has been done by the Department of Transport as evidenced by the budget speech that has been delivered today by Honorable MEC. As the African National Congress-led government, we remain committed to building a non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and united South Africa where the color of your skin and a gender will not determine the type of service or road infrastructure that will need to be provided. Honorable Chairperson, as we all know that the legacy of colonialism of a special type continues to glare its ugly head, hence many of our children had to travel long distances to schools, thus being exposed to many dangers such as rape, kidnapping, road fatalities, among other things. To address this challenge, the ANC-led government introduced the learner transport services. We must therefore salute the Department of Transport for ensuring that it continues to effectively administer this important program, such that it has increased the budget allocation with an addition of 214 million rands, resulting into 456 million for 2021-2022 financial year. We also applaud the department for ensuring that the majority of new service providers are drawn from the historically marginalized people in line with the resolution of the 54th National Conference of the African National Congress. The transportation of learners to schools is also one of the important initiatives aimed at giving practical meaning to one of the clauses of the Freedom Charter, which declares that the doors of learning and culture shall be open. This means that learner transport services contribute meaningfully towards access to education for our children. Sihlalo hloniphekile, asiphinde siwushayele ihlombe umnyango kanye nobuholi bawo ngaphansi kukaNgqongqoshe umama
uNeliswa Nkonyeni uphinde uzibophezele ekuqinisekiseni ukuthi imigwaqo yethu iphephile futhi iyaqhubeka nokwakhiwa. Siyakujabulela kakhulu njengoba ekubekile namhlanje kulesabelo sezimali ukuthi lo msebenzi uzoqhubeka ukwenza isiqiniseko sokuthi imigaqo iyakhiwa kuzona zonke izindawo ikakhulukazi eindaweni zasemakhaya. Njengoba sonke sazi ukuthi mkhulu umsebenzi usuwenziwe kusukela ngo-1994 and isifundazwe saKwaZulu-Natal isona esoloko sihamba phambili ukwenza isiqiniseko sokuthi imigaqo iyakhiwa ukuze bonke abantu bakwazi ukuba bafinyelele eindaweni la bakwazi ukuba bafinyelele khona. Lokhu sukushayela ihlombe elikhulu. We must, however, accept the fact that the road safety awareness campaigns were also affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, which restricted access to institutions such as schools and also limited social gathering. Notwithstanding the above objective challenge, we welcome this budget and also pleased with the fact that the Department of Transport will continue to implement its road safety campaigns, and these campaigns will be targeting everyone that uses our national and provincial roads in and around the province of KwaZulu-Natal. We also salute the Department of Transport and its leadership for maintaining 182 employment opportunities arising from the pedestrian crossing patrol project. This is consistent with the African National Congress-led government commitment to creating an enabling environment for our people to live better, while a Clarocon remains relevant for people to seize opportunities presented by the 1994 democratic dispensation to create jobs for our people. We also acknowledge that this department created more than 6,000 job opportunities under EPWP program. As a way of conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, kumele sikhumbule ukuthi umzabalazo ukushintsha izimpilo zabantu bakithi uyaqhubeka. Ingakho iminyango efana nalomnyango wezokuthutha kubambe iqhaza elikhulu ukuthuthukisa umnotho ezindaweni zasemakhaya nasemalokishini nokwenza ngcono inqalasizinda yemigwaqo kwisifundazwe sakithi saKwaZulu-Natal. Kuyinto ebaluleke kakhulu le esishayela ihlombe ukuthi lo mnyango uqhubeke ngokwenza isiqiniseko sokuthi imigwaqo yenziwa ngcono kulesifundazwe saKwaZulu-Natal. Ngalowo mazwi, Chairperson, as the African National Congress, we support this budget vote, and I thank you very much. Siyabonga kakhulu sir.
Thank you, Honorable Member. From the IFP, we are going to have Honorable Asmodli on the debate for 8 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable Premier, Honorable MECs, Honorable members of the Legislature, the leader of the Inkatha Freedom Party, Honorable V.F. Slabisa. I would like to commence my debate by paying tribute to one of our dedicated RTI officials, Mr. Naik, who sadly passed away in an accident. I record the IFP's heartfelt condolences to his family and colleagues at the RTI and pray that his soul rests in God's eternal peace. The IFP supports 11.6 million budget allocation for the 2021-22 financial year. Having said that, we must also record our concern that the budget cuts will affect the performance of the department in respect of filling of 1,389 vacant posts, road maintenance and construction projects, and some planned projects will have to be deferred to a later stage. This will negatively impact service delivery and the functioning of the department as a whole. We also wish to highlight the following issues that warrant immediate attention. The IFP for years is calling for action against irregular expenditure by the department, but nothing seems to change. The department is not willing to address the elephant in the room, which is irregular expenditure and poor audit report. This department finances have been in shambles according to the findings by the AG's report for 2019-20 financial year. The department received a qualified audit opinion and incurred irregular expenditure amounting to 17.84 billion as it failed to follow proper tender procedures. This department also underspent 1.64 billion on its budget, the highest underspending ever recorded in the department due to the delays in transport infrastructure. This is totally unacceptable. Further, during to the 2018-19 financial year, this department incurred 14.11 billion on irregular expenditure. This amount of irregular expenditure has been increasing over the years, indicating a complete disregard of SCM policies and regulations within the transport department. Our major concern about this irregular expenditure is that it could have been prevented if the leadership was serious about putting an end to it. Instead, there is no evidence showing that disciplinary steps were taken against officials who incurred irregular expenditure. There are just no justifiable reasons for a department to incur irregular expenditure of 17.84 billion. We want it to roll on this matter. Whilst we commend the acting HOD on a sterling job, there is no excuse for incompetence without a permanent HOD. This affects the effective functioning of the department. That could be one of the reasons the department is underperforming, because if someone is acting, they cannot take decisions they want because they are acting. The IFP demands that a permanent HOD must be appointed immediately. Further, we urge the Honorable Premier Sishla Sigalala to put aside friendship and comradeship and deal decisively with the MEC for transport by holding her accountable for the failure to bring much needed change in the Department of Transport. If the Premier treats his cabinets MECs with kid love just because they are his comrades, we will continue to see what is happening in the Department of Transport. Honorable Premier, I urge you, your time is now to act against the Department of Transport. It's up to the Honorable MEC whether to shape up or ship out. Time for complacency is over. It must be made mandatory that the Department of Transport get a clean audit in this financial year. The IFP believes that at all times, the officials should keep in mind the Batu Pillar principles, including making sure there is always value for money. It has been proven time and again that service delivery cannot happen without sound financial management. The Auditor General's finding should be a massive wake-up call for our provincial government. It is time for MEC to be held accountable for poor performance. We will certainly do everything in our power to ensure that the people of KZN get the service delivery they deserve. Road infrastructure and incompetence. The IFP notes that the Department of Transport focuses on rural infrastructure development. While the IFP notes the progress made in building roads and bridges in the province, it believes that more still needs to be done. Many people in rural areas in KwaZulu-Natal still have to use untarred roads. Some people in the rural areas have to walk long distances to access public transport. Many rural roads are still untarred and many others are in a state of disrepair. Full of potholes, like in Awik, where residents have taken a decision to fix potholes themselves. This is a shame, and this exposes incompetence of Amgani local municipality. Further, a few days back, taxi drivers in Nkanjla staged a protest where they raised their frustration about poor roads which the department have failed to repair. This is yet another indictment to the department. The roads in Nkanjla and Awik must be fixed. It has been noted with grave concern that ambulances cannot even travel to certain areas as the terrain is so bad. Rainy conditions exacerbate the terrible condition of the roads. Will the department take accountability if a patient dies due to an ambulance not reaching him, or timeously, or at all because the department failed to make sure the roads were in the condition that citizens of this province deserve? We have mentioned on several occasions that the department fails dismally to spend money on ensuring the entrances to schools, police stations, and clinics is accessible and in good condition. What good are any of these places if people cannot access it, as the department does not re-gravel the roads leading into these places? The dire situation must be addressed, and the department needs to ensure that no entrance to schools and other important entities is made inaccessible due to the department's failure. The IFP urges the Honorable MEC to conduct an audit of all roads per district that need urgent attention and repair. This will assist the department in forming a clear picture of how many rural roads in the province are in bad state. This will further ensure that funds are spent on existing roads that need urgent attention. Furthermore, the department must allow municipalities to be fully involved in the issue of road construction, as they are the ones that know which roads need urgent attention. The IFP is concerned about the tenders for road infrastructure which are awarded to incompetent contractors. As we speak, non-performance of contractors on site resulted in the termination of 25 contractors in the financial year, affecting construction of bridges and road upgrades contracts in the department. And the department has not finalized the contracts which were declared irregular by the AG. Incompetence also contributes significantly to violence service delivery protest. The question that needs to be asked is, how do these contractors were awarded tenders in the first place? This indicates that there is collusion between corrupt officials and these contractors. Without any fear, the IFP is against the appointment of incompetent contractors as they delay projects. The IFP wants contractors with impeccable track records to be awarded tenders for road infrastructure. Secondly, corrupt officials who are colluding with incompetent contractors must be flushed out. The extent. Thank you, Chair. Come back.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I see that I now have a co-presiding office. From DA, we're going to have Honorable S. Hussein. We'll be debating for 12 minutes. Thank you, Honorable Hussein. Your mic is off. Can you unmute yourself?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Another year as in this House again to reflect and negative records made by the department in the previous financial year. It's an opportunity once again to reflect honestly on the performance of the Department of Transport. I wish to start, Madam Speaker, by paying special tribute to Honourable Ntuli, who will forever be remembered for his sincerity and humbleness. It's not very often that we come across politicians who serve the people of this province with absolute sincerity. His passing is a huge loss for this province. We extend our sincere condolences to his family and to the ANC. Madam Speaker, the Democratic Alliance also extends our deepest condolences to the families who have lost loved ones on our KZN roads. Thousands of families are affected by reckless and drunk driver behavior. There is more than enough studies and evidence to prove that where there are increased patrols on our roads, we have a reduction in road fatalities. And although the department aims to reduce road fatalities by 30%, it has failed to follow this through with increased visible patrols on our roads. I raised the same concern last year, Madam Speaker, in the hope that this province's political leadership would take positive strides to rectify the issues within the Road Traffic Inspectorate and ensure that critical vacancies are addressed, thereby increasing patrols on our roads, making it safer for road users and forcing reckless drivers to comply with the rules of the road. But a year later, with many more precious lives lost on our roads, nothing has changed. The Road Traffic Inspectorates are still struggling with critical vacancies. The department is unable to perform with inspectors being seconded to 2 to 3 stations at a time. The officers are not being monitored by supervisors, which simply means that they don't have to turn up for work because nobody is monitoring them. With a toxic work environment such as this, which road inspector will be motivated to show up for work every day? Actually, Madam Speaker, we must thank the few dedicated road traffic officers who are holding this department together. But this province's leadership must act urgently, as this province is already suffering due to the limited outcome of this department. If this provincial leadership had addressed these concerns, the people of this province would have enjoyed a fully fledged road traffic inspectorate who would be visible on our roads 24 hours a day enforcing the law. Madam Speaker, whilst I'm on the topic of RTI, the Democratic Alliance wishes to extend our sincere condolences to the Naik family, who lost the provincial inspector, Devan Naik, who was on duty. It is alleged that Inspector Naik assisted SAPS and Metro Police to stop a vehicle which was transporting drugs. The vehicle knocked Inspector Naik and he succumbed to his injuries and passed away this week. We must never forget the fallen heroes of this province who day after day put their lives at risk for the people of this province. Madam Speaker, post 27 years of democracy, there is no doubt that there has been massive improvement in the public transport infrastructure. Many communities who were previously disadvantaged under the apartheid government can now enjoy decent roads connecting them to schools, clinics, hospitals, jobs, and other neighboring communities. But in order to continuously grow without fail and ensuring decent services to the people in KZN, it is essential that where there are problems, it is dealt with immediately and not left to simmer for years on end before finally fixing a system that is so damaged that it cannot operate any longer. Unfortunately, the Department of Transport has over the years now created an inadequate turnaround strategy to all the problems that exist. For years now, the department has been battling with irregular expenditure amounting to over 17 billion rand. When one reflects on the AG's findings, it is amazing how this department was able to get away with such gigantic amount of irregular expenditure that continues to grow year after year. This year, the department reported to the Portfolio Committee that it will incur an additional 85 million rand in expenditure in an effort to reduce irregular expenditure. This is clearly a case of using good money to chase after bad money. In addition, the department clearly has issues with members of their own team who are very incapacitated and urgent interventions are required. The problem is, Madam Speaker, that this department moves at a snail's pace. So any interventions made now will probably only take effect in another 27 years to come. When the AG's report was tabled at the Portfolio Committee, the findings were beyond shocking. The department only became aware of 800 contractors which were found to be irregular when it was revealed in the AG's findings. Can this House imagine how many more contracts would have been found to be irregular if the full audit was done on all the contracts? In addition, only 3 officials were taken to a DC for 5.2 billion rand in irregular expenditure, with 0 people dismissed. How does this department incur that amount of irregular expenditure without anyone noticing? This is just one example of the Department of Transport going nowhere slowly. Madam Speaker, now let's move on to what the Department of Transport calls priority projects. The building of pedestrian bridges for children who have to cross torrential rivers to have access to schools was considered a priority project, in the hope of ensuring no child loses their life to access basic education. This desktop study was done in 2006, which identified the bridges that were required. 15 years later, we still have children risking their lives to cross rivers to be educated. Is this what this ANC government calls priority? The department plays no oversight on its projects, but it is ever ready to dish out tenders to people who are not qualified and or skilled to deal with the massive infrastructure projects. A good example is the Amshloti Bridge that still remains half-built since 2018. 3 years later, and the project remains incomplete. It's such a pity that children in rural communities continue to be disadvantaged under this ANC-run province. Madam Speaker, in addition to the continued failure of this department, the children of this province continue to bear the brunt of poor service delivery. Again, Madam Speaker, I remind this House that post 27 years of democracy and over 170,000 children still do not have access to scholar transport and have to walk more than 20 k's to and from school. It is even worse for children in the rural communities who have to climb mountains, cross rivers, fight the cold winters and the scorching summer weather just to access their right to a basic education. What kind of a caring government will allow such torture to the future generation of this province? In addition, the Department of Transport has projected no increase in the number of additional scholars to be added to the learner transport scheme because the department claims it has no funds. Try explaining this to the families who have lost children because of the department's lack of performance. This is actually embarrassing. Madam Speaker, the department's strategic objectives are clear when it states that it supports economic growth, rural development, socio-economic transformation, poverty alleviation, and job creation as the department builds and maintains transport infrastructure. It further goes on to say it provides safe, integrated, reliable, and affordable transport system and creates a safe road environment for all road users while managing traffic. Madam Speaker, if one would have to be blind not to see the deep failings of this department. It is really quite depressing to raise the serious shortcomings of the department year after year, and very little progress is being done to address them. I have to question the level of commitment from the political leadership of this province when we see such serious failures in this department and not a single person is held liable. To be fair, and as I have mentioned earlier, there is no doubt that we have made some progress. However, the weakness and failures that we continuously point out are not taken seriously. I'm sure that next year again, we will be debating exactly the same issues that I have raised here today. It is my hope that in her response to the House, the MEC will give us a firm undertaking that she will prioritize the issues of scholar transport, pedestrian bridges, road maintenance, as well as the increase of visible patrols in our province to reduce incidents of road carnage. If we get these important areas under control, we will no doubt make much greater progress for the broader benefit of the people of our province. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Sen. Honorable GF Mjali, allocated 9 minutes, representing AFF. I think she'll be joining us visually. Mjali. Honorable GF Mjali, EFF, 9 minutes. I'm told Ageko. So we move to the next member, Honorable V.R. Mlojwa, representing NFP for 3 minutes. For 3 minutes, Honorable V.R. Mlojwa, representing NFP. Also Ageko. Asimtholi Umlojwa. Then we move to the MF for 3 minutes. Honorable Akur Rajbans. Are you connecting visually? Honorable Rajbans from the MF. Looks like she's also not available. Then we are calling the ANC for 14 minutes. Honorable Ntombela. Honorable Ntombela, ANC for 14 minutes. Let us move I was told we have apologies from the ATM and the ACDP, Honorable Pagati and Honorable Mangele have family
Madam
bereavement.
Madam Speaker.
Oh, that is Honorable Ntombela?
Yes.
Okay.
The problem
Thank you.
Jam is not opening the video.
I will give you time to open your video.
I'm
Can you
facing
try?
that challenge. I don't know what is happening.
IT assist Honorable Ntombela.
The gadget is not opening the video. So
It's not the color of your skin that doesn't make you to be sick.
No, it's not.
Okay, Honorable.
It's not the color of my skin, Madam Speaker.
Okay, you can start. You
It's
have
not the
14
color of
minutes,
my
Honorable
skin.
Member. You have 14 minutes.
Sorry, it's not the color of my skin. It's the problem of the gadgets. I'm trying everything possible. It's not making any difference.
You can start your debate, Honorable Member. 14 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, honorable members of the Executive Council present, let me join other members in welcoming participation in this debate. Sibingelele nababukele emakhaya nabalalele emakhaya kuyona yonke imikhakha ekusakazwa kuyo le nkulumo mpikiswano siyabingelela. Chairperson, history has no blank pages. On this month, 73 years ago, on the May 15, 1948, the armed Zionist group launched a process of displacing Palestinians in their homeland. Half of the Palestinian population was forcefully expelled from their country of origin. It is no coincidence that on the commemoration of the Nakba, the right-wing Israeli government under Netanyahu has unleashed another reign of terror, killing and maiming indigenous people of Palestine. More than 227 civilians have been killed by these barbaric acts by Israel. 64 of them children, 34 women with more than 1,300 injured. As members of this provincial legislature, we must join the whole world in condemning this state-sponsored terrorism by Israeli government. Alhamdulillah, assalamu alaikum, Palestine. It is in this context that we join this debate of Vote 12 transport. The impact of COVID-19 pandemic and the continuous trajectory of economic contraction dictates that we will indeed have to do more with less. As a result of this low economic growth, a high debt burden, and rising debt cost, the country, including our province, had to take drastic steps to rein in government spending to minimize fiscal crisis. One of the core functions of the department is to construct and maintain a balanced road networks that meets the mobility needs of the citizens of KwaZulu-Natal and supports the national and provincial growth development plans and strategies. The transport infrastructure program, which contains the bulk of the department's budget, about 70%, was significantly impacted on by the budget cuts in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. The national lockdown caused the department to stop all infrastructure work for approximately 3 months of the year, and many projects were not rolled out as planned. Challenges such as the suspension of the Vukuzake Emerging Contract Development Program, contractors experiencing financial difficulties, 2 contracts being declared irregular by AG, meaning that the department was unable to use these contracts to implement projects. Inselelo lezi ebebhekene ne-department u-Auditor General ayibonile nathi sonke siyibonile sihlalwa ngaphambilini. Part of the problem which led to the above situation is the unstable leadership administration of the department. There is almost a year now without an HOD. Inkinga ke le mhlonishwa ekumele umhlonishwa Nkonyeni uyisukumele ngokukhulu ukusheshsha. Uyilungise ngoba inqola engenakhanda iyohlele ixhugela. Uma ingaxhugelanga iyogcina iye ehlathini mhlonishwa. Okubi kakhulu umnyango ungeminye ekhonjwe ngumcwaningi mabhuku ukuthi ayenzi kahle ekuphatheni nasekusebenziseni izimali eziyisabelo sonyaka nonyaka. Akuzosisiza ukukhalaza ngokuncipha kwemali sibe sihluleka ukuyisebenzisa leyo esiyabelo kunyaka wezimali. Iyona nselelo enkulu okumele ubhekane nayo uyilungise ngoba lokho kuyakhombisa ukuthi kukhona inselelo ekhona ngaphakathi ekusebenzeni komnyango, ikhona inselelo ekhona ngaphakathi ekusebenzeni kwalabo abanikwe umsebenzi wokusingatha umsebenzi wokuphatha umnyango, ikakhulukazi ukuqinisekisa ukuthi ingqalasizinda yemigwaqo, ingqalasizinda yamabhriji iyenzeka ngesikhathi esifanelekileyo ey'ndaweni ey'fanelekileyo nangendlela ezifanelekileyo. Iy'nzobe ethi ziyasho ukuthi ukhona umbiko we-SIU oshoyo ongahambi kahle emnyangweni. Sebenzela phezu kwawo-ke mhlonishwa kulungise ngoba uma umnyango wehluleka abantu bakwaZulu-Natal bayobuka wena njengesahluleki ngoba abavotelanga ama-official omnyango kepha bavotela iqembu elibusayo ku-African National Congress okuyiwona ababeka ithemba labo kuwo ukuthi uyokwazi ukuthi ubasusa ehluphekeni ubayise phambili. Iy'nhlelo eziningi zomnyango ebezilekelela ukususa ikati eziko kubantu bakithi zikhinyabezekile. Yizona iy'nhlelo esiy'dinga kakhulu ukulekelela manje masiya phambili ukuthi lezo nhlelo azibuye zakhe amathuba emisebenzi zinike abantu bakithi ithuba. Siyathemba ukuthi uma lokhu kwenzakalile ngonyawo olusha lokubuka izinto nokwenza izinto kwakho ngqongqoshe, isimo sihamba kahle kangcono. Egameni lombutho wesizwe siyasekela esabelo mali salo nyaka. Ngiyabonga Chairman, ngixolise ngefoni yami ngila ukuthi hayi ingxakile. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga Mahlobo. From the IFP, Honorable Asmodli, for 7 minutes. Honorable Asmodli for 7 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The extent to which incompetence is affecting the delivery of services to our communities and creating an atmosphere for corruption to thrive needs to be promptly addressed in confidence in public institutions is to be restored. We welcome the allocation of 73.3 million for EPWP grant for the creation of jobs. While we welcome it, we are concerned that in 2020-21, the department stated that under Vukubani routine road maintenance program, about 3,200 youth employed. And again in 2021-22, on the same program, the department is telling us that 3,200 youth employment work opportunities will be created. Why is there no increase in the number of job opportunities allocated to the youth? Is the department telling us that 3,200 job opportunities are enough to address youth unemployment? More youth must be employed in this program. Once they are employed, they must be empowered with necessary skills to start their own businesses. Road accidents and RTI. Similarly, on the road, the level of negligence, the skills of our drivers, those people who hold licenses, brings to question how they got them in the first place. The level of disregard for human life is quite astounding. The IFP is of the view that disregard of the rules of the road will not end if we still have an understaffed RTI. Vacant post in the RTI crippling this entity and is not performing to its fullest. We urge the Honorable MEC to also prioritize the appointment of staff in the RTI from the pool of critical vacant posts in the department that are planned to be filled. The IFP once again reiterates its call for the deployment of traffic officers on our roads 24/7 in order to instill discipline on our roads. Further, we commend the pilot project of 20 personal office devices, which will minimize human contact when traffic officers are conducting roadblocks. This project must be fast-tracked and rolled out across the province. Honorable MEC, we all know that uniforms give officials a sense of identity and belonging. It instills in them an ethos of pride. It is therefore shocking and distressing to note that uniforms have not been supplied to RTI officials for over 3 years. This situation cannot be allowed to continue. We urge you, Honorable MEC, to ensure that uniforms are provided without any further delays. The RTI needs to be recognized as a vital partner in road traffic safety, and provision of uniforms will serve to afford officials the motivation which many have lost due to a litany of problems that plagues RTI. Corruption. We urge the Honorable MEC to ensure that corruption is eradicated in the issuing of learners and drivers' licenses. This will eradicate unnecessary road carnage. Corruption must be eradicated even from within the RTI. Corrupt traffic police officers must be reported and arrested. By accepting bribes, they are contributing to road accidents. If the department is serious about reducing fatalities on our roads, it is imperative that the budget for the RTI is increased to facilitate 24-hour vigilance and patrol. Motorists need to see RTI officials patrolling, and they're wary of breaking road rules. We note that 456,863 is allocated for learner transport. This will see 58,908 learners from 330 schools being transported. Although this amount has been allocated, the IFP feels that this is not enough. I was impressed by the MEC's announcement that 60 pedestrian bridges are to be built over the next 3 years. We will be monitoring this very closely. Taxi violence. This is the area where the department has failed dismally to address and end the violence that permeates the beleaguered taxi industry. The Provincial Department of Transport and Police seem to be struggling to quell taxi violence in the province as killings continue unabated. Many lives have been lost due to taxi violence. The IFP once again implores the Honorable MEC to take a stand in this burning issue and deal decisively with taxi violence. This bloodbath must stop now. The IFP urges the Honorable MEC to ensure that preferential procurement policy framework act is enforced in a department. The Honorable MEC must also ensure that contractors are paid on time within 30-day period. We all have witnessed the devastating effects of the COVID-19 pandemic in all sectors. As it has been reported that we are in a third wave of COVID-19, we urge the transport industry, in particular the public transport sector, to enforce the wearing of masks and continue with the process of sanitizing. We also urge traffic police and all law enforcement to continue to monitor that these measures are being carried out and adhered to at all times. Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Honorable MEC.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. Then we'll be having Honorable S.A. Duma from ANC. 15 minutes is allocated to Honorable Member.
Thank you, Manzini, Chair of Chairs, for affording us this opportunity. Indeed, it's a privilege just to debate on this critical debate with the transport, with so critical budget that has been presented by Umepedla. I think you presented a sterling, enticing debate which is going to enhance the development of transport as the sector as well. I think you'll remember very well historical during Premier Ndebele's time while he was an MEC, he used to say, let me cite Frantz Fanon's quote, Honorable Chairperson. Sometimes people hold a core belief that is very strong. when they are presented with evidence that works against that belief, the new evidence cannot be accepted. It will create a feeling that is extremely uncomfortable, called cognitive dissonance. And because it is so important to protect the core belief, they will rationalize, ignore, and even deny anything that does not fit in with the core belief. I think what we have just done, Honorable MEC, is just to highlight some of those issues. I will later on deliberate and imbibe on the strategy of what transpired from the opposition, because the cognitive dissonance still lives within them. I don't think they even read or listened to your lips while you were presenting the debate. They are just antagonistic towards what you were just saying. I was once surprised by Honorable Motley in particular, because it's usually not his stance. He's been in transport for quite some time. He's not like this. It's not his language to say that the MEC must ship in or ship out. It's unlike him. So it's a little bit abnormally human experience. Why an honorable member like himself will speak like this? It might be characterized by two things. We are going towards election, then he must be opportunistic in nature. Unfortunately, he's vulnerable because it's not his lingo. Or else he's got something embedded within him of hatred of the MEC, which will be unfair as well, because he regards himself as someone who knows God. So it's either or. He will clarify maybe at some point in time. Amongst other things that you've highlighted, Honorable MEC, that you are so proud of and you are emphatic, is the issue of yellow plant, which has been delivered yesterday, which was just opened. It's a very critical move. And this is going to maintain the issue of road maintenance within our rural areas. It has been said for years that these departments, in terms of capacity, you can't have 9 billion for infrastructure. You have the yellow plant that will be bought on a year-to-year basis, but it is not utilized. In the past, I think we had a problem of vacancies, which made the department not utilizing these yellow plants. You'll find the yellow plants will be bought 5 years down the line. There's an auction without these being utilized. It was very unfair. We must also thank the role that has been played by the acting HOD, Ungabi Usisusma Nguba. I think she had played a pivotal role, MEC, while she wasn't, because I think she has acted more than a year. Others who are not progressive in it would have taken the department to court that a thing has been created. We are expecting that I should be performing these things and I qualify, but he has not done something like this. So technocrats of this magnitude or this world and character are so few these days, because the spirit of volunteerism is no longer there. So it must always be highlighted when you see something of this nature. Honorable Chair, MEC Economic Recovery is the apex program which should be driven by all the stakeholders. After the country suffered pandemic coronavirus, this department must be holistic in ensuring that, as it has been misunderstood and you've clarified, we like that clarion call this. This is a department of transport. It deals with aviation, it deals with ocean economy. So departments like transport, Transnet, PRASA should engage on a strategy, even when you have a summit of some sort. Just invite these stakeholders. For years, the President on the last year talked about the bullet train. It means that these departments should have a special interest. There is a development of N2 corridor as we speak. When you come from Pietermaritzburg from Durban to Pietermaritzburg, in few years to come, it will like when you know Midrand, you won't realize that whether you're still in Durban or you've just entered Pietermaritzburg. We are anticipating something like that. That's a clinical view and a big vision, which is going to assist the development growth of this province. So this should dominate our understanding and our oversight role as the portfolio committee. I think Honorable Manchinga has already presented something which give us agility, and we were glad when the MEC landed the complementary effect. They've already met debate thoroughly on understanding this department. The MEC has just entered the departments. She has hit the ground running, but it would be unfair that you think that the MEC has just entered during the issue of budget. You think that she would have done a lot of things. But already, as we've already mentioned, I think we have seen those who are clinical in understanding the process. The issue of 10 keys has been introduced by the MEC. The issue of yellow fleet, we've spoken about this thing for years. It has not been achieved. Now it has been achieved. For me, we support that when you give a woman an assignment, it will be done. And Fanon was addressing something like this, that historical, because of patriarchy, almost everything was expected that it will be done whenever there were men. But unfortunately, if things that are positive are delivered, some others will come with negative behavior on antagonistic frame in the process. I think, Honorable MEC, we must highlight, at least you understood and you've mentioned that there should be a symbiotic relationship between the department and service providers, but it was not like that anymore. This department operated as if it is indebted on all the sins of the consultant. It was like this department cannot operate on its own. You can't have 11 billion and almost even the packing of the paper, you rely on consultant, on the issue of ICT, on the issue of construction and all those things. So those are the issues that we must advance, because the issue of insourcing, which is why you must develop the engineers of this world. So at some point in time, when you get time, Honorable MEC, just invite professional bodies, the EXA in particular, sit down, because you will find that our engineers, they will take most of their time deliberating on transforming this industry, but they don't qualify easily to become professional engineers. So for you to be professional engineers, you must work for a wide firm. Later on, they will just advise you that go and write the exam. Some, majority, they fail. But if you are white, because of the understanding of the class, it's easy for you that you work 1 year and you maybe work big companies like Rupex or Stefanat or this consulting firm. Then you qualify immediately. Then you are professional registered that you can do a billion project, which is something that is unfair on our processes. So I think it is critical that the issue of draftsmen, the issue of quality surveyors, the issue of technicians within these departments is something that should be advanced thoroughly. So it means that build a capacity internal so as to ensure that there is growth of these professional bodies. I think Honorable MEC will listen to Honorable Hussein, who was also advancing the issue of irregular expenditure. I think it is correct as well that expenditure pattern in the department is always critical. But if you just advance the innuendo that irregular expenditure was done, you are suggesting that the money was looted or something like that. Some of the processes are compelling departments to have an irregular expenditure. In some instances, that is why it will later on be regularized. So you cannot just expect the politician that will come and present a thing that all the irregular expenditure is evil. There is nothing like that. It must be corrected. In particular, the programs she was referring to in particular, I think, but she's under pressure, as we are all aware, Honorable Chairperson, that the masters have artificially have an expectation. DA, the masters, you know, the masters are expecting to see African working hard in the DA, while those who are white or lighter in complexion, no, they must work smart. For them, things are easy. It's easy for them. Talking about budget, even absconding the work, like Umazon of this world, it has been found that she was not qualified, but she is still in parliament and nothing has been done to her. But you know, others, if it was, when I was defend, when the fundile by the way, like imput, kodwa wenziwa lutho ukhishwe manje esifundeni kudlalwa ngawe nje ngoba ubotha ayikho indaba yakho umhlonishwa umpangazithu kodwa bekuthiwa kufunde yabona ngabe zonke insuku asilali. But sure, I just wanted to highlight as well on the issue of RTI. It is critical, Honorable MEC, that this must be fast-track the issue of development because there are some squabbles, there are some division. It's true that some of the things that are happening internally are not correct. I'm going to be blunt and brutal, Honorable MEC. We can't have a department for 4 or 3 years getting qualified audit opinion and nothing is happening. For me, I think at some point in time, we come at the level of portfolio committee and present I think SOD is acting understood. The previous SOD, there were things that you can't have the department failing to steer the department forward. What will be the effect and the role of the CFO in that process? Is he fit enough to steer the process forward? I doubt at this point in time, not unless you scrutinize to deeper details, because for me, I cannot just be a chartered accountant or a finance person. My assignment is to produce good books, and I'm not producing goods. Unfortunately, at some point in time, MEC, we must deliberate as well. What is the criteria of ensuring that you get a performance bonus at the end of the day? Because when we understood the issue of public admin, we understood that if you're an employee getting 1.5 million per year, that is my salary. If I go extra mile and reach my target, then you can start quantify that, okay, you've excelled with 3%, then you get that, it is called performance bonus. But in this regard, we've got a department that is going down, but people are still getting performance bonuses. For me, it's skewed how we deliberate with these issues, and it's critical how we utilize the issue of this process. The issue of 9 billion budget was spent financial year, and we should scrutinize the roles, as I've already mentioned, that we cleared that your language is saying that we are going to transform this department. It's true. At some point in time, even the complete overhaul of some other things, because in reality, that take the issue of bus industry, for instance, the subsidy in this province, you can see that it is driven by cartels. And in the past, it was just few families who were there, who were just enticing and getting everything. Is that okay? I think as legislatures and our oversight role is very critical, that now is the time to transform the industry, give our Africans. But when you give our African who are supposed to be in charge in the process, they must be involved in the entire value chain. You cannot just say that it has been transformed, but they are still going to the same families when they need the buses. So you just have to ensure that you advance that thing. We clear that Honorable Motley is back, and we spoke in his absence that we had to step a bit how he presented on the topic of this department, because he is one member who's always supportive of the new initiatives. So we're skeptical a bit of other inventos that he advanced today, and we will still want to get more answers, as we're still going to sit smartly with you, Honorable MEC, as you are someone fortunate enough, before one is landing, fortunate enough, MEC, you are one of those. We must highlight that we are not skeptical of media frenzy. Just ensure that going forward, you are a true revolutionary, because we sometimes adopt this tendency of saying that what is the media is going to say. South African media is so antagonistic to the process. In fact, it's counter-revolutionary. And we know who controls the media in our process. So even if it means that they come and poke some of the things that are not fair, it is our assignment just to defend you, just deliberate with those issues. Just do your process. We listened to Honorable Premier the other day, Wabukuzen. He said, out of these two, Honorable MEC that I'm deploying, Honorable Nkonyen is going to hit the ground running because she is so experienced. It is the reality. She has been around. She is seen as well in the movement. It's easy for her to act. Then he said Honorable Sbiya is new in the process, but it's got a proper NH and a nice acumen just to complement the processes. We are expecting that, and we are going to expect that these things are achieved with our support as the portfolio committee, and we are just going to ensure, Chair, I think when you get time, there are programs that should be changed. You cannot just invest 2.6 billion in the issue of IDMS and we think it's normal. Those issues going forward, let us just ensure, review them thoroughly so that Africans are also benefiting in this process. It's the same with transformation sector of the construction industry. Construction industry has been destroyed by some few individuals in the province. And unfortunately, if you want to go through the change, Honorable MC, go and review the structure of CIDP. We don't even have one black in the province with CIDP 9. So if this department just advertise the project, volume at 70 million, automatically we are inviting these people. Now is the time just to change that. We support the budget presented by MEC Siyabonga Kakhulu Mapedla. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Duma. For responses, the Honorable MEC for Transport, Community Safety and Liaison, given she has how many minutes left?
20.
No, 20. 14.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you
about
very
14.
much, Honorable
14 minutes.
Chairperson.
Thank you.
And let me start off by appreciating all contributions that have been made by all members who participated in this debate. Indeed, Honorable Chairperson, I must indicate that our hearts go to the family of Mr. Naik, who was one of our RTI officers who passed on accidentally, as honorable members have already indicated. He actually died with his boots on, and as the department, we wish to say, may his soul rest in peace. Actually, we intended to attend his funeral service, but unfortunately it was held today. And because we were supposed to be here, we couldn't, but we have sent a number of our officers to be with the bereaved family today. Let me start off by appreciating the report of the Portfolio Committee as it was presented by Honorable Mjali. Indeed, we will continuously pay attention to all the discrepancies that have been identified through that report. I wish to indicate that we have embarked on a process whereby we are involving all managers in the department in ensuring that they understand how much has been allocated to their programs, and we have dedicated the entire management of the department that on monthly basis we will meet and the CFO will present the budget as to how far are we with regards to implementation of the projects and programs, but at the same time, how are we spending our budget so that everybody would know that this program is not performing. So, and then if we need to apply for variants or implement variants, then we may do that on time. Previously, it shows that that has not been happening in that department. The budget office and the finance department has been working in silos, and all other programs have not been very transparent. So the left hand didn't know what the right hand was doing. So going forward, everybody, every manager in the department would know what is it that is obtaining in the department. Hence, I'm saying it's highly impossible for us not to spend the entire budget that has been allocated to us. Indeed, our IGULA transformation policy will continuously monitor the implementation of IGULA because it's very, very crucial for our people to also benefit from this expenditure, from this budget that has been allocated to our department regarding economic activities, that are supposed to benefit our people. Regarding the priorities of the sixth administration, you have articulated all of them very well, and especially those that are supposed to be monitored by the Portfolio Committee regarding our own department. The alignment of the APP, I have indicated, Honorable Chairperson, that we have actually embarked on a process of reviewing the APP of the department. Of course, it will also impact on our annual operation plan. So we are in a process of reviewing all those statutory documents so that they may be aligned, especially because one of the limitations that the department had was that it was never aligned according to the district development model, and that the structure itself, our organizational structure, is actually not talking to what we intend to achieve. So we are reviewing the structure or finalizing the structure, but at the same time, aligning it to the DDM and aligning it to the priorities of the department as they have now been presented through this budget policy speech. And I must also indicate that, yes, with the HOD, the appointment of the HOD will be finalized very soon, as the process has already commenced right now. So we will be implementing all our programs. Honorable Ngumalo, thank you very much for indicating and reminding us that May is the Africa Month. Yes, we really need to celebrate as Africans in Africa or in this African continent. Regarding what you raised, ngendaba yelena transport, yes, there is that allocation, which is an addition, but it's never adequate. Because with that allocation, we'll only deal with into yokuthi kungabi khona ama-overload. Right now, kunama-overloads emabhasini lawa athutha izingane. So we couldn't really obtain an adequate allocation regarding e-learner transport. We'll continuously lobby the powers that be so that ultimately our children from all over the province of KwaZulu-Natal would be catered for regarding this particular program. As you have already mentioned, that it also contributes towards what is reflected on the Freedom Charter that says the doors of learning and culture shall be opened by provision of learner transport. We are actually intending to open the doors of learning and culture. I must also indicate, Honorable Ngumalo, that sesithathe is decision to actually recruit more than 100 driver operators and road worker aides. Sikuleyo process nje, selection process now, and very soon they will be appointed. Uzobona kuzoba yellow emgwaqweni yethu ngoba yellow fleet is there now. Uzobona nje ayikho imphakathi ezokhala ngokuthi hey awuhambeki kulo mgwaqo sesizongenelela ngokusheshsha. As Honorable Duma had already indicated, we were at Umdloti yesterday lapho besinikezela khona nge-yellow fleet ezohamba iye kuma districts ahlukahlukene. We will be doing the same in other regions because the yellow fleet is there. The driver operators are going to be appointed. So kuzokhalwa ngani ke ngoba kuzokwenzeka kuzoshunguthuli kuyona yonke indawo throughout the province of KwaZulu-Natal, and so besi-maintainer ingqalasizinda yethu njengoba fanele ukuthi siyi-maintain. Mr. Moodley, yes, indeed, nobody likes to be linked with irregular expenditure. I don't like it, and I will work very hard in order to ensure that we eliminate irregular expenditure in the department. And I have never been associated with a negative audit opinion. Yeah, I don't like it. And we are also going to work very hard in order for us to improve on our audit outcomes. It's something that is unacceptable. As the department, we shouldn't really accept and become complacent, for absolutely no reason. If the report tells us that for the past 5 years, we have never obtained a clean audit, what does that mean? It means we should take action. As the department, we must take action against those that are not performing and disregarding SCM policies and principles. and those who are not following tender procedures as it is expected. We will continuously provide rural road infrastructure, Mr. Modley. And sengihambile kakhulu indawo eziningi. The other day ngangiseGqumeni, the other day ngangiseKhudeni eNkandla. I was there, personally. I met with a number of people, including amakhosi laphana. Sasho sathi leyamgwaqo vele izoba fixed yaseNkandla. Currently, i-department yenza lo wamgwaqo okuthiwa u-P16 eNkandla, which is a very quite a long road network in 100 kilometers, and we have now completed 17 kilometers kuleya road network that is in Nkandla. Kungabi sengathi khona indawo esiyibukayo nje singayisebenzi. Khona futhi omunye u-P706 ngaphansi kwenkosi uMagwaza, nawo uya upgradewa. Sikhuluma nawe nje useNkandla nawo lo mgwaqo. Emdlodi bridge okhuluma ngayo, of course there was a challenge with the performance of the service provider there, and we are dealing with that matter right now. RTI, I'm paying attention. We are paying attention to what is happening in that unit, and we are very, very committed to dealing with all the issues that have been raised. Other officers have actually contacted me raising certain issues. So I am committing that we'll be dealing with issues that are raised there. Honorable Hussein, yes, I see that you are also interested in what is happening in the RTI unit of the department, and also on the issue of irregular expenditure. I think I have responded to that. Of course, it's unacceptable to learn that there were about 800 contractors that were found by the AG as having been irregularly appointed to provide services. It's unacceptable. It means we are lacking. We have some limitations in that section of ensuring that we monitor what is happening when we procure services to various service providers. We will be building pedestrian bridges, as I have indicated. Of course, you may monitor then that we will be partnering again with SANDF, as I had already indicated, to construct Bailey bridges in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, and it's quite urgent. And visible patrols, yes, we are very willing to embark on a program of patrolling and providing road safety on a 24-hour service basis. Based on the issues of capacity and other issues, we will be trying to improve on our capacity as the department so that we may do that. Honorable Ntombela has reminded us about what is obtaining currently the barbaric act of the Israelis in Palestine. Yeah, KZN, maybe we need to debate this. It's just a sponsored view as the KZN provincial legislature. That brutality is unacceptable in Palestine. It reminds us of what was happening in South Africa during the apartheid regime, and some of the elements are still there of brutality, which is happening in a very sophisticated manner in the Republic of South Africa, though there's no violence except for what is happening in farms, but those elements are still there. So we need to rally behind the Palestinians and ensure that they enjoy our support as well. The issues of the Auditor General, we are paying attention to that. I have alluded to the fact that the issue of the HOD is being attended to. Honorable Moodley, a reduction of road accidents, yes, that is what that is our ideal, a program of reduction of road accidents, our ideal situation, but ultimately we'll get there. We really want to reduce the road fatalities and road carnages in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Yesterday, I visited Umdloti RTI Center, where we were receiving a donation from South African breweries, a checker breathalyzer, a breathalyzer, kodwa modernized, ezokwenza ukuthi ama-results akwazi ukuba ne-standing even kuma-courts. Siyabonga kakhulu Mthombeni, ngicabanga ukuthi uphendulile ulekelela kuzona zonke ama-issues that were raised by participants in this debate. In fact, we are through the 10 key approach, we are trying ukuthi siqede into over reliance on our consultants in the department. Thank you so much. Siyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you so much, MEC. Abehamba shimake manombo mahanje moyeni. Mangekho umgwaqo. Thank you, honorable members. We have now come to the end of our debate on vote 12. Honorable members, we are therefore adjourning this meeting and will resume tomorrow, which is Friday, the 21st, at 9. Those that are using this link must also ensure that they keep time starting at 9. The very same venue for those who are in attendance physically. And tomorrow we'll be doing sports and recreation, which will be chaired by Honorable MC Fraser. Just want to thank you for your time and patience. May God bless you all. Go well. Till tomorrow morning.
Thank you. Siyabonga.
Siyabonga Sihlalo.
Siyabonga. Sixabenani.